we are here with Road Warrior Animal, the WWE Hall of Famer himself in Wilmington, California at the PCW Ultra Show. And one question I wanted to ask him tonight was, I know he's very close to Larry the Axe Hennig. What do you think of his passing?
You know, man, I remember when Kurt died. And Larry and I were sitting there, and Larry was crying, saying, you know, a son should never leave before his father. And you know, Larry was, because all the guys from that area, from Robbinsdale High School area in Minnesota, and even if you weren't from that high school, we all worked out together at the same gym. So he was like all of our dads, you know, because every one of us, like, you know, we loved Larry the Axe Hennig, you know. And, you know, and then I got to get in the ring with him and wrestle him a few times. And, man, let me tell you something. He was probably the original Road Warrior, bro. He was brutal. Gave me that double axe handle one time, and I thought my neck was like this, you know, like a necklace man after a while. He shoved my traps down into my waist. But, man, Larry Hennig, what a great guy. You never hear anybody say anything bad about Larry Hennig, a top-notch professional. True, one of the great pioneers of pro wrestling, man. It's a shame. My heart goes out to his family, man. I texted his son, Joe Hennig, today, you know, yesterday, Curtis Axel, and I gave him my condolences. You know, I mean, I've known Joe Hennig since Joe was 10 years old, you know, so very, very great, good family, man.
And he was involved in that big riot in Indiana, wasn't he? That you guys?
Yeah, man. When we tied Kurt Hennig in the ropes, we were wrestling Kurt and Baron von Raschke, and Larry came down to make the save. And, yeah, we got in a fight with about 30 people in the stands that day.
And I noticed on Facebook you've been making some posts that you might be a good talent scout for WWE. I noticed you've been watching the matches here tonight. Are you always just looking for talent, giving them advice, or?
You know, man, I think, you know, there's a lot of great companies, whether you're in the U.S. or Canada or no matter where you're at. There is no really such thing as an indie company anymore. They're just small companies. And what you see with Ring of Honor growing and the NWA coming back, and you know, I was just on an AWL show that was on Fight TV, and this show here, PCW, is on Fight TV, and everybody's on Fight TV now, so they're getting another outlet for shows to be known. And there's a lot of great talent around here. You don't have to go through the WWE or you know, their training center down there to be a great talent in this wrestling business, man. I mean, look, Hawk and I never went through it. We did just fine. A lot of other people went through it, and they were just fine, too. So there's a lot of great talent out there, man. And now it's all about getting that talent out there to get the fans around the country to see this talent. That's the important thing, man. Without TV, nobody knows who you are. So it's important to get them out there. You know, I got my lawyer owns a company called Glory Pro Wrestling in St. Louis. So I go around the country on behalf of his company looking for talent to bring into St. Louis. So, man, it's great to see that the wrestling business is finally going back to basics and going back to old school style.
And you are on Facebook, Joseph Michael Laurinaitis, I believe. And
I changed it, though. Now it's just Joseph Laurinaitis.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I got my my Twitter handle, which is RW Animal. And I'm at What a Rush Pod for my What a Rush podcast and everything else. So if anybody wants to book me, they can contact me there on Messenger on Facebook. Or, you know, you contact Glory Pro Wrestling or at What a Rush Pod. Or, you know, get a hold of bookforwrestlers.com, too. You can get a hold of me there.
Now, have you seen any more tag teams since that shoot interview we did a few years ago that's up for free to people to look at that could possibly follow in your footsteps?
I don't know. Listen, it's so hard. Just like you can't redo the Funks and you can't redo someone like the Bushwhackers, and the Road Warriors were like veered as the best team of all time. So I don't know if there's anybody that's going to be able to follow the footsteps of Road Warriors. There's a lot of great tag teams out there, but there's not two bigger guys. There's always one little guy, one guy out of shape, or one short guy, one tall guy. So, and even the tag teams today, they're trying, I see WWE's trying to make the tag team division better, but it's still, if you ask the fan, it still kind of stinks, you know? And I mean, goddamn, I love the Usos, but the Uso Penitentiary, what's that? You're a Samoan, be a Samoan. You know, now they're acting like guys from the hood. And I love the Usos, man. I love the Samoans. I'm here tonight on the card with Jacob Fatu, the Tonga Kid's son, and I see Kishi all the time, and his sons are doing great, and they stay within their Samoan heritage, which I love, man, and because there's a great lineage there, man, 3, 4, 5 generations deep, from all the way from Peter Maivia, and I just like it when the Samoan boys stay Samoan.
And last question here, because I know you got to get back in there. You were one of the highest paid wrestlers ever in Japan. I think you and Hawk, huge legends in Japan. I just did a New Japan tryout this week. How do you think I would do if I were to get a New Japan contract?
Bro, let me tell you something. First of all, you'd probably be the biggest guy in New Japan working for them. That's for damn sure. And the whole thing about New Japan is, and anywhere in Japan is, going out there and taking it what you want. Because the Japanese boys, as you know, they're just not going to hand it over to you and give it to you. So you got to go take it. And Hawk and I didn't take liberties, but we let them know loud and clear we're here to do business. And once you establish that you want to do business, then they respect you. So, Devin, no doubt in my mind, you would do great in New Japan.
And finally, can we get What a Rush to end this off?
Sure, man. At the end of the day, when you get to see Road to Animal, oh, what a rush.
It's ironic that our final interview at WrestleCon here in New York City on WrestleMania 35 weekend is with the brand ambassador of WrestleCon. I'm talking about friend of the show, actually, Road Warrior Animal. Road Warrior Animal, how are you, sir?
Bro, what a way to wrap up a terrific weekend, right? With the ambassador of WrestleCon. I started off with Ric Flair in the ring. And too bad he's not here right now because I'd hit him over the head with the belt.
So when you think about WrestleMania, I know you and your partner were in many. What's your favorite WrestleMania memory?
I think sometimes, we did the thing with Ahmed Johnson in Chicago, and then we came back in Indianapolis for WrestleMania. WrestleMania is such a culmination of great events. Listen, it's the Super Bowl of our business, right? So when you have WrestleCon now combined with WrestleMania, and then all the other companies that are growing now, which is great for the business and great for the fans, it's a great time in pro wrestling right now.
And what can we expect from you in the future? You got to pop up anywhere? You talk about all these new companies.
Man, you never know, bro. I may pop up with All Elite. You never know. I may pop up in Ring of Honor. I got a couple guys, the War Kings. I walk down to the ring every once in a while. Jackson Crimson, they're doing really well. I've been talking to All Japan and New Japan about doing some stuff. You never know, man. Because Hawk and I spent a lot of time over in the Orient, so
sure.
You never know. Animal, hey, listen, the LOD's living forever, man. What are you going to do?
I'd be remiss if I didn't end by asking you, how's your son doing?
He's doing good, man. He's on the Big Ten Network. Does the Big Ten wrap up at the end of the week, and he just went in the Buckeye Hall of Fame for Ohio State, and he's happy. He's on ESPN radio show and there in Columbus, and he's just relaxing, man, enjoying life.
Fantastic. I remember when he was still in college, and now his career is over. It goes by like that.
8 years in the NFL. I got my older boy Joe, who served over in Iraq for a couple wars.
Thank
my
you
daughter
for service.
Yeah, man, no problem. And so yeah, man, he's happy. He's retired, so everybody keeps asking, "You going to get into wrestling business?" He goes, "Hell no, Dad. I watched what you did. I don't want to go near her." So
hey, where could the fans find you on social media?
Man, you can get to my Facebook at Joseph Laurinaitis, my normal name, and then you go. I got What a Rush podcast. You go at RW Animal, a Twitter handle. Or you go whatarushpod.com. So reach me there, man. I got a great one coming out with Jay Lethal. First non-WW whatever champion to be in the Garden that sold out, right? That's awesome, man. And he was a great interview. So yeah, man, a lot of good things are happening.
All right, great to see you. The brand ambassador for WrestleCon, the legendary Road Warrior Animal, finishing things up here from New York.
I'm with one half of my favorite tag team by far of all time, WWE Hall of Famer, Road Warrior Animal, here at Markout at the Meadowlands. How are you doing today?
Good, man. It's always great to be on Hannibal TV. You got to tell your listeners out there, if there was ever a Canadian Road Warrior, bro, you're it.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'm sure we're going to have you for a part 2 on the Hannibal TV soon, and we're also going to start doing live shows, so I think you'd be a great live show guest. But how's your weekend been so far?
It's been good, man. It's been good, man. And I also look forward to doing that part 2. And you know me, I speak the honest truth about the wrestling business, the entertainment world. It's been a great weekend. WrestleCon is always phenomenal. The biggest event. What was exciting about it to me is I did an interview with Jay Lethal the other day, and you got ROH growing. You got Impact going with OVW now. You have the NWA trying to do the Crockett Cup, and you got WWE. Now you're giving the guys and girls in the wrestling world 4 different avenues to go for, which is great. Reminds me a lot of the AWA, the WCW, you know, and the NWA and WWF times when there was 4 companies then. So, man, it's going to be great.
And what are your thoughts on this year's WrestleMania that's taking place tonight? Are you excited about it?
You know, man, not really. To be honest with you, I'm excited to see the girls' match, the main event. I think that's going to steal the show, to be honest with you. Right now, Becky and Charlotte and Ronda's killing it. You know, as you know, being an Ultimate Fighter, saying somebody could come in and be an Ultimate Fighter and come into our business is full of crap because she's doing great. Great heel. I love Ronda as a heel. And then I like the Lesnar match. And maybe I would really like to see Kofi get his due. Kofi deserves to be the man on top to draw money. And it's about time we get another African-American champion, you know.
And you're managing a tag team right now that's part of the NWA. Where can people book you guys as a group if they want to book you?
Anywhere, man. You can call Crimson down at Tried and True Pro Wrestling out of Nashville or Clarksville, Tennessee. Get a hold of me on my Facebook or my What a Rush podcast site, you know, at RW Adam on my Twitter handle. And I'm doing some stuff with the Word Kings. I'm still, you know, trying to get them to learn. You know, I'm trying to get them to listen and trying to be 2 guys with painted faces. You know, you just can't throw paint on and especially expect it to work with me coming down with you because I think that people expect too much. You know, and that's got to be naturally born into you to be that way. You just can't be a guy that says, okay, I'm going to try to be a tough guy out of the blue, right? So you got to kind of have that little, you know, that inner personality for it, right? So great guys, though. You know, Crimson was in Impact. Jax was in Impact before. Jax has been over to Japan with New Japan. So the guy's got a good beginning anyway.
Now, is there any chance, I know you were very close with Dusty. Cody, of course, has an executive position with AEW. Any chance you could be a producer or a scout or anything for that?
Well, you know, I have been in communication with Matt Jackson, Young Bucks. I sent Cody some text messages. We talked about doing something together right now. I think their first show is such a small-scale show. You know the way it is, man. The first time anybody does a show with a new company, it's going to sell out. And Vegas is sold out with the MGM Grand, right? I think down the line, I've talked to Billy Gunn, too, about maybe hopefully being an agent or associate producer. I would love to run the tag teams. I don't care what company it is. Hopefully it's AEW. But I think I could have a lot, you know, I got 30 years of knowledge in tag team wrestling. I would love to run behind the scenes and do tag teams for the company.
It'd be nice to see a producer that's actually been successful because a lot of the times the producers in companies like WWE are undercard wrestlers that weren't necessarily hugely over. So it'd be nice if a company like AEW would give you a shot.
Well, you know, it's my thought of it has always been, how do you teach someone how to get to the Super Bowl unless you played in the Super Bowl? And, you know, and Hawk and I made it to the Super Bowl, and being modest, we probably won more tag team champions than any other team ever in the history of wrestling, right? So, I mean, different titles. So, in that fact, you know, I think I have a lot to offer. I was lucky, man. I was right place, right time. Got to wrestle in main events with some great athletes. I see a lot of them here today, you know. I see the Stan Hansons, even Danny Spivey, Manny Fernandez, a lot of guys. A lot of guys I was in the ring with in the beginning of my career. Bob Roop, the Olympic gold medalist, right? I was with Bob Roop. Bob Roop taught the Hawk and I basically how to walk and chew gum in the beginning, you know, because we were just 2 dumb kids out of the bar, you know. So hopefully I can help them out. I love this stuff. You know, right now I'm doing some stuff with a guy up in Fargo, as I told you. You know, you got a thing called Maui Madness, you know, with the Final Four brackets, and he's kind of cool to intertwine college basketball with pro wrestlers. It's working out really well. So I'm doing a lot of stuff there that way. And man, I'm telling you, it's a fun time in the wrestling business now. It reminds me of 30 years ago when Hawk and I got in. It's on a new growth spurt. You know, everything comes to waves in life. You know, remember jeans went out of style for a long time. Now the jeans are back in. Bell bottoms were gone. Now elephant bells are back in. So everything changed and always comes around full circle.
Excellent. Well, everyone, check out the What a Rush podcast. Search it up on iTunes. It's a great podcast from the episodes I've heard. And can you finish us off with a What a Rush?
Yeah, man. Hey, Hannibal TV. Oh, what a rush.
This is Hannibal here from thehannibaltv.com. And I'm with WWE Hall of Famer, the man that wears the spikes, Road Warrior Animal of the Legion of Doom. How are you doing today, sir?
Good, man. Devin, how are you, bro?
I'm doing excellent to be in the presence of a legend, but I got to ask you your thoughts on the new NWA since you were such a star of the old NWA.
You know, I think it's got possibilities. I think right now, I think the fans agree it's kind of like a parody of the NWA. There's a little bit of stuff they got to do to make it more believable, I think. But they got a lot of great talent. You got Ken Anderson there, you know, you got Nick Aldis, you got a bunch of guys there, James Storm and stuff. So they got a good makings of a TV. I just don't want it to be a joke, you know. And right now, I think the fans are half on the fence. Is it quality or is it a joke? But the fans love it. It's always packed. So that's a good sign. But it is studio wrestling.
Any thoughts on the Wednesday Night Wars?
You know, man, I think, to be honest with you, I think AEW is kicking butt. I mean, AEW is a great company. Proud of Cody. I've known Cody since he was born, right? And so, you know, and I know all the guys running the company, and they're great guys. Hopefully sometime in the future I'll be with those guys helping them out because I love coaching, you know what I mean? And that kind of stuff and producing stuff. So those guys are great. I think the product's good. I think they're finally getting in their stride. You know, I think they started off like gangbusters. They had a couple of weeks of, it's okay with NXT battling that Wars, but they're killing it, man. They're killing NXT in the Wars. But NXT's a good product itself too, you know, so they're both great. But I think AEW's got the little edge right now.
And finally, we're in Philadelphia. You're actually from this city. A lot of people don't know that, but watch my interview with him if you don't know that. What was your favorite memory of wrestling in this town?
You know, man, I've wrestled in the Spectrum here, and I wrestled in the Philadelphia Civic Center. The fans in Philly, they will let you know if they don't like you or if they love you. There's no in between. They either love you or hate you. And Philly's great, man. City of brotherly love. It's fun.
And you got the What a Rush podcast. You're on Facebook. I think you're on Twitter. Where can we find you on social media?
Man, at RW Animal on Twitter, you know, my social media, my Facebook's Joseph Laurinaitis, right? As everybody knows the Laurinaitis name, and by now you should know it, you know. And my Instagram handle, same thing at Road Warrior Animal, you know. So yeah, man, contact me there for bookings, appearances, no matter what.
Speaking of that, I guess you're the uncle of the Bellas now. Is that?
Yeah, man. Can you believe that? I'm Uncle Animal to Brie Bella, and you know, it's kind of funny. It's good to see my brother Johnny now. He's got grandkids, man. He's settled, happy in his life, and you know, yeah. Who would have thought? What a Christmas that would be if someone stole your piece of dessert or something, right?
Can we get a What a Rush in this?
Yeah. What a rush. Hey, this is WWE Hall of Famer and Pro Wrestling Hall of Famer from the Legion of Doom, Road Warrior Animal. And I'm getting ready to do a shoot interview on Hannibal TV. Check it out. Oh, what a rush.
So we'll just jump right into it. You were always built from Chicago. Where were you actually born originally?
I was actually born in Philadelphia, city of brotherly love.
What was your young life like?
You know, I was a lot with me. It was a shoot. I was really an inner city kid in Philadelphia. The very first Rocky movie is the neighborhood I grew up in for the first 7-8 years of my life. And then I moved to another inner city part of Philadelphia that wasn't as much gang related. But my dad at a young age saw that I was going to be around 12, 13, that I was headed down the wrong path. And he said, I need to get my kids and my family out of here. And then that's when we actually moved down to Florida when I was about 14 years old.
What's the age difference between you and your brother, John?
John's 2 years younger than me.
Okay.
Although everybody thinks he's older than I am because he looks older than me. But I guess, hey, you work full time in the WWE office, I'm doing it to you, you know.
When did they first start noticing, your parents, that you were going to be a high-performance athlete?
You know, my dad, who just passed away a month ago, got drafted by the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Philadelphia Phillies. Was a great baseball player for LaSalle College in Pennsylvania, and so I played baseball. So I actually thought, I got letters from the Cincinnati Reds when I was a junior in high school and stuff. I thought I was going to be a baseball player. And then my junior year in high school, I discovered weights, and I started working out, and I started putting on, like, my junior and senior year, I put on like 25 pounds of good weight. And then football became my thing. And then I was a decent football player. I was a junior college All-American. I got myself in trouble a little bit in high school. Actually, I got in trouble for tipping over a Volkswagen in high school. And so, my D1 offers went down the tubes. My dad said, "You're going to this Lutheran college." Well, I went to a Lutheran college. It was coached by a guy that a lot of Canadian fans will know, Dave Scrine. Dave Scrine coached the British Columbia Lions, 2 Grey Cups.
Okay.
Retired from coaching because he had a heart issue, then came and coached at my junior college. And then he and a guy named Art Meadowcroft, who played for the Jets, New York Jets, and then Art Meadowcroft, who played for the Bears, were my coaches in junior college. So actually, the junior college experience was like being at a 4-year school. So I did good, but then lo and behold came my son Joe. Out of nowhere. So there went the football career. But, I think my dad knew at a young age that I was going to be an athlete, but nobody knows that you're going to end up doing what Hawk and I did in wrestling. I mean, that just was my fate.
And at what point did you move to Minnesota?
My dad worked for HANNIBAL, right? So every time he moved from Philly to Florida and Florida to Minneapolis was a job improvement for him. And he was actually vice president of labor relations for Honeywell Incorporated. And so we moved right outside of Minneapolis. I think we moved there in like 1976. It was right at the end in May of my sophomore year in high school. And I was living in Tampa at the time, and I was actually playing varsity football in Florida. And then you go to Minnesota where nobody leaves Minnesota. And once you're born in Minnesota, you're a Minnesotan because they're all Swedes and Norwegians. They stay there forever. So for me to come in as a new kid into the fold was pretty rough, man. I had a hard time. Luckily, I went in there, and right away, I was the strongest kid in school, which gave me kind of carte blanche that, okay, this kid must have something, so it wasn't as hard as it should have been, but it wasn't a fun time, man. I remember walking over to school and kids throwing water balloons at me and stuff from cars and stuff like that, so.
At what point did you start bouncing?
Started bouncing right when I was, I think, 18 or 19. Which the legal age to even work at a bar was 21, but I was already a big kid at 19. I was like 275 pounds, and I was powerlifting at the time. So I started bouncing at a bar called Thumpers. I actually worked at Thumpers with a guy you may know in wrestling. He didn't last very long. His name was Vladimir Pietrov. He was tagging up. They billed him as being Nikita Koloff's cousin. It was Ivan, Nikita, and Petrov, right? My real name's Al Blake. And I actually worked at Thumpers with Al Blake. And it was only like 2 guys on a night. And a band like Both Barrels Band was playing, and who loved Both Barrels Band time, and Jigs Lee was the lead guitarist, was Hulk Hogan.
Right.
And Hogan would come in and play the bass. And I would stand in front of the stage while Hogan was playing the bass. I was only like an 18-year-old kid. And Hogan had no idea who I was. Hogan don't even remember.
Because he was in AWA.
He was in AWA wrestling Nick Bockwinkel at the time, man. Hogan was just getting his stardom going big, so it was pretty cool how things folded. I mean, who would have thought 25 years later, I'm pre-slamming Hulk Hogan in Japan.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And how crazy life works, right?
How was he as a musician?
Hulk could play a pretty mean bass. He was a good bass guitarist. He could play guitar pretty well.
And at what point did you meet Hawk for the first time?
I met Hawk, I was about 18 years old and working out at the gym, and I'm doing inclines, and got some, for back then it was heavyweight, like 315 on there. We're doing reps and inclines. And all of a sudden, we all knew each other. All the guys that bounced knew each other. And we always heard Hegstrand this, Hegstrand that, and Laurinaitis this, or Scott and Norton working with us too. And you would hear that.
and ravishing Rick Rude. And then all of a sudden doing a bench press, and all of a sudden I hear, boom, he slaps me in the chest in the middle of my set. He goes, Laurinaitis, you ain't right. You shouldn't be doing that. You're doing more weight than me as a young kid, right? And from then on, we became buddies. He would call me up and say, listen, man, I need you to fill in for me to bounce. And I would go down and bounce at this, let's just say it was a gentleman's club. And I'd fill in for him and bounce there. And Norton and I and Hawk would take rotation, and bouncing there. And then we became friends. And then one time we were in a bar called Grandma B's. We were at Grandma B's now. You got to picture this. One night you had Smash the Demolition, Scott Norton, who was the World Arm Wrestling Champion, Hawk, myself, Ravishing Rick Rude, and who else came in? And John Norton, Berserker. We all bounced the same night. And then we had other guys coming in there like Vladimir Pietrov and Nikita Koloff, and who else am I missing here? I think that's about it. But you had some of the biggest guys that made it in wrestling all worked at the same bar. Pretty crazy.
You wouldn't have to worry about too many problems.
Well, there was never an issue at our bar. And it was pretty serious because we were downtown Minneapolis. So we had guys that wore bike colors. We had to say, man, no colors in the bar tonight. Can't have colors in there. And trying to tell a group of bikers to take off their jackets or leathers is not an easy thing.
Yeah.
But we took care of them respectfully. We put them in the office. If there was ever an issue, I swear, there was a couple times, we would have a guy hanging up on the ankle and saying, man, the jacket has got to come off. And it would come off.
Yeah. What point in time did you start actually wanting to get into the wrestling business? Were you always a fan growing up?
I wasn't in Philadelphia. Sometimes my dad and mom wanted me to watch wrestling, and I was a real big fan. I loved Bruno Sammartino. Right, Bruno. I watched Bruno wrestle a bunch of times, and then I kind of got away from it. And then in Minnesota, one time I was working. My mom bought me a membership at this place called The Gym. Right. My first membership, brought me first to Ventura's gym, Jesse Brody Ventura's gym. Now, when that one was done, the gym opened up because the guys were bouncing it. You got to come try the gym. So I went in there and I'm working out. And again, in comes Hulk Hogan and a guy named Dizzy Ed Bowler, who was Buddhist Beefcake. Back then, they were both all jacked up and huge. And I looked over at Hogan. I said, holy God, look at the size of that guy, man. And I'm watching him work out. I'm going, okay. And that's it. So who's this guy? I'd never seen him before. That's Hulk Hogan. He's wrestling Nick Bockwinkel. So I went to the St. Paul Civic Center that night and we sold out 20,000 people. And I said, this is pretty impressive. Then at the same bar, Grandma B's, Ed Sharkey was the bartender there. And Ed Sharkey had trained Jesse the Body Ventura on how to wrestle, right? And I knew Paul Ellering because Paul Ellering was a junior national champion powerlifter. And so I knew Paul from the powerlifting ranks.
Just you mentioned you trained at Jesse's gym and you trained Jesse. Did you know Jesse at all in those early days?
I didn't know Jesse at all that well. A lot of guys that I played junior college ball with worked out at Jesse's gym and knew Jesse from that side too, from the other side of Minneapolis. And I knew of Jesse, and then my mom bought me my first membership because there was only 2 kids in my high school that worked out. Me and this guy named Gary Tunsky, who ended up going on being Mr. Universe. And so we went to Jesse's Body's gym together. We drove an extra 20 miles just to work out. It was the only gym we knew. Unless you wanted to go to a prissy sports and health club, and that just wasn't me back then, right? So that's where I met Ed Sharkey, who trained Ventura, was working at Grandma B's. He said, hey guys, I'm going to do a wrestling camp. You guys interested? And in the beginning, I said, nah, man, I'm not going to do that crap. Come on, I'm trying to find, I got a son to support. I'm trying to find a real job. And so at that time, I was getting ready to try out. The USFL contacted me, United States Football League, and I was going to do a tryout try to get on some team with the USFL. I was hoping the New Jersey Generals with Herschel Walker and everybody else. So I'm training, trying out, and I figured, well, what do I got to lose? I'll go through wrestling camp at the same time. All the pummeling and stuff would be good win for me, right? It's an anaerobic, it's what to do. So I'll do the pummeling, and I said, if it works out, it works out. Well, about a month before the tryout, Rick Rude and I and Hawk were walking to go eat at this place called the Jolly Troll Smorgasbord. We always get a smorgasbord, because we were poor. It was cheap and we get a lot of food, right? The phone's ringing. Now, at the time, Rick Rude had a lot of babes, man. He had a lot of girlfriends. Drew was a good-looking guy. Tom Selleck look-alike, right? Phone ringing. We said, Rude, let it go, man. It's just some girl calling you. Let it go. No. You never know. And Hawk and I kept walking. It was Ole Anderson. He owned Georgia Championship Wrestling. He says, hey, I want to bring you, Joe, and Mike down to Georgia Championship Wrestling. What? So Rude goes out and says, hey, guess what? We got to go down to Georgia Friday. It was Tuesday. And rest is history, man. That's how we started.
And out of all those guys that you train with, they're all known as pretty tough guys, including you. Who would say, other than yourself, would have been the toughest out of that?
Well, I think the guy that was the most surprising was Scott Norton.
Okay.
Because he was so big but so fast for a 370-pound guy, man. He ran literally like a 4.840.
Yeah.
At 370. That's pretty impressive. And he was so explosive. He was like a 700-pound bencher and stuff, So he probably was the hardest hitting guy.
For Rick Rude, there's been rumors in recent years that he actually overdosed on purpose. Do you believe there's any truth to that?
I know Rude since high school, man, and he, God, you know what? That wouldn't surprise me. I don't think that is what happened, but I knew Rude had, I think, a little bit of a depression problem. And for the way he looked, he was always ripped up and looked good. He actually had a little bit of a self-conscious issue. You know what I mean? He always was wondering how he looked and how he was. So that comment really doesn't surprise me. Now, I know for a fact, I know Rude really well. Yeah, he liked to smoke a lot, right? But he was a Percocet guy, a Percodan guy. I knew that for sure. I think that was one of the drugs he OD'd on. I never read the toxicology, so I don't know exactly where he died from. But, he and I bounced to a place called Georgia and Philly together, some Greek place. And we got to talk a lot. And I can see that tendency, though, what you're talking about. I can see that could be a possibility, but I really can't say for sure, man,
Were you friendly with him still in later years?
We were friends up until he died. I went to his funeral when it happened, you put him in a mausoleum, it was a shame to see a guy that young pass away, you know what I mean?
So did you already have the Rollawayers gimmick in mind when you went to Georgia?
No, we went down there and when we went in the hotel room with Bill Watts and Ole Anderson. He said, we're going to call you guys for the world. Actually, the way it started, here's the way it started for sure. I went down there with Rick Rude first in the very beginning, okay? Hawk actually went and worked for a guy named Al Tomko up in Canada, right?
Okay.
And when Rude and I went down there, they called me the road warrior by myself. But there was a big buyout going on with this guy named Jim Herd, right? And Jim Herd was trying to buy out Georgia Championship Wrestling, and there was a big feud going on. So Ole Anderson didn't want me involved in all that crap, so he sent me to Jim Crockett Promotions in North Carolina. They'll send you there for a month and bring you back. Well, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months go by. Right now it's Christmas time, and I was literally wrestling 9 times a week, twice Saturday, twice Sunday, and making $150 total. I was starving. I had child support to pay, and I couldn't do it. I said, Mr. Crockett, it's Christmas time now. I said, listen, man, I can't live on this kind of money with Joe. I don't have a spot for you. You got to do what you got to do. I said, okay, well, I quit. Thank you very much. And I left. Man, I went back, and I effed Ole Anderson like crazy. I told Ole Anderson on the phone, I said, I'm going to kill you. And I was going to beat the dog shit out of him. I was so pissed off. I mean, he ruined my life. I left home. I had a job. I was making money. I was bouncing 2 different places, making pretty decent money, making more than $150 a week. Like I was making more than that a night, just bouncing, right? So, I get into going, and then I told him I was going to kill him. I got back in the gym. Now, I went from 275 pounds in Charlotte to 225. I lived on a bag of pretzel sticks and a half a gallon of milk a week. And if it wasn't for Sergeant Slaughter, another Minnesota guy, buying me a Burger King hamburger once in a while, I would have had no protein, man. I burnt 50 pounds of muscle that I worked on, hard in the gym for about 7 years to build, right? So I get home and I get bulking back up. I was probably now I'm 295. So Ole comes back in town, doesn't tell me, sees meets up with Eddie Sharkey. Eddie Sharkey gives him this picture, and he goes, "Oh, where'd you get that picture of Joe?" And Eddie goes, "That's not Joe, that's Mike." Because really, I'm going to make them my road warriors. So then Ole called me up, apologized, and brought us both down. That's how the Road Warriors name got started. It was kind of cool because the very first day we walked in George Championship Wrestling TV, they gave Hawk and I the belts. Now, we got the belts because Arn Anderson and Matt Bourne were tag team champions. Matt Bourne at that time, I don't know if it was true or not, but I got arrested for statutory rape. So they had to put the belts on somebody, so they put them on us, which was good for us because we were different. We didn't know how to wrestle for sure, and we were like street ballers, right? But we sat down with Bill Watts and Ole Anderson in a hotel room, and I'll never forget it, man, in Haydenville, Georgia. And a Ramada Inn, and we're sitting there talking. And at the time, we used to shave our head in the summer, but it got hot anyway. We were just crazy in Minnesota. We let the hair grow all year long and then shave it bald in the summer, right? We're sitting there, and we're looking at Bill Watts and Ole Anderson, and they said, "Well, what can we do with you guys that's different?" And Hawk goes, "Well, what if Animal has a mohawk and I have a double mohawk, so when it looks like we bend over, boom, our heads plug into each other?" And they looked at us and they said, "You guys, you are off your freaking rocker nuts." Yeah. And then Bill Watts came up with the idea, well, let's try, since the Road Warrior movie's hot, let's try some face paint like the heel had in the movie, the red mohawk with the face paint, because you guys are heels. So, okay. So that's how the birth of that paint came in. And over time, we grew and we changed the paint that fit our personality like the way it is today,
Why was everyone so afraid to wrestle you in those days?
Because we beat them up. Guys were afraid to wrestle. Listen, Ole Anderson brought all the guys into the TV. In our business, there's TV guys, right? TV job guys go. And Ole said to those guys, "Listen, I'm going to pay you guys double. But I'm telling you right now, these guys are going to be rough." And we weren't rough on purpose. We were just green. Right. We didn't know what was going on until after about the first 6 months. You can't help but to learn when you're with a Tommy Rich, a Stan Hansen, a Jerry Briscoe, a Jack Briscoe, a Terry Funk, a Dory Funk, Harvey Race, and Ric Flair. You're wrestling some of the smoothest, best wrestlers in our business at that time, right? And how would you not learn how to wrestle? And we learned. We were with those guys every night. Man, they would grab us by the ear after a match and get over here. You punch that wall till your knuckles don't bleed. Man, we're tired of you hurting us. Until we finally learned the craft of our business, right? That a lot of guys don't like to talk about. Yeah, but these poor job guys were done. And there were sometimes the guys would look on the list, and when they would see their name against us on our Road Warriors, some guys would literally grab their bag and leave the room.
How did Ric Flair treat you guys in those days?
Rick, here is a tricky story with Ric Flair. Ric Flair was a really good friend of ours, man. I love Ric Flair, man. One of the most generous guys you ever meet is exactly the way you see him. Woo! Where's the kamikazes? That's Ric Flair. That's him all day. I remember walking into a bar with Ric Flair and he said, "Bartender, give me 30 kamikazes, 15 for my friend Animal here and 15 for me." Really good guy. But when it came down the contract time with Jim Crockett Promotions, Hawk and I were the first guys to have one of the really big contracts in wrestling, guaranteed money. And I heard rumors, I didn't know for sure, rumblings that Rick didn't like it and really barked at Jimmy Crockett for giving us one. But at that time, what are you going to do? We go to WWF, NWA's dead. I mean, I'll be honest with you, it would be dead because we were wrestling main events every night for the NWA and Jim Crockett Promotions. So that part about it bothered us, but it never came to front where Rick and I were talking about it. I mean, even after that, I would bring home toys for his kids from Japan. It's two of his kids, David, who wrestled, lived in Minnesota, and Megan, his daughter, lived in Minnesota before with his ex-wife. I would bring Rick toys home for his kids at Christmas, build the toys for him that Rick couldn't do, and I would do that kind of stuff for him. So we became good buddies.
What's the craziest thing you witnessed him doing when he was...
With Flair?
Yeah.
I'll give you a good Flair story, right? You'll love this. We're in Las Vegas, Nevada. Now, I'm not a partier, right? I was never a big drinker, partier. I left that to my partner, Hawk. Hawk partied enough for both of us. My wife could tell you that. She knew a lot better than I did. Party for both of us, right? So one time we're in Vegas. Now, with the time difference, I think we wrestled in San Francisco, hopped on the private plane that Crockett had, went to Vegas, got there late. I'm eating, and I go to bed. Well, I knew Flair and those guys were out partying with Marilyn Chambers. Now, you know Marilyn Chambers, she's very famous in the adult world films, right? And some other people, right? And at the time, I think Ric Flair was in between marriages, one of his 6 marriages. I don't know which one it was, marriage number 3, number 4. Someone knocks on my door at 5 o'clock in the morning. I didn't get to bed till 4 o'clock. I got to bed about an hour of sleep. And, you know, I opened the door. I looked at the people. I hear, Hannibal, it's Nate. It's Nate. I'm going, what do you want, Flair? And I see the fur coat. And I go, he goes, I got you to know you got to see this. You ain't going to believe this. And I said, what? And I'm naked. And I open up the door and I said, what? Because I'm sleeping, right? He goes, Animal, meet Bathsheba. Bathsheba, meet Animal. And it's this Indian girl. And I will tell you, she's like a 12. She had Flair's fur coat on. She opens it up and she starts naked underneath it, right? And I'm like, I told Flair, I said, what in the world am I going to do with that? And I closed the door, went back into bed, and went to sleep. That's one of Flair's nutty things that you would do. He'd show up out of the blue with a naked girl. Look at this. He always wanted. It was like he was parading off his trophy. You know, that's exactly what it was like.
And you went to the AWA while you were wrestling in the NWA too. What was that like wrestling in Minnesota, where you grew up?
You know, it was kind of cool. Even though I was originally from Philadelphia, right? But I spent most of my high school, college, and most of my life in Minnesota. And going back, the guy, his name is Tony Benacasa, owned that bar, Grandma B's, that we bounced at. Now, Tony he had an old school Excalibur car, really good classic old car, man. It was a really cool car. Had to be a 1950s car, really old one, right? Came and picked us up at the airport. We flew in. They filmed the whole thing. We had 100 guys on Harleys escorting us down to the St. Paul Civic Center. And we were heels. Yeah. But the TV crew filmed the whole thing. Well, after that, and when the music played, back then, Black Sabbath Iron Man, when everybody heard that, and then down, people went crazy. And we were heels, bad guys. But the guys in the ring that were the good guys were getting all pissed off because it was making the matches hard to do. Because everything we did, they would cheer. Right. Press slam, cheer. Power slam, cheer. You know, Hawk would do that side suplex thing, cheer. And it was crazy, man. So it was pretty cool going to the NWA. We were the only guys, I think, that held the AWA and NWA belts at the same time. And then when we went over to Japan, we won the international titles and defended them against the belts in the States, which made those international belts mean something big, you know. So
I saw one clip in your AWA VHS tape a long time ago of it seemed like there was a riot after a match with you guys against Curt Hennig, and Larry Hennig was involved in, I think, Von Rasch.
Oh, yeah. I remember explicitly, man. We were in Hammond, Indiana, wrestling Curt Hennig and Von Raschke. And at the end of the match, we beat the crap out of Von Raschke, and Hennig was tied up in the ropes, choking his neck. The Hawk had a chair, and we started beating the crap out of him with the chair on the forehead. Bam, 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 bam. Then Larry Hennig came in and cleaned house on Hawk and I, and as we're leaving the ring, some biker chick like slaps me in the side of the head, and I swing my arm like to protect myself. Well, she went and faked it and said that I hit her and went to the hospital. I had an $850,000 lawsuit, but she already had previous things from her husband beating her up, so they got thrown out of court right away, right? Well, that incident there, as we're walking out, started a riot, not only from Kurt Hennig and Von Raschke and hitting Larry Hennig too, now this girl thing. Man, there were chairs flying. As soon as the chair hit Hawk in the back of the head, we turned into a crowd and just started swinging. And it was a riot in Hammond, Indiana. Yeah, it was crazy. All those old farmers were taking off their shirts, big old farm boys wanting to fight us. It was funny. We had to get a police escort out of there.
How did you get brought over to Japan the first time?
Vern Gagne did our first booking in Japan with All Japan Pro Wrestling with Giant Baba. Vern had a personal relationship with All Japan. We went over there, and our first match was against Riki Choshu. I think it was Choshu and Tendu. I think it was Choshu, Tendu, and Choshu Jumbo. We did a 2 out of 3 falls for the All Japan Tag Team Champions and the international belts. It was pretty good, pretty brutal. I mean, Hawk and I had never wrestled more than 7 minutes. Now we're doing 2 out of 3 falls, and we're 30 minutes into the match. By the 3rd fall, we're going, because the Japanese boys didn't mess around. But we loved Japan, though. Japan was right up our style. They were snug and stiff, and we got over, and we got a lot of respect for them, and they respected us because they filmed us for 2 years before we went over there. They had a camera crew from Japan, and Tokyo Sports followed us around all over Chicago and New York City and everywhere do all this filming. You know, we did videos of eating raw chicken out of the garbage can and like Indians drinking the big, huge bottles of Tabasco, you know, or poop would burn for a weekend drinking that, man. And then, saying their Japanese beer wasn't strong and there was the big freaking gallon beer glasses. It was like that. Yeah, so we pulled the rib on ourselves.
Is there any reason why you guys never fought Brody Hansen?
I just think the timing, it wasn't in the cards. See, there was an issue when we first went to Japan. Brody had a problem with it because he knew that we were going to get over huge in Japan, right? Just with the Japanese love, with the silver and black and being the faces and just our attitude. And Brody was the only guy over there with that kind of attitude. And he didn't like it very much. So Brody kind of stayed away. We were friends with Brody, but he just kind of stayed away. Now, we wrestled Stan and Harley Race and had a beatdown in Cleveland, Ohio with the Chicago Street Fight. It was brutal. All of us were bleeding. Stan Hansen was blind as a bat, right? Would kill everybody with that stupid cowbell of his. Bam! Slice you open, right? It was pretty bad. But yeah, Brody was a good guy. I mean, I'll never forget. You want to hear a Brody story? I'll tell you a Brody story. Jumbo Tsuruta in Japan, right? Would always screw up Hawk's high spots. Everything I did with Jumbo, he was smooth as silk, easy. Every time he got in the ring with Hawk, he'd screw it up. Well, after about a 2-month tour, Hawk's pissed off. Jumbo screwed up every night for 2 months in Japan. And tradition in Japan, you got to really be respectful. You don't kick doors, you don't break windows, you don't break glass. As well. Not Road Warrior Hawk. Hawk comes out of the ring one time and kicks that door open into their locker room and their glass shatters. He goes, "Come here, you noodle sucking son of a bee," you know? He goes, "I know you understand English. You better quit screwing up our high spots or we're really going to have issues." Jumbo Tsuruta was 6'8", 300 pounds, right? You know, and Hawk yelling at him saying, "Hey, I can hit a lot hard throwing up than I can down," you know, to the big tall guy. And Jumbo's eyes went up, and since then, they never had an issue. We go back to the American locker room, and there's Brody by himself. What does Brody do to break the ice? He finds our face paint. Well, he puts face paint on his penis and says, "Hey, look, I got the third Road Warrior." And then that broke the ice, man. The whole locker room cracked up. And from then, we were good buddies with Brody, you know.
Is that why you never worked for WWC Puerto Rico in later years after you passed?
Out of respect to Frank, we didn't go back to Puerto Rico for a while. I mean, it was a wrestler called Carlos Colon a bunch of times. He and Abdullah, we wrestled in the outdoor stadium there and sold it out and had a great match with him. I'd love to do it, but out of respect to Frank, we never went back to Puerto Rico.
What was Lex Luger like to work with in NWA?
Like a robot? No, Lex is one of those guys, a lot like my partner Hawk. I try to tell him, I said, listen, you're already a big guy. You don't have to walk around like a big guy. Let the wind out of your sails. Be smooth. Let's be easy. But Lex is a great guy, man. He's always been great to me. I've got along good with Hawk, and I've got a good with Lex. And, everybody kept saying, oh, he's got this kind of attitude or this kind of issue. You got to take it for what it is in his business, man. His business is made up of pretty weird personalities. And Lex was no different, and we were no different. So it all gelled together.
How was Dusty Rhodes to work with as a wrestler and a booker?
Dusty was a piece of cake. Dusty could make anybody look like $1 million. I mean, the one time the action spot where Hawk and I jumped in the ring and I dug his eye out with a spike, I still have people 30 years later saying, where's that spike? You really dug his eye out. Did you really hurt him? I really believe it, that's what happened, right? And then as a booker, he had such an ingenious mind. I mean, he and Hawk the 6-man chance. People believed it. When we wrestled Flair, people believed it. Dusty could go either way, babyface or heel, and he was just a master of his craft. I had a lot of time. I'm Miss Virgil, man. Dusty was a great guy, and his wife Michelle was a great person. And I really, when he passed away, I saw him about a month before he died. Man, it really bothered me.
Was it Dusty that came up with the idea for the scaffold matches?
Yeah, those stupid scaffold matches, man. I did like 100 of those things. We did them all in the Great American Bashes, and every 2 years in a row, every summer. And they were death-defying. I mean, seriously, if our own crew didn't put them up, we would get halfway up, and they would be swaying a foot either way. And when I was 320 at the time up there, and Hawk was 270. Just our weight alone was too much weight for it. And then you had a Midnight Express on top of it. Yeah. It was swaying pretty good. And then when you do a lot of them, you start getting gutsy, and I started throwing drop kicks on those scaffolds. Can you imagine the sound that makes when 320 pounds comes crashing down on hollow metal? Yeah, it was pretty brutal.
And is it true that the metal actually sliced up your back?
Yeah, man. The metal, because it's a fireman's scaffold, right? People don't realize. You think it's a metal scaffolding, it's just a metal plank. It's not. It's got little hooks that stick up, because when it's wet, when the fireman got to walk on it, the boots got to be able to grab. So every time you took a bump and fell on it, on your back, you would have 100 little holes in your back. You would have to put Neosporin all over your back after the matches and really make sure it was clean. Otherwise, you get an infection,
Do you think WWE would ever risk having a scaffold match in this thing?
Sure they would. WWE will have a scaffold match and they make it their own invention, like it never existed.
And is it true the Powers of Pain actually quit the NWA because they found out that they were supposed to have a scaffold match?
The Powers of Pain were getting ready to have a bunch of scaffold matches with Hawk and I. I helped Warlord get in the wrestling business. They literally came to me and says, Joe, what do you think? And I'm the one that told them, I said, go to WWF, man. I said, you're going to fall. I said, Terry, I said, I'll tell you what now. I said, Hawk and I are not falling off that scaffold. I said, Warlord, I said, you're 370 pounds. You're going to fall right through and kill everybody. Barbarian was 320 pounds. I said, you guys are too big to fall, man. I said, I would not take that fall. I told them both to leave. I said, no hard feelings, go.
Did you laugh when you saw Jim Cornette fall off the scaffold?
Oh, bro. One of the funniest moments in wrestling. And I'm holding Jim Cornette. Now, listen, you got to understand the story, man. It's funny as hell. God rest his soul to Big Bubba, Boss Man, right? Boss Man and Hawk were like this. They rode together, and I rode with the guys that worked out, right? And I say that in the sense because those guys rode with the smokers.
Right.
They love to get high.
Yes.
So they got high before the scaffold match. Boss Man was high as a kite. Nobody could tell because he had the sunglasses on. right? So I'm holding on to Cornette. I give Jim Cornette props. He's afraid of heights. Definitely afraid. He doesn't fly. Definitely afraid of heights, right? He drives everywhere. Takes a train. He's holding on to the scaffold. I said, Jimmy, you got it? He goes, yeah, I got it. And I'm telling Boss Man, I yelled down, hey, you ready? Now I'm thinking, how's Big Bubba or Boss Man going to catch Cornette? If he does catch him, Cornette's like a 240-pound sack of crap. He's going to kill him. And then I told Boss Man, you ready? And I said, okay. I said, go. And Boss Man's standing like this. And it's 3 feet off and misses Cornette. And Cornette falls and hits, and both knees went pop like a big 2x4. You hear them both go. He blew out both knees in that one deal and was screaming. And Hawk and I are belly laughing on the scaffold. He's yelling, he's lying in pain. But it was so funny. You had to see Bubba stand there like this and his head up and just go like this and watch Cornette hit. You had to be there and involved in the match, but it was so funny. We laughed our butts off of that.
And I just brought up the Powers of Pain. Around this time, that's when the Blade Runners popped up, Demolition, Powers of Pain, lots of copycats. Were you guys offended at the time?
You know, bro, many imitators, no duplicators is our philosophy. And Ellering taught that us early. He goes, you guys be secure. First of all, you're the first of your kind. And nobody's going to be able to touch what you guys are doing together. I mean, look at it. Even Sting and Luger, they didn't have a chance as the Blade Runners. They would have never worked. Because you have to be able to do what we did. We were real guys that were from the inner city. Real guys portraying a real gimmick. You know, the things we always said in our interviews and the things that we said we did, we actually really did. We actually really did collect money for people. We actually really did do some things we really can't talk about. I mean, we actually did, and I ask God for forgiveness all the time, hurt people. But that was the nature of our life. We had bills to pay, and when you're a kid starving in the city, you got to do what you got to do, right? And so we did things like that. So that's what helped us be us. And we try to get two wrestling guys to be badasses, it doesn't always work. I mean, God, Demolition, both those guys are my friends, but even Demolition are two wrestlers trying to be tough guys. It's fine when you're in a territory when you're the only guys there, but then when you bring in the real McCoy, the people go, oh, crap. And I think that's what Vince McMahon saw, and that's why Vince had us kill Demolition first match. You know, and that's why, you know, and the Blade Runners were never going to make it anyway down to UWF. And Jim Crockett came to me and he said, hey, what do you think this kid, Sting kid that paints up his face down with Bill Watts? I said, Jimmy, I said, if you like him, I said, bring him over Hawk and I. We'll make him a brothers in paint. We did that. Started doing some 6 mans with Sting, and then Sting went off with Flair, and then the rest is history with Sting.
Is it true at one point when you were working for Crockett that you actually lived with Jake Roberts?
I actually wasn't with Crockett. It was back with Georgia Championship Wrestling.
Okay.
I lived with Jake Roberts. And boy, it was one of the most interesting 6 months of my life.
He said actually a few times that guitar shop in Honky Tonk Man caused his drug addiction that he developed in later years. Did you ever notice if he partook in anything?
Well, what was the cause of it 10 years before that? I mean, Jake, listen, since the time I knew Jake was a party guy. When we lived together, he was a party guy. Because he and Hawk would go out partying together. And I knew that for a fact. Back in 1983, they were partying together. When Jake and I were living together until Nikita came down and stayed with us. And then Jake went and lived with Hawk. Because they lied to do the same thing. So, yeah, man, he didn't start drinking and do all stuff with the honky tonk. He may have stepped it up a gear, but he was doing stuff before.
And when Crockett Promotions turned into WCW, what are your memories of that and the differences between before and after?
Well, it instantly got bigger. Once we got on TBS and doing all that stuff, and then we started doing all these, little sound bites for different cable companies throughout Canada and the U.S. and Puerto Rico and stuff. You can see it starting to grow. And it was fun, man. The wrestling business was fun back then. You're never ever going to see a time in the wrestling business where the guys all meshed and got together like a brotherhood. You're never going to see that. The guys today there's too much individualism. Everybody's worried about getting their crap in instead of what's doing the best for the business. You know what I mean? The young guys, I hear them a lot today. I got to get my shine in. You got to get your shine in. Bro, don't get your shine in. Shut up and listen to the experienced guy. Then you'll make it. You know what I mean? And I think wrestling is coming back to basics now, and that's where it's got to go back to.
And we've skipped over Paul Ellering until this point. When did he get introduced, and did you guys mind having him with you as a manager?
Paul got introduced to us about 2 months, maybe 3 months into Georgia Championship Wrestling. And Hawk and I were just mauling guys in like 3 minutes. Then they put Paul with us, and only tried that because we knew Paul was a powerlifter. Everybody knew Paul was a junior national champion. Paul had blown his knee out twice in Tennessee and couldn't do anything really in the ring anymore, right? And so they said, well, we're going to put Paul Ellering with you guys, another Minnesota guy. Only was originally from Minnesota, people don't realize. Paul's from Minnesota, then Hawk and I, so he only pulled the Minnesota congregation thing. We let Paul talk and then let Hawk and I say anything for the first 4 months. Then we got to say one-liners. And then we would talk to Paul, and Paul would tell, oh man, try this. And we would hone it a little bit until we got to where our interviews were actually people touting them as some of the best in the wrestling business. Right up there with the Rocks. So we were pretty good hard sell promo. So we could do a good interview.
And what do you think of him being back working for WWE now?
Paul's a great guy, man. Everybody asks me, what do you think? Paul's got a new team. We got a new team. Listen, you can't compare it to the Road Warriors because there's never going to be another Road Warriors. The wrestling business will never have another tag team that was main event everywhere they went. That's never going to happen. So people need to get used to that and realize that fact. Now, as far as Paul helping out the young guys, more power to the young guys. I hope they learn. I mean, I really, to be honest, haven't seen them wrestle, so I don't know how good they are or how bad they are. I get mixed reviews all the time when the fans are blunt honest, man. That's one thing about a wrestling fan. Sometimes you may go in the front row, the IQ may not add up to 10, but they know everything with wrestling, and they're smart. Some of the smartest people I ever met are the wrestling fans. And they come up and say, well, the new team is kind of okay, but listen, the young boys are learning. And they couldn't have a better teacher than Paul. They can't call themselves street kids because they weren't street guys.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You start off in the business going through camp getting paid. Yeah. They paid me going through camp. They signed the guys before they go to camp. But hey, more power to them getting contracts. But what you can't do, and this is where what was the other team there? The Ascension.
Yeah.
I got asked about the Ascension all the time. What killed the Ascension was they did an interview and they said, hey, if the Road Warriors were on the railroad track and we were coming down the road, we'd not go off the tracks. Well, first of all, you're dead in the water by copying a Road Warrior interview because nobody could do that interview better than Hawk and I. Right? So that kills you. Second thing that kills you, you're trying to badmouth us. Okay, badmouth when there's only one guy and you're badmouthing a dead guy. Okay, big tough guy, right? That then, in the eyes of the wrestling fan, kills them. You gotta, in this wrestling business sometimes, there's over guys, and then there's, like we talked earlier, legendary status guys that you just gotta be left alone. Leave Hogan alone. Leave Bruno Sammartino alone. Leave The Rock alone. Leave Stone Cold alone. Leave whoever you think's the stud alone. Leave the Road Warriors alone. Leave Andre alone. Don't talk negative about those guys because they did things for the wrestling business that hardly anybody will ever achieve. Selling out anywhere in the world. And unless you can do that, you shouldn't badmouth them. That's my opinion on that kind of thing.
And you worked a lot with the Skyscrapers in WCW. How did you like both versions of that team?
Danny Spivey and Sid Vicious.
Yeah.
And then it was Future Undertaker. It was Mark Callis at the time. You know, I'll tell you what. Both their teams could work good. Sid was young at the time and green a little bit. Danny Spivey worked fine. I mean, they worked like the big guys like they should. And for us, it was good because it was big guys that could make us sell. Undertaker back then was phenomenal, man. It was a little ring. And he was so big, he would take one step and he's hitting the ropes. But we would do incredible drop down leaps, frog spots for a big guy like that. And he could really move. I knew he had something special. Even before he was Undertaker.
And you ended up jumping to WWE. Was that due to problems with Jim Herd? Or was it
I mean, Jim Herd tried to be a tough guy. He pulled off and I in the office one time. He was, nobody likes to mix it up like I do sometimes. And we looked at him and said, Jim, are you trying to tell us you want to fight or something? You know, and Hawk did an interview one time and said, some guys should stick to wrestling and some guys should stick to making pizzas. Because Jim Herd was a former vice president of Pizza Hut. And when Hawk was digging to him, Jim Herd didn't like that. And Jim Herd could have just let the guys run the wrestling business, it would have worked out perfect. But he didn't. And then it died.
Did you meet with Vince McMahon while you were still under contract? Or was it after?
Oh, it was after Jim Herd.
What was that first meeting like?
With Vince?
Yeah.
Our first meeting with Vince McMahon was when it was WWF. Was right before we signed our big contract with Jim Crockett Promotions. We went to Vince's house. He picked up a room, went to the house. His Oriental chef made homemade Chinese food, chicken fried rice and stuff. And the big thing was we had a guaranteed contract sitting on the table. We only had opportunity with this. And we shook his hands and thank you very much, but we got to take the guaranteed money. Get the money sitting right here.
Yeah.
We want to take a chance. You hear horror stories. Guys trust him and then they get hosed and ripped off and we want to take a chance. So we left and then about a month later, he invented demolition. That's where demolition came to birth.
So when you came back to the company, was it just a matter of calling him up and say, you're ready to make the jump?
Well, he said, hey, man, you trust us having us there? He called and said, yeah, cool. We're there on a heartbeat.
There's a couple of shoot interviews with you and Hawk on the internet just before Hawk passed where you guys seemed really upset with Vince. You end up obviously many defenses since that time.
Well, you know, I'm respectful in a way that I meant offensive with him, but you know what, man? What I'm really upset at, here's what I'm really upset at. When we first came into WWF, or WWE, I told Vince in a conversation, I said, hey, what I'd love to do someday, man, is give back to this business, help these young boys learn how to be big men, learn how to wrestle, and I would love to be an agent to one of the guys behind the scenes. And he shook my hand and said, we'll look into that. Sounds good, Joe. Which later on I learned was just a load of crap. And my brother tried to go there and talk to him a few times about me coming in there, even being John's assistant. And, you know, I think my forte would be a great guy to go around the country, whether it's here or Russia or wherever, Poland or wherever, right? And look for talent, to scout talent. I can scout talent. I can tell you if a guy can walk at your gut in 2 seconds and he's going to be able to do anything in the ring. And be that kind of guy. And I would love to have had that position. But every time my brother John would come back and say, nepotism, Joe, nepotism, Vincent, you can't have nepotism, John. Although Vince has got Stephanie and Shane and his wife all involved, there's nepotism there. It's okay if you own the company, I guess. But to be John's brother, I guess was going to be too much of a power play. What kind of power play we got to play? I'm trying to help build the business. And all I want is security for my family at the time. Give me a contract with me, I'll be a dedicated employee. But they never did that.
Even to be a special agent for tag team matches.
Yeah, you'd be a special agent for tag team matches, bro. I've never even done one WWE fan fest at Wrestlemania. Can you imagine that? I'm on their website as part of the greatest tag team of all time. I'm on every video game, but I've never done a fan access.
And you brought up quickly the demolition feud was really scrapped very fast. Was that just because it wasn't believable to fans, or do you think they could have done more with it?
I think, and I can't speak for Vince, I think in their mind, we got the real McCoy, time to squish the imposter. That's what I think they were thinking. But the fans weren't going to buy a long angle. Me, myself, I think we could have probably worked 2 years out of that thing and drug it out. Cage matches, scaffold, whatever we wanted to do, they just didn't want to do it.
And when I interviewed Demolition, they said they particularly disliked the matches when you guys were teaming with the Ultimate Warrior.
Oh, yeah, who wouldn't? Yeah. Poor Demolition had to get killed by one guy pretty much. Here we are, making each other look good, and the Warrior comes in and kills everybody. And when he does his finish, he's doing our move. Press slam, drop behind, clothesline, splash. We did all that stuff. We needed more Warrior get half his moves from. It's the stuff that we did. You know what I mean? So, I mean, yeah. And the Warrior in his young age, God rest his soul, man, was very, very wild, you know, crazy.
He was known for being a bit arrogant back there. Was he nice to you guys since?
Oh, he always Hawk and I always got along good with the Warrior. Jim was always a good guy to us, and we were good to him.
And you won the titles from the Nasty Boys the first time. What are your memories of that in Madison Square Garden?
You know, even though our wrestling business is entertainment, Hawk and I won the NWA and AWA titles, right? When we got and worked that Chicago street fight in Madison Square Garden, now one of the most historic buildings ever to wrestle in. Let me tell you, it's freaking crazy, loud. Everybody, you look in the audience, and you see Lou Ferrigno, all these big, huge monsters that grew up in New York City, right? And wrestling there. When we won the titles against the Nasty Boys, it was almost like, for real, we won the titles. It was like the last of the big three belts, and we were the only team in history to win all three. We got if you watch the match back, literally a 10-minute, and we were last match, a 10-minute standing ovation with our music playing, holding up the belts, and bro, it was wild, crazy loud from bell to bell.
And how did you like wrestling them? They were pretty, they were good at taking beatings and giving beatings.
Oh, bro, they were so brutally stiff. But you're right, they were good at taking beatings and giving beatings. The Nasty Boys were a good heel tag team.
And what was the reason that you guys kind of disappeared from the WWE before WrestleMania 8?
Well, I'm sure it had to do with Hawk getting suspended. And we had to take some time off, I'm sure.
That was around the time they were testing for drugs.
They were testing for drugs, and Hawk had failed a drug test and giving you a 3-month vacation.
And I guess you had to...
Because I'm his partner, I had to take a vacation too.
Was it at that point that you noticed the stuff with Hawk outside of the...
Well, you know, I knew Hawk partied all the time. It was no secret. But over the years, it seemed to get stronger and stronger and stronger. And, you know, I loved Hawk like a brother. And I just had a hard time watching it, man, you know. And, you know, my poor wife, before I even started dating her, was a good friend of Hawk's, and we'd go down to the hood and pick up the guys that were partying, you know, and had to go find him at 4 o'clock in the morning because he's somewhere he shouldn't be. And so somebody went and shoot him or something, you know, and it just, it killed me inside to see Hawk go down that path, man. But, you know, Hawk was a man's man. You couldn't tell him what to do or what he should do.
And when they brought you back, they brought Ellering in as your manager. What was the reason for bringing Ellering in at that point?
I don't know, man. They brought him in as our manager, and then they got rid of him right away. Put him with DOA. You know, they turned on us, and that was, to me, I thought that was one of the biggest travesties and mistakes you could have done. The people were happy to see Ellering and us back together again, and all of a sudden, you know, they beat us. That was crazy.
And what was the idea behind giving you guys Rocco?
To burn them. I hated that freaking puppet. Yeah. Are you kidding me? When we did SummerSlam in Wembley Stadium in London, here we are, 2 badasses riding motorcycles with a freaking puppet. Always got a puppet on the front, right?
Yeah.
that doll never made it back from London. I'll tell you that much.
Did you ever find out which agent came up with the idea?
No, I think Vince said he came up with that idea. At the time, our gimmick was over so strong, it didn't matter who we fought. The people think, oh, Rick Flair was going to kill him. Natural disasters. It didn't matter if it was Hercules and Paul Roma. It didn't matter if it was the British Bulldogs. It didn't matter. The Hart Foundation was a babyface tag team at the time. We wrestled them for Coliseum Video, and we got a standing ovation.
Right.
It didn't matter. People thought we were going to kill him. And I think with the Rocco idea, A, a marketing tool for selling things, and B, to soften us up. People didn't buy us going, oh, Rocco, I miss you, the puppet. Come on, bro. That was so stupid. Like we're going to worship some childhood freaking item like a doll. He said, we were true road warriors. We were taking the arms and legs off the doll and hung them. Yeah, that was our attitude. I hated that stupid idea. A lot of things, bro, in this business that people question are kind of like a rib on the square from The Office. Oh, we're going to rib the Road Warriors and give them a doll. We're going to rib Hawk and make him a drunk guy doing the drunk angle and be all messed up. We're going to rib this. We're going to slap the Road Warriors and see how they feel. It's all a rib. It's a payback for something you did. Hawk probably got suspended. We come back, boom, they slap us. Hawk is suspended, boom, comes back and does a drunk angle. It's stupid.
What did they say in customs when you had to search your bag? There's the doll in there.
Well, luckily, we made Ellering check in the doll, so it didn't bother Hawk and I. So we'll let the guy with the dyed beard and dyed freaking hair have the queer-looking doll. This was ridiculous.
You brought up the Hart Foundation. What was working with them like?
Great. Bret Hart's great. Jim the Animal was great. It was great chemistry. They only had one match, and they never did anything after that. And I really wish it would. I think we could have had a great program with those guys. But, them and Demolition, we missed out on, I think the company missed out on a lot of big money by not doing things like that.
And we talked to Jim Neidhart yesterday, and he's pretty upset about not being in the Hall of Fame when all of his friends.
He should be in the Hall of Fame. He's the anvil, boy. He was the muscle for the Hart Foundation. And listen, Jim Neidhart was on the Oakland Raiders and never played a down of football in high school or college. Made the Oakland Raiders. He was a shot putter, an Olympic shot putter. And one of the biggest, strongest guys in our business, man. He's a 600-pound bencher. He should have been in the Hall of Fame, sure. How could you put in Bret Hart and Owen? Well, Owen's not in either, is he?
No, but I think that's more to do with Owen's wife, possibly. But
how could you put anybody in?
Baby's not in.
No, but how could you put Bret in up with Jim in?
And what exactly happened at that SummerSlam 92 that Hawk left the company after? So I guess he did.
Hawk, Jake Roberts, and then John Norton Berserker all were going to fail the drug test. I don't know for sure, but I'm going with what Hawk told me. Back then, Jake was like this. Jake was a stir the pot son of a gun, bro. He told Hawk, oh, Animal's not on your side, bro. He sued you in your office doing all this stuff. And I told Hawk. Hawk had apologized afterwards because we put a rift to Hawk and I. And so, Joe, I know you never would be that kind of guy. I know now, But back then, Hawk was all messed up on a lot of things, and I was buying everything that Jake was saying. Man, some guys in the business world will feed your ego and feed you with stuff you want to do because they want to put that stiletto in your back and climb the ladder that you're climbing. Now, here we are, SummerSlam. We were a semi-main event. The main event was Bulldog against Bret. We were the tag team match. It was going to be the main event for the championships. Well, Hawk got wind from somebody that he and Jake and Norton were going to get suspended. What does he do? He starts chewing Placidos. Well, Placidos are like liquid Valium and liquid heroin all mixed together. They just mess you up for like 6 hours, I guess. I've never done one. But Hawk chewed 2 before the match. And we're sitting there on motorcycles talking to Vince McMahon. And Vince is telling us what he wants us to do, our entrance and so that to get it down right, because it's the first time, Wembley Stadium, 90,000 people, right? And Hawk's going, Vince, wait a minute here. Hold on. He's all messed up, bro. And Vince is looking at me, giving me the stink face and evil eye. Like, what am I going to do? He's a grown man. I can't help what he puts in his body. I don't feed him every day. You know, and we went from semi-main event to, I think, first or second match. Didn't matter, though. If you watch back, the ovation Hawk and I got, and you know, in England, because of the rugby and the soccer, they play those big horns that go, dun, 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 dun. And at the end, they were chanting LOD, and all 90,000 were chanting in unison. It was so loud, I couldn't hear our music playing, and I couldn't hear the motorcycles running. It was crazy loud. It was unbelievable.
And you ended up hurting your back in a match after that. I guess you were against the Beverly Brothers or something.
Yeah, but when Hawk got suspended or quit, when Hawk quit, I honored all the bookings like a businessman should. I wasn't just going to quit with Hawk, right? So I finished up the bookings, and I had a booking in Japan, wrestled the Beverly Brothers in a 2-on-1 handicap in the Tokyo Dome. They gave me a double suplex, and I landed on my side and threw out my back, and I ended up herniating 2 discs.
So that kept you out for numerous years.
Well, that kept me out, and then, you know, like a smart guy, I had a disability policy, and I collected on that, and you had to wait a number of years collecting it while they paid you, so I was stupid not to go back to work. But the policy that I had read that I could go back to work, so it worked out in the end, you know.
And around that time, Hawk started teaming up with, I guess, Kensuke Sasaki in New Japan.
Yeah. Kensuke is his name. And Kensuke was a young boy when we went over there from New Japan. And then, you know, the Japanese office said, hey, man, my animal's hurt. Do you mind helping us build this young kid up? Because they wanted him to be a single champion someday. And Hawk said, sure. And Hawk asked me, and I said, I don't care, man. Go do what you want. And then he went over there, became the Hellraisers, and they did pretty decent. But then Kensuke started going off on his own and became a stud, you know.
And you ended up re-signing with WCW in '93 for a bit, but you were in a non-wrestling capacity, I guess, for some of it.
There was a lot of it. I mean, I had to do tag team matches. That was my deal with them. That was my deal with my insurance. My insurance company really didn't understand that I control everything in the ring that happens in wrestling. So they said, okay, you go back to wrestling if you wrestle in tag teams.
Who were you dealing with in WCW at that time?
Who was I dealing with? That was Eric Bischoff? Yeah, Eric Bischoff, I think.
And how did the company change between then and the time you left?
Well, I mean, the company grew fast. I mean, the company was growing, but I knew for Hawk and I, our life was in Japan.
Right.
You know, Japan was always there for us, so that's what we started doing, going back to Japan.
What did you think of your matches against the Steiner brothers?
I think they were good, solid matches. I mean, definitely believability because we killed each other.
And we interviewed Scott actually once, and when we asked him who would win in a shoot between the Road Warriors and the Steiners, and Rick Flair said because of their amateur skills, the Steiners.
Oh, bullshit. By the time they would go for a single leg, they'd be knocked out. As soon as you dive, you're punching down the back of the head. Listen, just because Hawk and I were street guys doesn't mean that I didn't do amateur wrestling when I was younger. Now, was I the level of Scotty or Rick of wrestling? Amateur wrestling wise, they would kill us, and Scotty's right. But if it's real, I'm not going to sit there and let a guy go leg dive me. I'm either going to kick him in the face or I'm going to punch him in the head. And so is Hawk. So a street fighter, any day of the week, you can see, look at UFC. A lot of guys that win are not wrestlers. You know what I mean? But some champions are, like Brock, and a few guys that have been collegiate wrestlers are good. Steiner brothers are 2 great guys, man. I will have nothing bad ever to say about either one of them. 2 of my closest friends, I remember when they both came out of camp. Rick came out first, and we were in AWA. Actually, we were filming TV in Winnipeg. What was it, for TSN TV, I think it was.
Okay.
And because back then the rules were you couldn't film in the United States and carry the film over. You had to have actual film footage in Canada on their cameras. So we're doing it, and I remember pantsing Vern Gagne. And Robbie was a rookie, and at that time, bro, nobody talked back to Vern Gagne. He was like the god of the AWA and the wrestling world, Olympic wrestler, All-American in Minnesota, everything else. And he's talking, and like for half an hour while waiting around doing interviews, I'm really bored. And I walk up to him and I pants him and bring his pants all the way down to his ankles. Steiner lost it. They couldn't believe that someone would do that. I was back and said, what's he going to do? Fire us? I mean,
You're so over it now.
yeah, you couldn't do anything.
And how did you like your matches with Ming and Barbarian in WCW?
Great. Ming is one of two of the greatest guys in this world, Ming and Barbarian. Now, Ming's one of the guys you don't want to get pissed off at on the other side. I remember Ming, one time, Ming used to wrestle Montreal for the Rougeaus.
Right.
And I remember Hawk and I would go up there for the Rougeaus, and we were heels. And one time, we were beating the dog snot out of Jacques Rougeau and his brothers, Raymond and the other kid. I forget the other kid's name. Armand. We were beating up all three of them, had them all three bloody in the ring laying, and we called down Ming. Come on down there, because Ming had a big angle against the Rougeaus. Come on, Ming, let's go kill him. And we're Hawk and I are holding each arm like this, holding Jock by the back of the hair, like this. And Ming said there, Ming thrust kicks me and thrust kicks Hawk. Now we flew over the top rope for him, right? Now Ming is a stone cold baby face in the middle of the ring with Rougeaus. We sold out that whole summer wherever we went for the Rougeaus, just because of that. Ming was a big, impressive guy.
Did you ever see him in action in any of the bar fights?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I saw him in East St. Louis one time. Kurt Hennig was another guy that did this, stirring the pot, Good River, did it at this place called the Oz Disco in East St. Louis, which is a place you don't want to get caught messing around in. And I saw Ming have his finger behind the guy's eye and pull his eye out and say, you don't stop, brother, I'm going to eat this eye. And he was dead serious. He had about 10 beers in him, half lit, and the guy messed up. And Ming had this like freakish power. He may not have been a guy that benched 800 pounds, right? But he was just a freak. Like Dr. Steve Williams, same way. Just freak strong out of the blue.
Why was your WCW run so short at that time?
We just had a disagreement in contractual stuff. We had a disagreement with Eric Bischoff, and over the years we patched it up, so I really don't get into bad mouth or bashing Eric anymore. We just couldn't do another agreement, that's all.
And what led to your return to the WWE in '97?
Hawkins went through a bout of interferon treatments for liver, for hepatitis C, and was cured. Went to treatment centers to clean himself out, and he just wanted to prove to Vince McMahon that he was okay.
Yeah.
So that's why we went back. And
just curious, from my own knowledge, did they know he had hepatitis C before he was cured? Or was that?
Yeah, no, he got tested for it. And then he went on the interferon, which is like almost like a chemotherapy type treatment. And less than 10% people get cured.
Yeah.
And he was 100% cured. He found no trace of that. Yeah. And so he started wrestling again full time. And he just wanted to be show Vince he could be a total businessman, walk straight and narrow, not get in trouble and everything else. And they started to, but we had a good match against him and Kane and Rob Van Dam in Philadelphia. I mean, we were on TV for a while, and we came back, and it was, we never left. The people went crazy. I mean, we were in Baltimore and Philly.
Yeah.
And they went nuts. And I don't know what happened after that, man. They went sour.
He had a few matches with Ken Shamrock, right? Where he was on your team, I guess.
Sure.
Hard Foundation there. What led to you walking Ken out to the ring against Kimbo in Bellator?
Kenny's always been a good friend of mine, man. I actually saw him at a WrestleCon And I said, Kenny, you're fighting again. He goes, yeah, man. I said, you look good for 50 years old, right? And he's fighting, and you're going to be at St. Louis. He goes, yeah. He goes, you want to get together? I said, better than that. Why don't I walk you out to the ring? And I did, and the people got a good pop on it, and it helped. It was too bad Kenny lost.
Yeah.
He fought the wasted angle there, me coming out, and he loses. But hey, man, it is what it is. And I would do it again for Kenny or any of the guys like Bobby Lashley or even Brock. If they want me to walk them out, give that little pop or anything, I'll do it. I don't care.
What do you think about Brock?
I think Brock's a very underrated guy. I would have a hard time if I was a fan. Now, I love Bill Goldberg too, but as strong and as a badass as Brock is, be a UFC champ and all his collegiate stuff, it's pretty hard to fathom that anybody's going to beat him the way Goldberg's going to beat him around. So I would expect a real beatdown at WrestleMania. And I think the fans would be real disappointed if Brock didn't do a real beatdown on Bill Goldberg. That's my own opinion. I don't know what's going to happen yet, but that's the way I see it. And I like to look at the business. The most successful things with the guys in the business, if you look at it like a fan, you do the right thing. We'll see what happens.
What do you think about the success that Goldberg's had since he's been back?
Good for Bill. I'm glad for Bill, man. I mean, Bill's a great guy. He's always been good to me. I have nothing bad to say about Goldberg. Nothing. I just have a hard time with Brock bellying down to anybody. It's just, Brock went through a whole new level when he legitimately ripped that car door off in a Cadillac and threw it. Not very many in this world would rip a car door off a car, even if you gimmick it. He threw it about 100 yards, man. Flew in, almost hit the stands. That put Brock, holy crap, this guy could do some damage,
You think it could have been punishment for Brock failing the MMA drug test or something like that?
They may have did that with Brock just to hand slap him, you know what I mean?
And Goldberg won the title off of this wrestler called Kevin Owens. What do you think about a guy that looks like him being like the representative of the company?
Nothing against Kevin Owens, right? But your world champion, I think, has got to be the biggest, baddest mother effer in the company. And it's got to look it. That's what the company represents. People have always loved to see these behemoths that can go and move. It's a big man's business. That's why I think that the business, because look, TV ratings Raw and SmackDown are the worst they've been in 25 years. Why? Look at your rate of world champions. People can give Cena crap all he wants, but he's the only guy that looks great. I mean, really great, like a world champ. And he's a good representative of the company. So I think your world champion should be the big representative of it.
Someone that's the average person would want to fight.
Yeah, listen, Hawk and I were like a modern day Superman tag team. You know what I mean? We're like the Flash and Superman all wrapped into one. And that's what separated us around. We were real life heroes. Not trying to be heroes, we just became that because the fans liked us so much.
And Triple H has a lot of power now, obviously. What was he like to deal with in your experiences?
Nope. I have never had an issue with Triple H. Paul is a great guy. I've always got along great with Paul. I've got along good with his wife, Stephanie. I've never had an issue. I got along good back when he was with China. He and China would take me to work out. Then Hawk would be all messed up and I didn't have a car. Then when he went to work out with us, I would go work out with Triple H in China. They always treated me good. So you won't ever hear me say a bad thing about Triple H.
And what did you think about when they put Sonny as the manager of you and Hawk?
I think it was a very, very delicate situation because Sonny had issues too, and everybody knew it. And Hawk and I, besides Paul Ellering, we didn't need no other manager. And especially, nobody's going to believe that a girl is going to be able to control the Road Warriors, or Legion of Doom at the time, right? And Sunny in Madison Square Garden one night, the first night she was with us, was walking around all sewn up, which is a muscle run extra pill. And I told her, I said, do not get in the way of my spikes. Because we flip around the ring so far, and my big spikes came with a hairline scratch on the cheek. I came back after the match, and Vince McMahon says, she messed up. And I nodded, yes. I'm not going to lie, man. You can see it on tape. Everybody in the sold out 22,000 seat arena could see it. And right, boom, she was gone.
What do you think that she's now gotten to a point where she's done porn videos and stuff like that?
You know, well, she was with Chris Candido, right?
Yeah.
She was really, back then, a sweet girl with Chris. When I first met her, she was sweet. I hate to see anybody that would have to turn to that to make money, right? I actually feel sorry for her because it's a really embarrassing crap. I mean, let's face it, really embarrassing stuff. I don't know what I would do if I ever had anybody I really knew close to my family that would ever stoop to that, man. I would try to do my best that they wouldn't have to. And she's at a point in her life now, I think she's in jail.
Something wrong.
Yeah, she's in jail, man. She had warrant at the warrant and missed court dates and stuff and still in jail, I think. Or DWI type thing or something, because she did have outstanding things. Yeah, and too many offenses. They threw her in jail to make her learn. But I feel bad for anybody that's in that situation.
And China actually was reducing your porn too, right? So that must be.
Well, what if the girls in our business reduce their porn?
Yeah.
I mean, China worked so hard to be the eighth wonder of the world, like they called her, to be so different in our business, to transform her look. When she was lifted heavy and did the cheekbone operations, and she looked just like her sister does. She had a twin sister. And man, I just felt bad for her, man. She must have had a real bad self-esteem problem.
Right.
It's hard for me because I love China, and then Sean Waltman was her boyfriend.
Yeah.
X-Pac, who was a good friend of mine. Never lived in Minnesota, so I felt bad, you know.
And this isn't porn, but what do you think, since the subject of what happened with Paige recently? I guess someone stole her cell phone and these videos came out.
Oh, yeah, her own personal videos?
Yeah.
You know what, man? I think the person that stole those videos should be thrown in jail, bro, locked up. Because you invaded Paige's privacy. That's her own personal stuff. Anybody that's alive should be able to film what they want, their own personal stuff. I don't care who she's doing it with or what she's doing. I heard of it. I never knew who it was with.
It was where I guess there was two wrestlers. I didn't see the tape, but I guess it was two WWE wrestlers. One's still under contract, and another one has been released.
Who's their names?
Xavier Woods and I forget the other guy. Xavier Woods is the one that's still under contract, and another guy. I don't really watch it now, so I'm not very familiar, but it was pretty embarrassing footage, unfortunately.
Well, I imagine it is. With two guys on you, it must be real embarrassing, but, you know, hey, I suppose whatever floats your boat, man, you know, what are you going to do?
Yeah, particularly since I guess she's engaged now and maybe even married.
So it was an old video.
Yeah, and one of the guys is actually married too.
That's a shitstorm waiting to happen right there. Holy Christ.
Office stuff with WWE, like how do you think that?
It's a new day. That gives New Day a whole new meaning.
With Puke, why was the reason that they brought Puke into the team, and what did you think about that at the time?
You know, Derek Drosdow's bro, Puke was a great guy, first and foremost, right? He had the look to be a member of the LOD. I think that the office was getting so tired of Hawk failing drug tests, they were bringing in a backup. What I'll tell him, Hawk, they were bringing in a backup. And when they originally asked me to do that whole drunk angle.
Right.
And I refused. I said, absolutely not, bro. I said, I got a kid in high school, kid in junior high, and a kid in grade school. I'm not doing that to my kids. I'm not going to put them through that humility. I'm not going to put them with kids in class going, oh, your dad's a drunk, your dad's a drunk. Because the kids don't understand it's entertainment. You know, they take it to heart. The true wrestling man takes it to heart. So I refused to Hawk. Now, Hawk again, coming back off a drug suspension, said, I'm going to be a businessman and tell Vince I'll do it. So Hawk steps up like a man and says, I'll do it. And I think they took advantage of that. Because now they're giving him carte blanche to do it. And Hawk did it to the extreme. He was drunk every night. Literally drunk. I didn't like the angle at all.
Did you guys choose to leave WWE on your own after that?
Yes. I didn't like it. We left it alone.
And you ended up in WCW for a while after that. Was it your brother that brought you into WCW at that time?
My brother John had stopped working for All Japan and went. He was a good friend of Dallas Page. Dallas Page got him a booking job at WCW. And then we got brought in there. And it was for a little while. And
for people that don't know, what's your brother's specialty as a booker? Because he had supposedly a talented finishes coming up with great.
Yeah, Johnny's really good at finishes. Really good at finishes, the ending of a match. And John's really good with getting the whole thing to flow. Okay, kind of like an executive producer of the show. That's John's forte. I will give my brother credit. He's really good at that stuff.
And do you have any memories of that WCW run, or was it just kind of picking up a paycheck?
It was picking up a check. They had us do really things that we really didn't like to do very much. And I think we had a match against Booker T and Sting one time, and which didn't make any sense at all. Should have been Stevie Ray and Booker T against us, bring back the Harlem Heat. We were just trying to fill matches, and the business was just not. It wasn't fun at that point. If I can explain that right, the business wasn't fun anymore.
Was Vince Russo involved in it at that time?
Bro, I don't know what to say about Vince Russo, because I don't really know how much involvement he had, but I heard he had a lot of involvement in writing the storylines and stuff. And for whatever reason, either both the WWE, WWF, or Vince Russo's involvement, they never, for some reason, wanted to push us. Not that we needed a push, because we were already over. We were going to be over whether they pushed us or not. But if they would have pushed us, we would have been over the top Hogan stuff. I mean, and they were foolish because the company lost out on all that money. You're probably talking hundreds of millions of dollars in merchandise. And if they would have pushed us, they would have made that.
Were you still under contract with the company when it went out of business? Or when it was sold to Vince?
Yeah, I was part of the very last video when Vince was on saying, hey, Rick Steiner, hey, River Animal, you guys can come over here. Everybody else can leave. When Vince said that, he let Steiner and I come over. I mean, I was right a part of that.
Yeah. Did you go right away, or did you let your contract run out?
My contract, when Vince bought it, our contracts were null.
Okay.
They got null and void.
And you also wrestled for Jacques with Hawk a couple times. I was on those shows younger. Jacques Rougeau in Montreal. There was a very big crowd for those shows, but there was some talk that Hawk did some damage to one of the Harleys.
Oh, bro, it was the funniest story. This guy brings in, first of all, he tells us we got 2 Harleys to ride.
Yeah.
And we get there, we got 1 Harley. I said, what, I got to ride in a freaking sidecar? We got a sidecar in it, bro. You remember the old Hogan's Heroes show?
Yeah.
Yeah. When the German general was driving like Colonel Klink would drive in the freaking sidecar, and we had the big fat sergeant driving it, right? I said, bro, I look like stupid here. I look like, to be honest with you, like somebody's bitch sitting in the sidecar, right?
Yeah.
And now it was in a hockey arena, and they had the hockey doors where the Zamboni comes out, right? You only had one side open. And I'm looking at that thing. I'm looking at the bike, and I'm asking Hawk, and I'm thinking to myself, is that bike going to fit through there? Hawk now is all sobered up, and he's been drinking too. Messed up like crazy. Animal, I got a Harley. Well, yeah, you got a Harley. You bought a Harley and you left it at my house for 4 years. You didn't even ride it. Because you bought a Harley because Hawk was living with Missy Hyatt at the time.
Yeah.
Moves down to Tampa, leaves his Harley in Minnesota with me for 4 years. I'm the one that rode the Harley, not Hawk, right? So it was the funniest thing. Hawk goes, "Animal, I'm an expert at driving motorcycles. I'll make it through there." Well, bro, he takes off and he starts going, gets about 5 miles an hour. This is a vintage collector's motorcycle. Rips the lights right off the side of the sidecar on both sides, rips the gear shift pedals, bent in now. Oh, bro. I actually climbed over the sidecar and started walking to the ring without Hawk. And Hawk comes stumbling behind me. We left the motorcycle right there. We're stuck between the door.
Yeah.
You can hear the guy taking it out, backing it out, and glass and shit dropping on the hockey rink and everything else. Oh, bro. It was so funny. I remember Jacques Rougeau came afterwards and says, "You owe me 20. He wouldn't pay us all our money." I said, "Jacques, you give me all my money now, bro. I didn't do nothing. If you're going to dock any money, you got to talk to Hawk. Good luck." That would have lasted very long.
Yeah. So you guys got your.
It would have been a fight like the British Bulldogs in Rougeau. It's would have been some serious stuff here, man.
Yeah.
You got payday's the payday. And then Hawk won it like, or Jock won it like $2,000 for damage to the bike. Bro, it ain't my fault the bike happened. Talk to him.
What led to Hawk's passing, and what are your thoughts on that whole situation?
Well, I was actually vacuuming my pool in Minnesota. The phone rang. I thought Hawk was doing really good. And it's my buddy Bob on the phone. Bob Muller, who takes photos for George Napolitano at the time, right? There was two big magazines. This was the big one. And so he said, "Hey, man, I said, Bob, how you doing?" He goes, "You talked to Mike today? Hawk?" I said, "No, why?" He goes, "Has anybody called you today?" I said, "No, why, man? On Saturday, it's a day off. Why wouldn't they call me?" He goes, "Joe, Mike died last night." I said, "What?" "Yeah, he died, bro." And I sat down on the steps of my deck, man, and I cried like a baby. I'm saying, man, not only did I lose my partner in wrestling, I lost a brother and I lost a friend. As messed up as he was, I love the guy. You know, I was a proud man to say that. Hawk and I were like glue, stuck with each other, made a lot of money together. To this day, look, 34 years later, we're still touted with today's tag teams as the #1 tag team ever in wrestling, even with the new guys. And that says something for what we did as a team, right? And I mean, when he died, bro, it was like someone took a stake and just drove into the heart. It was bad, man. It was a bad time. I heard that there were some kind of medicine on the table when Hawk died. I don't know what it was. But I know that he was moving his wife. They had a condo on the beach and kept getting pelted by sand during the storm. He moved in inland to a house. And he moved and he wanted to move all the heavy stuff so his wife would have to lift it, Dale. And he goes, "Honey, I'm going to go down and lay down for a little bit." And my back sore and just rest for 3 hours. Couldn't get me at 3 o'clock in the morning to finish. Well, Dale was up there and wake him up at 3 o'clock and Hawk was gone. That was it.
So the official cause, I guess, was a heart failure or something.
They said heart failure, yeah.
Did you know that his health was...
No, man, I think his heart was worse than he was telling me. And I think that it was only a matter of time after he got diagnosed, you know, in Australia when he had his heart problem.
Yeah.
And I think so it was a matter of time. Because once he got the green light and the guy said, "You're healthy a little bit again," he went right back to boom A to Z.
Right.
You can't do that. Not with a bad heart.
What's your greatest memory of Hawk of all time?
Man, the greatest memory of Hawk, that's a tough one. I got a lot of funny ones. I got a lot of good serious ones. I remember Hawk during the War Games being the last guy in. and literally knocking out Arn Anderson, Tully Blanchard, and Lex Luger with 3 clotheslines. Bam, 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 and all 3 like in a half hour. Because Hawk was waiting, 5 guys blend 2 minutes at a time, and Hawk was the last guy, and we had to wait like literally 30 minutes to get into the ring, and it was like a ticking time bomb. That was a pretty good one. Another one, man, the greatest moments of Hawk, man, is just the way he never had any kids of his own, but he was great with my kids. He always thought of my kids as his kids. And when my son James was in high school and was becoming a stud in football, Hawk was as proud as I was of my kids. My son Joe, and playing hockey, and my daughter Jessica, he was proud of all my kids, man.
And you went back to WWE after Hawk's passing. Was that tough to go back? Or?
Yeah, man, it was tough to go back, and it was tough to go back to the Legion of Doom thing. And I really struggle with that. Do I put Heidenreich over as a member of the LOD? How do I work that in? I try to work it in that we got Heidenreich in Hawk's honor to continue the tradition. But, they didn't let me elaborate on it enough to get that point over with the fans. And, it worked. When we won the titles, we got a great reaction out of it. But then until Heidenreich had some issues, and then it all went south.
What was your memories of the title win over, I guess it was Eminem at the time?
Well, Eminem was a good, hot, girly tag team at the time, man. They reminded me a lot of the Rock and Roll Express. The girls loved them. They were good-looking kids. They could move around. They were really good. Johnny Nitro and Joey.
Yeah, Joey Mercury.
And
Melina.
Yeah, Melina was great too, man. She was a good part of the act. She was a very, very good manager for a girl. She's really good.
There's a lot of rumors at the time. There was something going on with Melina and Batista, even though she was dating one of the Eminem.
Yeah, I heard that, man. I heard Batista got with her during that angle they were doing. I don't know. Weird things have happened in wrestling, I wouldn't doubt it.
What do you think about Batista?
I like Dave. I actually knew Dave before he was all ripped up. It was Batista. He came to our place, the gym in Minnesota, and trained there for a while. And he was just a big, probably around 400 pounds, man. He was a monster. And then, Dave was always good to me, so I really got no complaints.
And were you traveling with Heidenreich during the time you were teaming with Heidenreich?
Yeah, that was kind of a bitch. I'd be there at the airport with the rental car waiting, and he wouldn't tell me he changed his flight. And, or he would miss his flight and not call, or I felt myself chasing him down a lot. And that got to be a little bit hectic for me.
Do you think if he had had himself together more at the time, the team could have gone on to greater heights?
It would never have been as good as Hawk and I, but we still could have been the most over team in the company. The horse guy is in a bad shape, man.
I actually feel bad for him. I asked him to explain, what happened, and he explained that it was his fault and that he was missing a day or coming up late. And
at one time, seriously, I love the guy, but he got pulled over. He was actually sleeping in a rest area on the highway in New York, one of the freeways. You can't sleep in the rest area. And when the cop went to knock on the window, he was bleeding from his ears, which means he was doing too much up his nose and his sinuses and everything, doing too much coke, right? And so, and then he got arrested for it, and then he got in trouble, and then he got suspended. We had just gotten the WWE titles at the time, and they were really trying to push that Legion of Doom thing, and then he did that.
Yeah, he screwed it up, I guess, for both of you.
Well, the bad thing for me when I did that too, Hawk had already been dead for 8 years. And I did nothing. I wasn't even working out hard. I mean, I was not in the best shape. I just, I took like 4 years off and did nothing but aerobics and was trying to drop weight back down. Then they called me and said, hey, Stephanie Rand says, hey, you want to join us in this WWE thing? It's going to be my gig. And I said, well, Stephanie, if you're doing it, sure. If anybody else is doing that, I don't trust anybody else because they'll just want to take advantage of it. I said, I don't want to diminish what we did. I mean, he was unreliable. You know, he was late to buildings, would come to shows late, would, you know, have a horrible match. You know, you can't do this stuff, man. You got to be a businessman.
Did you guys train together in the gym?
No. We never trained together. We go to the gym at the same time, man. We never trained together, no.
And they put you with Matt Hardy teaming a couple of times.
Yeah.
How did you like that?
Man, and all that stuff after Heinrich got fired was just all filler stuff.
Yeah.
You know, and I was here writing on the wall, and I wasn't into it. And they tried to make me the road warrior without my face paint on, which I hated. Because this is my marquee. This is my stamp. This is me. You know, and they felt it really didn't matter if I had face paint on or not. Then why in all the video games, when you go to make the character, you can make me with my face paint on the spider. And it's not that important. You know what I mean? So it is important. You know, it's a trademark.
So I guess you're ultimately released. I know it's not your brother's fault because he just follows orders, but what's it like having your own brother have to tell you?
Well, man, you know what I thought it was? To be honest with you, in all honesty, I thought it was a dick move of the company. It was a dick move, and it was a low move. If they wanted to do that, I think the boss should have told me himself. Don't have my brother come on. My brother coming on is just another dig at us. You know, that's the way I took it. And there's a lot of stuff that happened like that within that company. And, you know, they weren't very, no loyalty, man. Loyalty to the wrong guys, for one. But no loyalty there, man. Have my own brother come and say, hey, Joe, we got to release you. I actually told my brother? I said, that's all right, I'm going to quit anyway. I said, I've about had it with this shit. So I told him. I said, you change and take my paint off. And I said, that's stupid business. That's just a dig. That's stupid business to do that. Why would you take the paint off? That was animal.
Yeah, it's like starting from...
Yeah, man. Stupid.
And you ended up getting inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2011. Were you happy about that?
You know, I had mixed feelings about it because I thought it was about 10 years too late.
Right.
When you have guys passing away like Eddie Guerrero and guys that died within the same year, or you got a guy like Sting who's in and he still wasn't even retired.
Right.
What are you talking about? You're not going to put in the most successful tag team of all time for 10 more years? Are you kidding me? If anybody should have been put in before they retired, it should have been us. And I'm not being egotistical about it. I'm being real. Name one other tag team in the world that has sold out around the world. That has Wrestlemania events everywhere around the world. I'll tell you how many. 0. And that really kind of pissed me off, to be honest with you. That and the fact of them not hiring me as an agent pissed me off. It's insulting. Me not doing WWE Fans Fest or in WrestleMania when I got 10,000 people asking me, Alamo, why aren't you at Fan Fest? Why aren't you at WWE Fan Fest? There's a mannequin there with your spikes on. Why aren't you there? It's insulting and it's stupid. It's stupid, egotistical, narcissistic business. It doesn't make sense.
Who do you think has something against you there now?
Oh, friggin' Vince won. Because everything in that company runs through Vince McMahon. No matter if Hunter's running the show, it runs final say through Vince. If they get a TV all written up and they want to change, Vince will come in the 9th inning and say, I don't like it, change it. And you got to scramble and do something different. All comes from Vince. See, one time coming back from England, Hawk threatened to kill Vince and his family. And there was a little bit of issues there. Our first contract, we did it on a handshake. And he knew Vince with the kind of money we were expecting. And when you're expecting a certain amount of money and you're making $100,000 less, then the next year $100,000 less, then the third year is going to be $150,000 less, and we're no less over, we're even more over now, and we're making less money, there's a problem. And Hawk had a real issue with that. That's what drove Hawk and pissed Hawk off. When Hawk finally said, F it, I'm going to do what I want to do, and started really partying and doing what he wanted to do. That's what drove Hawk to that. And I hope those guys feel good that I drove him to that. Listen, a man's responsible for his own actions. I get that. But it was that situation that drove Hawk to be the way he was.
Was Hawk ever actually part of a motorcycle gang, or did he just?
No, bro, neither one of us were.
Yeah. And what do you think about a lot of people don't believe it, but the Dudleys say sometimes that they are the greatest tag team of all time.
Are they? Okay. Let me sum this up. I got nothing against Steve or Bubba and Devon, great guys, right? Love them. They were good back at ECW in the early years, right? I'm going to say this. But here's the bottom line. You can say you're the greatest when you won the WWE Championship so many times or the TNA Championships. But come in my shoes where you've won 14 different world championships. Now I'm talking Australia, Mexico, 6 different Japanese company belts, all, AWA, NWA, WCW, WWF, WWE. Right there, you got 12 championships. And not only you're going down to Portland with Don Owens winning those Portland titles, and then going to Mexico City winning the Mexican belts with Kensuke Sasaki. I've been a part of 14 different belts. Even Hawk and I have been at least 10 or 12 titles, different titles. The only team ever to take the international belts out of Japan and defend them against the AWA, NWA, AWA, and not WWF, but those titles and the WCW titles, and made the international belts famous. They ain't done that. And I'm nothing against the Dudleys,
Right.
but
For people
let's be real. And let's be real to all the fans out there. You got to be real when it's time to be real and be honest. Listen, Hulk Hogan was the greatest single thing that ever happened in this wrestling business, and I'll be the first one to say it. When something's true, you got to say it. The best entertainer ever to come out of this business is The Rock. Number one best entertaining guy ever has set the wrestling standard that nobody will ever match. The guy did like $170 million profit this year. No wrestler will ever do that ever in movies. I'm the first one to say it. So when the Dudleys come out here and say that kind of crap, they need to really think about it before they open up their mouth and say, okay, did we really do anything that was better than the Real Warriors? The answer is simple, no. Plain and simple. Are they great? Yeah, they're great. But they're not the Road Warriors. They're not going to go down in history as a legendary status.
If there could be a second team, in your opinion, who would be your favorite tag team to have watched, for instance, throughout the years? Would the Steiners be up there?
Steiners are right up there. Yeah. Steiners are up there.
Who also are?
There's a lot of really not really well tag teams. Okay. The Horsemen, phenomenal. Tully Blanchard, Arn Anderson, 2 great. They helped Hawk on IL, crazy. Midnight Express, the Rock and Roll Express, so underrated as far as tag teams go. Like, bro, you remember at the end of the first Cold War when they put Ivan and Nikita Koloff against Hawk and I in the Great American Bash, and we both were heels. It turned us Red, White, Blue USA. Came out with the American flag on a motorcycle. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
The Russians against the American badasses turned us stone cold babyface. Good guys. And from then on, we never looked back. There were some great teams. Crusher Khrushchev, by Barry Darso, Smash, was Crusher Khrushchev and Nikita Koloff. 2 big Russian boys that we fought. The Hart Foundation. Come on. We wrestled some monster teams, the Briscoes, the Funks. The Funks let us beat us up all over Japan, which helped us in Japan. So, I think we're going to go down in history. There's a lot of great teams. But I think the Steiners probably have got to be the top of that tier.
And you just mentioned Terry Funk. He's been worked with us a few times. What do you think of Terry Funk?
Probably one of the greatest human beings on this planet. Never's got a bad thing to say about anybody. Did a lot of tours with him. Busted down his door in Tokyo one night.
How do you do that?
Well, Ric Flair and Hawk and I all were out drinking with a guy named Wally Yamaguchi. Wally was all Japanese, but went to American college over in Japan. We were out doing some special occasion or something, and then Flair goes, we were staying at the Prince Hotel by Shinagawa Station. I'll never forget it. And they had the Japanese doors had these big, thick steel doors, man. They were really hard. And we all said, "Where's Funk?" And Flair goes, "Animal. Here's Funk's room right here." And we're knocking on the door, and Funky's not answering. And we're all drunk. And Flair goes, "Animal, 3-point stance." So I get down to 3-point stance, and Flair goes, "Hut." I knocked that door off the hinges. There's Terry Funk laying there, buck-ass naked, passed out, with ice wrapped around both knees, because he's, "God damn you, animal. What are you doing, you crazy son of a bitch? You guys are all nuts." Because Terry was on the end of his tour, and Hawk and I were just coming in, and it was like our third night, and we just passed by in the night, it was Terry Funk's good people, man.
And is there any team that you see out there today that you think, obviously tag team wrestling is nowhere near what it used to be, but is there any team that you see out there in today's world?
I tell you what's entertaining, when they flirt going over the top a little bit, is New Day. New Day is great, but they flirt the line of being a little bit corny sometimes, and they got to really watch that. But because they wrestle good, all three of them, they wrestle phenomenal. I thought it was America Alpha. The shooter guy looks really good. I think they could have a decent team. I don't like the guys with the handlebar mustaches. Can't stand them. That gimmick is so 1930s. Who cares? There ain't a single person alive that can remember that look. You know what I mean? That's from my great-grandmother's era. So that doesn't make any sense to me. I actually don't mind with Big Cass, the guy that do the New York gimmick. They're kind of funny. They got to really learn how to wrestle first. Everybody asks me about the new guys that Paul Ellering's with. They're with a great teacher, that's all I'm going to say. They got a lot of polishing up to do before they can even think about getting to WWE, and the WWE knows that. That's why they're not there. And the Ascension needs to do, quit trying to be the Road Warriors. They're never going to be the Road Warriors. No way, shape, form, or how. Build, action, wrestling, nothing but Road Warriors. Let it alone. Let it alone, let it alone, let it alone. That's my advice for them. Just leave it alone. Because if they were doing the gimmick, I wouldn't try to copy them. So I don't care what the office would say. I said, "Listen, man, that ain't right. The Road Warriors are a league of their own. Why do we keep talking about them?" You know what I mean? They need to let it go.
And I'm just going to brush on this quickly. They now have this new show for 205-pound weight classes. They have a European champion that looks like a midget almost. What do you think of this new thing that they're going towards where it's smaller guys?
Well, I think they're doing that because they're doing a lot more stuff in the UK. I think the UK attendance is way better than the US from what I hear. I got a lot of buddies. I go to the UK a lot, so I hear about it all the time. A lot of time it's not believable that the littler guys that are under 200 pounds can even beat the big guys. And it's not. There's very few Daniel Bryans in this world. He was a freak in our business. Very few Rey Mysterios in this world. You know what I mean? The people that believe in it. But you got to be able to perform to believe in it. You know? So I think it's a good class for the guys, small guys, to learn to do things. We'll see how it goes. It may last for a while. It may just be a short-term thing.
And you're involved in a company with Shane Douglas now. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, man. There's a new company getting ready to start. Shane Douglas has been working on this for 4 years. A gentleman named Bill Townsend. The company's going to be called Revolution out of Las Vegas. And all I got to say, man, is people stay tuned. Because once we get rocking and rolling with it, there's going to be some there's a lot of great wrestling talent out there. There's a lot of great former WWE guys who are disgruntled. There's a lot of former TNA people that want jobs. There's a lot of people wrestling present now that are going to break their contracts so they want to go there. It's going to revolutionize the wrestling business. Creative Wrestling Revolution's the name, but it's Revolution Sports Inc. is the company. And the company's not just wrestling. It's Muay Thai, it's a boxing, it's a lot of things. It's creative, it's the out-of-the-box sports. So it's going to be good, man. It's going to be a really good program.
And you just mentioned TNA briefly. Could you just go over briefly your time there and what you think of the new ownership now and Jeff Jarrett?
Well, man, I like to be a friend of the new ownership because I think the new ownership needs help. And I like Jeff Jarrett a lot. He's a good friend of mine. But another company, you got guys like me sitting around that got 34 years of knowledge in the wrestling business. Hello? Quit bringing in the guys that got 60 years of schooling because they're outdated. They don't know. But someone like me whose gimmick is so popular with the young crowd today, let me get in there and help the guys. You know what I mean? Not that I would want to or would go. I would entertain the situation. But my dedication right now is to Shane Douglas and Revolution, right? But I would hear those guys out. I think they're dumb for not asking guys like me, not asking guys like Shane, not asking guys like, Shane's a former world champion too, ECW world champ, right? What their opinion is to come in there and help them. They need help. And they ain't the guys in their wrestling, they need help. You need a face. Why would you not take one half of the greatest tag team ever and put them on TV to be a guest commentator or to help somehow to get the face out there? It's merchandise, it's business, it's creating interest.
And Jarrett already was in the petroleum company at one point.
Yeah, that didn't work. Jeff's a great guy, great mind. I like Jeff Jarrett a lot. I don't know where it's going to go from here. I don't know if Jeff's running it. I don't know what's going on, but I wish him luck, man. This business needs 3 to 4 major companies, and I hope it gets there, and I like to help it get there somehow.
And for people that don't know, your son's a massive football star now. Do you want to just go over his career a bit?
Well, James had a great career at Ohio State. He was a 3-time first-team All-American. I think he's either the only one or Hopalong Cassidy was the other one at Ohio State. And he had 7 good years with the Rams and broke Merlin Olsen's all-time Ram tackling record, which took Merlin Olsen 15 years to do. James did it in 7 years. And then went to the Saints, battled a couple of injuries, and then this year just decided to retire. Played 8 years in the league. That's a lot of years in the NFL for middle linebacker because you're getting the snot kicked out of you by 350-pound linemen every play. The last that year, most linebackers last 3 years. He lasted 8 because he's a smart player. And he's doing well, man. He's got a good family. He just had a baby. Yes, last Friday, Hayden, my new granddaughter. So he's got a daughter, London, his wife, Shelley. He's living in Nashville, Tennessee. Really good friends with Kirk Herbstreit. I think he's going to go into ESPNU and do the announcing deal, but you never know. I think he's going to coach someday. He's either going to do announcing or coaching.
So you can't see him getting into wrestling at this point?
Financially, he doesn't need wrestling. He's financially independent. It will be for the rest of his life. So he's got enough money where his kids have plenty of money. So that way he's blessed in that fact, and he's got rewarded that way. But he's a hardworking kid. If you ever wanted to, I would give him my honest advice about it, and help him out.
And for people that want to stay up to date with you, what social media do you have?
I got my Twitter, RW Animal. And then I got my Facebook is Joseph Michael Laurinaitis is my real name because there's a lot of imposter. I'm the real animal, and that's fake. It's not me at all. It just says Joseph Michael Laurinaitis. They can contact me there, private message me for bookings. I do speaking appearances at high schools. I do colleges. I'll do sports banquets. I'll do birthdays. I go around speaking and signing autographs. I even do speaking at churches on Sunday. I'm not afraid to say I'm a Christian, but I'm a realist Christian. I'm not a Bible banger guy. I think God uses people in different ways all the way around. So I do stuff like that, man. And listen, I go to speak in prisons. Tell people you got 2 paths. You got a pathway A or pathway B. I've been down this one. Go this one. It's a lot easier on your life. And, I try to elaborate that the true heroes in life when I go to speak are your policemen, are your firemen, are your mom and dad, are your school teacher. I'm just an entertainer. I'm a sports figure. But I think sports figures do have a responsibility to the public, and that's what I try to portray.
And do you have any message you want to give to your fans that are going to watch this for the past hour or so?
Hey, man, come on out wherever you see me. Wherever I'm doing an appearance, come on out and see one half of the greatest tag team of all time. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be doing this appearance stuff because, I got brand new shoulder pads. You come out and see me, you get to put my pads on and be a member of the LOD for 5-10 minutes. And Hawk and I were untouchable for so many years. This is my way of giving back to the fan. So I'm happy to see everybody. I'm happy to say hello. I do autographs every weekend somewhere around this world, man. And I'm traveling from, I got to do Qatar, I think it's called, Qatar, over by Saudi Arabia. I got to go there. I go to the UK. We're getting ready to do business in China. I just got back from Japan. So I'm all over the place, man. So come see me. It'll be a good experience for you, man. Good Christmas card. Ho, ho, ho.
Well, we really appreciate you doing this interview. And to finish off, could you give us What a Rush?
Yeah, man. It's going to be at the end of the day when you see one of the Road Warriors, and in the words of Hawk, it's going to be, oh, what a rush.
This is Hannibal here from thehannibaltv.com, and today is a special guest. I have a shoot interview with WWE Hall of Famer. He's held all the major tag team titles in every company, part of the greatest tag team of all time, Road Warrior Animal. How you doing today, sir?
Devin, great to talk to you all the way from Ottawa, Canada. It's a pleasure, bro.
And you were just telling me the gyms are open up in St. Louis again. They're not quite open back up here. Have you been back in the gym now?
Yeah, man, I've been back in for 2 weeks. It's hard to when you take 2 months off, right? Getting back into it, you feel like a 90-year-old because you're always sore, But yeah, man, you can only do so much walking and so much aerobics, so much resistance band training. You got to have that negative resistance with the weights,
I know you saved your money very well, and the appearances you do now is more for fun, but how has this whole situation affected you? Because I guess you haven't done any bookings for a few months.
Well, I had really, quite honestly, everybody saw the dark side of the ring. I had a real messed up partner. He because of what happened, we left a lot of money on the table. Yes, I do appearances now for fun, but you're digging into your piggy bank pretty good. I mean, I had 3 months off. I lost out on one a time too during WrestleMania month. I just got back from Qatar, and then I had the month before, then WrestleMania month, and the month after, which is these are 3 good months for me traveling around. I was booked every weekend, so yeah, I put a damper on the old pocketbook, but hey, I got a booking next week in Tennessee, in Jackson, Tennessee. So I'm happy about getting back down there to see the fans in Tennessee, man. It's always a pleasure to get down to that part of the country. So I can't wait. It's starting to pick up now again. Been talking to Brian Knobs from the Nasty Boys, and I guess he's got to deal with a whole bunch of casinos opening up all across Wisconsin, Minnesota, and North Dakota.
Oh, that's great.
Buddy Bob Foote. Yeah, man. A lot of Indian reservations. So it'll be fun to do all those too.
And you mentioned Dark Side of the Ring. I know there was a bunch of stuff in Dark Side of the Ring you cleared up on Facebook, but maybe for the people that didn't see your Facebook post, you could comment on it here.
Yeah, man. There was a couple things I got wrong, and you can't blame them. They were doing all these episodes, and there was so much information they had on Hawk and I. It could have been a 3-hour show easily. But then again, it's not about the accomplishments. It's about the positive and negatives of the career, right? So the part where it said, Animal said that's enough, and he went on his own to do his own thing. That wasn't exactly the way it happened. Hawk was the one that was not in the right frame of mind, and just kind of was all pilled out at the time and just walked away from the team. I loved him to death, and I'm still to this day not mad at him. He was my brother. What you want to do more than anything else is try to help the guy, right? And he just had that situation going on in the back of his mind and was addicted, and he took off and made his own deal. I was trying to be a businessman. I wanted to finish out the dates with WWE that we had, to leave on good terms at least. I mean, how much good terms can you leave? One half of the tag team that's at the top of the game there quits. They got $1 million of TV time into you. It's not easy to leave, go on good terms, but I was trying to leave peacefully so we can go back there someday in the future.
And of course, you got the name Legion of Doom from Super Friends, and it wasn't He-Man like they said, I guess, as well.
Yeah, and Paul got that wrong, but that was easy because Hawk did like He-Man, because he always sit in the car and go He-Man, and stuff. And then he called Ellering He-Man because now Paul was like a machine. He called him La Machine He-Man, But yeah, we were actually watching getting ready to leave the hotel, the Red Roof Inn in Columbus, Ohio, and Super Friends came on TV, and heard the heel on a cartoon went, "Meanwhile, back at the Legion of Doom." We all looked at each other and we said, "That's great. We got to use that." We figured, what the heck? It's fan-friendly entertainment back then. Wrestling didn't go to the dark side yet, so we figured, oh well, then we'll attract the kids by using the Super Friends tag.
And they discussed that infamous attempted suicide angle WWE did with Hawk. What was going on in your mind at the time when they were pitching that?
Well, when he fell off the Titantron?
Yeah.
When we were sitting in the office, it was Ellering and Hawk, myself, and Vince McMahon. And when he brought it up to us and said, "We're going dark," I forget who else was in the room. I think maybe Bruce Pritchard said, "We're going dark." And I said, okay. I'm starting to think to myself, well, how's that going to work? We sell a lot of action figures. We sell a lot of bed sheet and pillowcases for kids, underwear, lunch boxes, video games. How's that going to work going dark for us? We're a kid's gimmick. We're a young person's gimmick. I didn't know how that was going to work. So one thing led to another. And at first they wanted me to do it. And I had a kid in high school, a kid in junior high, and a kid in elementary school. And I said, absolutely not. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that to my kids. I'm not putting my family through that. And I want to do it. And Hawk jumped up and said, I'll do it. And, you got to understand the situation too. Hawk had just coming back from the suspension. He wasn't going to make waves. He wanted to be peaceful about it. He goes, I'll do it, and took the pressure off of me, which I appreciate it. But to me, it was a little too close to home because Hawk was already on his third time being, on a suspension for substance abuse. And I thought that they were kind of trying to rub it into the face a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's why I didn't like it.
Do you think they would have eventually brought you and Hawk back if he hadn't passed away? Because, of course, they ended up bringing you back to team with Heidenreich and be a single star later on.
Yeah, I think they would have brought us back. I mean, we had such a unique thing as tag teams. As long as we looked halfway like the Road Warriors, we would have been just fine. I mean, look at the state of wrestling today. I mean, if Hawk were alive today, we could be still the top tag team in any one of the companies because guys just don't know how to be tag teams. No one wants to sell. No one wants to tell a story. No one wants to do anything. Everybody wants to be a superstar, and that's just not the way it works. There's yet to be, and I say this modestly, Devin, there's yet to be a person that comes in the ring, whether you're a single or a tag team, that gets that infamous Road Warrior pop. Nobody gets it. And there's a reason why they don't get it, because they're not taking the time to learn the craft, to appreciate it, and let the fans decide who gets that pop. You can't force the pop. They like you or they don't like you.
One of the fans actually wanted me to ask you what your biggest Road Warrior pop was, both in WWE and in Japan.
I think anytime we did the Tokyo Dome shots, Road Warrior pop was huge. When we wrestled Tenru and Hogan was pretty loud. And then we did Wembley Stadium. That was a loud cheer. I mean, there's 90,000 people standing on top of their feet going crazy. It was pretty nuts. Those were the two loudest pops, probably.
And they left Hawk out of the Brawl for All episode. What did you think of him entering the Brawl for All at the age he was at that time?
They would have called Hawk early in his career. I don't think there's any doubt he probably would have walked right through it because I knew Hawk really well. At that time, he's already been partying a lot, and everything else. And I don't think it was really his age mattered. It just was the Brawl for All was a no-win situation for anybody. It didn't help out anybody. Even at the end, it didn't help out Bart Gunn because Butterbean smoked him, So it didn't. When you try to get a guy that's not even an amateur boxer fighting a guy that's a pro, come on, how fair is that? Look at our business, Devin. Try to get someone that's, to try to walk into it day one. They're not going to do it day one. It takes time to learn it and do it and do it and do it. Very few guys can make the crossover. You're one of them that did in the Ultimate Fighting game. You and Lashley and Brock, you guys are doing very well in it. Some guys can cross over. A lot of guys can't. Some guys can't let that shoot mentality go.
Do you think they dropped the ball with the way they brought Lashley back to WWE? I know you follow the product.
I think they missed the boat because Bobby was just coming off the run being a Bellator champ. Brock just came off being a UFC champ. They could have worked that angle tremendously and made one of them either a deviant heel and one of them a pure white meat babyface and had them go against each other. You probably could have got 2 or 3 WrestleManias out of that. I mean, I know we're in the age of rush and get it in 4 weeks and do it, but you probably could have had a hell of an angle there. Bobby's got personality. They just don't let Bobby's personality come out very much. Bobby is very vanilla. He can do everything in the world. He looks like a Greek god, right? But they keep him very vanilla. They don't let him do promos. They don't let him talk. Maybe he should have a guy like Heyman that does his talking for him. I mean, Brock doesn't talk, but he gets so much heat with Heyman and his actions. Maybe Lashley needs something like that. I don't know if MVP's his guy. We'll see. I know they're trying to do that aspect with MVP, but I don't know. I mean, if MVP can step back and let Bobby be the star, it'll work. But if MVP tries to be the guy too, you're going to have a clash of 2 guys trying to get over. You know what I mean?
Now that the concussion lawsuit is over with, we've seen they've brought back Sylvain Grenier as an agent. Could you see them bringing you back in some capacity in WWE?
If they wanted to, I'd be willing to sit down with them and talk to them. I wouldn't mind being an agent. I love the wrestling business. I love teaching the wrestling business. I think from what I see, whether it's WWE or AEW, they do need help with the tag teams. They're trying, but they need help with the tag teams. Listen, the tag team wrestling, it cannot just end up being a spot fest all the time. You have such an opportunity to tell a story with tag teams, and no one takes the time to tell a story. Even if it's for 10 minutes, you can tell a story. If people should go back and Google some of the matches that we have with the Midnight Express and the Four Horsemen with Tully and Arn. All we did was go in the ring and we did what they said, and those guys told the story with us. And that's what needs to happen. There needs to be 2 guys to step up to be the ring generals. You got to have 2 guys step up and say, okay, man, we're going to be the heels. We're the ring generals. Let's listen to us. All 4 of us will get over. And that's what needs to happen in both companies, in my opinion.
And you had a fan named Romans52. He wanted to know how you and Hawk got along with the Ultimate Warrior when you were doing those 6-man tags.
Warrior was fine, man. Everybody had a lot of guys had a problem with Warrior. We didn't have any problem with Warrior. He was always good to us. We were always talking workout and everything else. He was just a loose cannon. I mean, it would fit right in with Hawk and I. I mean, he had 3 guys driving down the road that were loose cannon. If you notice, a lot of the 6-mans, it's the job for the guys to make the WWE singles champion shine, and he shined. He always did most of the high spots. He did the comeback and he did the finish. That's just the way the matches were set up. Wasn't that Hawk and I were trying to be lazy or didn't ever want to do things, but I couldn't do my press slam because Warrior did the press slam and dropped the guy behind him. I mean, go figure. I started that about 10 years before Warrior even became the Warrior. and other things like, clotheslines. We didn't do any clotheslines within the match because Warrior is going to do them in a comeback. So, but yeah, no, I mean, I got along with Warrior. I didn't mind Warrior. He was a good guy. And, you got to respect the guy that looked like that. He worked out. He worked his ass off.
And getting into the business, what was the toughest thing you had to overcome to kind of get into the groove of being a good wrestler?
I think anytime anybody gets in, especially guys that, whether you're a fighter, boxer, great amateur wrestler, or like, I was probably at one time, I could have been a world-class power lifter. When you're in that genre and you're considered one of the best in that genre, is letting that ego go down and listening to the guys with the experience. That's probably the toughest thing because everybody thinks, oh, just going to go through wrestling camp, I need to be a world champion. That's not the way it works. Very seldom does it work out the way it did for Hawk and I mean, we were in the right place, right time. Matt Bourne had gotten arrested and they needed someone to fill in a tag team championship slot. And bam, Ole Anderson knew Ed Sharkey. If Ole Anderson didn't know Ed Sharkey, we would have never got that break. We just knew how to talk. We could talk and we could fight, like in a bar type fight. You know what I mean? So if we stayed within our wheelhouse, I call it staying in your lane. If everybody stays in their lane and stays within their wheelhouse of what they know how to do and they do good and not step outside of it too much, you'll get over. I think the problem you find out with young guys today and tag teams, kids go to wrestling camp, they see a great move on TV that the Young Bucks may do. Well, sorry, you're not the Young Bucks. You know what I mean? You're not the Four Horsemen. You're not the Legion of Doom. You're not some of the great tag teams where you can go do their stuff because you try to copy it. The first thing people are going to do, they're trying to be just like the Road Warriors. The people are going to rip on that. That's why Ascension never even stood a chance. It wasn't the guys couldn't do good stuff or couldn't wrestle. It was the fact that they came out with face paint. They were black and red. I mean, come on. People are going to hammer you. I don't even have to say a word. People just hammer yourself.
And you guys were so over in Japan. What are some of your favorite memories from over there?
Well, the best thing about Japan is the way they treat you. The people in Japan are golden. They're golden, man. The red carpet gets drawn out every time I've ever gone over there. Even I went over there 2 years ago. It was the greatest thing. I did a lot of fan fests, a lot of fan dinners and lunches and stuff. The fans in Japan are freaking diehard. They love you fans. I talked to a buddy of mine over there, Masa. You probably see him all over Facebook and online. Masa's great. And, he and his buddy designed another Japanese style T-shirt for us that I'm getting ready to release. We just had our Dark Side of the Ring T-shirt come out last week with the pro wrestling tees. And then I got that breakneckgear.com that's doing our face masks now. So we're getting back in the swing of things of marketing. And, that Dark Side of the Ring is giving it all another boost. Because, like almost 300,000 people watched the episode. That's half the wrestling audience that's on Wednesday nights.
Yeah.
So it did really well. It was one of the top rated shows ever. So we're going to take that and, try to help them promote that network, Vice Network, and the shows and see what we can do here.
Did you have much experience with the Yazuka over there, like buying you dinners and stuff?
Oh, yeah, man. The Yakuza, they always bought us dinner. We ate dinners with a lot of the Wakahana and Takahana, the Japanese champion sumos, with who's the one guy that we helped train that was with New All Japan Pro Wrestling, Wajima. We helped train Wajima in Charlotte, and he never forgot that. And they always take you out to great dinners, and you always tell the guys they're screw ups, like Hawk said in the deal, they're missing a digit on their fingers. You screw up, they chop off a digit. You screw up another, and they chop off another digit, and they're all tattooed up, and they got digits missing. They're a real mess up.
And when you were wrestling over there, did you have any favorite manager? Because I think you had several different managers.
Ellering was the best manager. I mean, Ellering was the best manager for us. He fit in perfectly. He taught Hawk and I so much about the ins and outs, the psychology of wrestling. Being another Minnesota guy, we felt like home. They put us together right away the first day. We gelled together. Like Paul said in the video there, he picked us up in his 1978, I believe it was, a black Ford van that just smelled like dog and peanut butter. He had jars of peanut butter in there. Yeah, man. Paul was the best manager for us.
And you mentioned how you were a great power lifter. What are some of the biggest lifts you've done in the gym?
I actually had some of my best lifts when I was wrestling. I was about a 645 bencher, but I never had any wraps on my wrist, or I never wore a bench shirt. I would love to wear a bench shirt and see how much I could have done. I think I could have done over 7 with a bench shirt. I was I think I did 765 for 5 reps at squat one time. And then I did a 750 deadlift. So I mean, well, my one first meet I did was a class 3 meet, but I master totaled it. I did like a 1900 total with the 3 lifts. But I was 19 years old. I really didn't even know what I was doing. But I was training with Scott Norton, who ended up being like a 765 bencher. You know what I mean? So when his bench went up, my bench went up and pushed me. So it was the best thing I could have done when he was arm wrestling for that movie Over the Top. I trained him for that, and he got strong. He got the strongest he ever got in his life because Norton wasn't even really a lifter. I said, man, you need to get your butt in the gym and lift. You're 365 pounds. You only lift weights.
Did you ever, or did you eat a lot in those days to keep your strength up?
Oh, bro, I ate so much. I ate like a pig. I probably ate 5 good meals a day. 3 my main big ones, and then I had 2 decent sized meals in between. But my big ones I would have almost enough for 2 meals.
Did anyone ever try shooting on you guys in the ring over the years?
No. Hawk and I never had a problem with anybody trying to shoot on us. But we were really respectful guys. Yes, the TV guys, it looked like we were brutal, and we were brutal to them. But Ole Anderson set them all down and told them, hey, listen, here's what we need for the business. These guys are going to be rough with you and throw you around. They're not going to hurt you. We stayed away from everybody's private area or the nose and mouth. So we never really hurt anybody. We never hurt anybody in a ring or broke any bones. So, I mean, when we worked at the top guys, we weren't that way. We just did what we had to do for TV tapings, and then everything else was work like everything else. But we never got shot on. I mean, there was a couple times someone would go to dive for your leg or something. But, we knew enough to know what was going on. When we had friends like guys like Brad Rangens, who was a world-class Greco-Roman guy, he would teach us some stuff, and we worked out at his gym all the time, helping train some of the young Japanese stars. So we would go to Brad, and then Brad would work with us, and then, we had a lot of guys we knew that were great amateurs in the wrestling business,
There's a story that goes around. I mean, I interviewed Danny Spivey, and he didn't say anything about this, but I'm sure you've heard of it. I think The Undertaker's told the story that supposedly The Undertaker and Spivey got into it with you guys a bit in a match. What's your view on that story?
I don't think we got into it. I just think, it was a great match because they were trying to fight for what they were getting at the time, the push as a heel team. And we were the top babyface team. And in order for it to make it look good, I mean, I think we talked about it before the match. I said, bro, if you hit me, lay it in. Lay it in. You're not going to hurt me across the chest or across the back. I mean, I'll take it. Lay it in, So in those kind of matches, we actually like those kind of matches better. I like those matches better that look like a shoot, like you're really fighting for, hey, who's going to be left standing in the ring. Those are great matches. I mean, I used to do some great matches with Taker, or spots with Taker at the time. Mark Callis, shit, he would take one step and he was across that 14-foot ring. He was so fast and so long, I mean, I would do a drop down leapfrog spot with him, and I said, man, he's coming off like a bullet. But it was good. It looked good. You 2 big, huge guys doing that kind of moving around, like, doing a spot like the Rock and Roll Express would do with the Rockers. I mean, it was pretty impressive for the time. I knew right away that Taker had a real good future in this business. You could tell back then. He just had a natural, it's like Ellering said on the Vice show, there was that it factor that Hawk and I had that he called it. Taker had that it factor. You could see it. And then when we saw him in WWF at the time, when he debuted as The Undertaker, Hawk gave him part of his interview, and he gave Paul Bearer the name Paul Bearer.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah, Hawk thought of that. And he goes, they were trying to think of a name for him, and Hawk says, why don't you call him Paul Bearer? And it stuck, I think probably Hawk went outside, smoked a joint, and came back with that one. Yeah.
Have you seen it? Have you seen any of these Undertaker documentaries WWE has put out?
Yeah, I saw a couple of them, man. It's done really well. I mean, Taker deserves it, man. He stayed with that company and carried that company for about 10 years when that company was in the toilet. And Taker was the guy. He kept it afloat. to where it is now. You know what I mean? And I think WWE's doing it right. I think he'll probably have one good last match in him, and then he's going to call it quits. I mean, he's banged up. He's definitely sacrificed his life and his body for the rest of the business. That's for sure. You know, and he is the phenom. He's the one and only phenom in our wrestling business.
Were you around in Japan when Hawk had that altercation with Macho Man?
Yeah, I was right there.
What happened?
You had a picture. Then let me try to paint the picture for you. WCW we were already on tour for a week, and then WCW was coming over. We were wrestling for WCW, but we didn't have the contract where WCW owned our Japanese rights. So we were hired by the Japanese to come over, and we were considered Japanese talent. So when WCW came in, we were happy to see the American boys, but right away, Ricky Chochu comes in and says, Animal-san, Hawk-san, you Japanese talent, come over here. Took us in the Japanese locker room. Now, no gaijin ever dressed with the Japanese guys. So when Chochu called us over, you could just hear the rumblings of the American boys in the locker room. Then there was a situation that happened like 2 years before that, I guess, when Hawk was dating his wife, Dale. They were just going out at the time. Hawk got up to use the restroom, and Randy Savage had said something like, hey, why don't you let me, they're at a Japanese restaurant, why don't you let me crawl underneath that table and show you what a real man can do, you know? But nobody, and Dale never told Hawk that, and, you know, because she didn't want to cause any trouble. And Hawk didn't know for 2 years, but finally his wife told him after they got married, she told him. So I know it was eating up Hawk, and Hawk told me when he was over there, he goes, that freaking Savage comes over, I'm going to talk to him. So they started talking. You got to picture this. There's stairs going down. Hawk standing like right here on one side of the stairs, and Savage is on right by the stairs going down, and Hawk standing leaning against the railing. And Flair's already in the ring. Flair's the world champ. Savage is a challenger, so Savage was going to go second because he was going to give her a different pop than Flair, right? Flair was a heel, he was a babyface, go second. So all as I hear, and I'm standing right next to Hawk, I hear Hawk saying, so you call my old lady a liar? And then Savage goes, yeah, I'm calling the douchebag a liar. And before he could finish the sentence, Hawk open hand Savage, knocks Savage flat on his back. His glasses flew off his head. The cowboy hat went flying. Tassels got all messed up on his arms. And then Savage, you know, had to pop up and look aggressive in front of all the boys. Otherwise, he would look like a turd, you know? And Hawk goes, yeah, I knew you had a chin like a girl. You know what I mean? So Savage was going to try to be a tough guy, and then Fujinami waist locked Savage and said no. Saito just said to Hawk, Hawk-san, put his hand up. The Hawk stopped. He said, okay, Masa. Hawk said to Savage, he goes, I'll be waiting for you outside after this match. We'll see if you got the balls to come out. Hawk stood in the ring for 20 minutes after that match. Savage never came back there and went outside. Hawk came back in front of everybody and said, see, I knew you were a pussy. You didn't come outside, you freaking pussy. And that's what he said to him. That's what started that whole thing with Savage. And then Savage jumped him one time at a concert, I believe. And when the Hawk was taking the piss in the stall and jumped from behind, they got into a little, you know, tassel until the security guys came in and broke it up.
So did that affect your standing in WCW after?
No, not really. I mean, maybe a little bit. I mean, we were on the verge of, you know, getting a decent contract, but, you know, there was a lot of business stuff going on. We really wanted to make them pay for the Japanese rights because we knew we were golden to them in Japan,
Right.
you know? And if you really wanted to keep us positive, you know, we couldn't work out the amount of days and then give up the Japanese rights. What was that worth? And, you know, and to be honest with you, we didn't like the price at the time. So we just said, okay, we'll keep it the way it is.
And the other fight Hawk is known for is the one over in Korea against Scorpio that I think was broken up because it happened on a bus or something. Were you with WCW at that time?
I wasn't. Well, we weren't with them really. I mean, Hawk went on the trip over there. He flew in. I guess it was pretty cool. Hawk flew in first class and talked to Muhammad Ali the whole trip. Because Muhammad Ali was the ambassador, you know, for the U.S. to North Korea. I heard a little bit about it. I don't really even know much about the fight. That's how hush hush everybody kept it until years later when it came out, and I don't even know. I mean, I heard that they each slapped each other and then it was over.
Yeah, there was some pull apart on the bus, from what I understand.
Yeah,
They didn't want to cause trouble over there.
yeah, no, bro, they would have never made it back and would have really got out. You know what I mean? Because they were fingering through the food and they were tapping every phone call, I guess. And Norton said it was horrible.
And what about Norton? You've been friends with him a long time. Do you have any stories about him?
You know, there is one of the most deceivingly fast, big guys that I've ever met. I mean, seriously, he was 370 pounds at one time, and he ran under a 5 flat 40. Tried out for the Green Bay Packers and made it to the last cut and got cut. Never even played organized tackle football, really. He and Hawk played on a rough touch team together called Halleck's. It was Halleck's Bar. But Norton was a natural athlete, man. You know, it was like a lot like Hawk in high school. They just got in so many fights that get kicked off of every organized team they ever played on.
Okay.
Because Norton was from one side of the tracks and Hawk was on the other side of the tracks. And finally, when they were younger, they like junior high and high school, they started becoming close friends. You know, then they stopped fighting everybody else and they start fighting people together.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, but Norton, I remember one time Norton was riding his bike and some guy cut him off and something happened and the guy came running at Norton with a tire iron and Norton just put his forearm up like this to block it. And the guy swung that tire iron, hit it here, and it swelled up like a freaking baseball off of a tire iron. But Norton ended up grabbing the guy and beat the dog shit out of him with the lane in the middle of the street. It was, yeah, Norton was he was a strong guy, man. I'll never forget the first time that he was going to try 600 pounds on the bench. You know, you got to understand, he only worked out for about 8 months and went from like 405 to 600 pounds. He was that strong, you know, and he ended up doing it for 2. He doubled it the first time he tried it.
Is it true you had a USFL tryout before you went into wrestling?
Well, I had it set up to do a trial with the New Jersey Generals.
Okay.
Right? I had a friend of mine that was working on getting me a tryout with New Jersey Generals, and then Ed Sharkey came in and was in the bar bartending. He said, "Oh, I'm going to do a wrestling camp." I said, "Well, this trial's not for 3 or 4 months. You know, if I get it anyway, you know, because the league was so new at the time, I said, I'm going to just do this wrestling deal here for my win. It'll help me for football." So I was always a big believer that cross training in sports helps you for your best sport, right? And I loved football. You know, as you can tell, my son James and stuff. It's just in our family, it's in our blood, and I respect the game so much. So I was going to try to do that. I figured, well, you know, I had to out of junior college going into Morehead State. I was getting timed by Dallas and Green Bay. I figured, well, you know, I got my girlfriend pregnant, so I had to quit. And so I said, well, you know, I'm still not that old. I was only 20 years old. I said, I'm going to give it a shot, you know. And so I was going to do it, but then wrestling just happened to come up like a month before. So I had to gamble. Do I try football? I got this guy that wants to bring me down to put me on TV in Atlanta. TBS was the only wrestling that I knew. I didn't even know USA Network even had wrestling. I just knew it was on Superstation, right? Yeah. And so I said, okay, I'll do it.
And that was Ole bringing you over?
Yeah, that was Ole Anderson bringing me down as the road warrior myself.
What do you think of Ole? Obviously, I think you had a good experience with him, but some people didn't.
Oh, yeah, a lot of people can't stand Ole. I mean, Ole's a dick. He'll tell you he's a dick. I mean, he's just an asshole. That's just Ole's personality. We loved Ole. I mean, Ole was like, you know, from being up in Canada, man, you get some of those guys that are from the northern part of the state or just hard-nosed, gritty guys that they don't screw around. They say something once, they don't want to say it again. That's Ole. That's Ole. And I always liked Ole and respected Ole, man. I can't, how do you you're not like a guy that changed your life forever, you know?
And everyone remembers the bench press challenge with the Powers of Pain. If you guys were doing that legit, how heavy could you have gone at the time? And could you have actually beat those guys at that time? They were pretty huge.
I think I could have done, it would have been between probably Warlord and me for the thing. I think at that time, because I never even, man, I did like 6 1/4 in the gym at one time at that point. I believe I could have probably, with the crowd behind you, probably did a 640, 650 maybe. You know, I don't know if Terry could have got that at that time because, his arms are so much longer than mine, which is still a great bench press for how tall he is, But, and Barb was strong too, man. But those guys were such good guys. I mean, people don't realize, I had actually blew out my orbital rim the night before, or 2 nights before in Hammond, Indiana. Warlord gave me a smaller slam, landed on my head, and blew up my eye, popped out, and went back in too far. And I had a skull fracture, broken nose, and broken cheek. And I did the bench press the next day, or 2 days later. My face was pounding. It was hurting, man. From lifting. You lay down, all the blood rushes to your head, right? And then you're pushing. Your face turns like the color of a tomato anyway.
Yeah.
And my eye was completely shut, but I trusted Warlord and Barb enough that when they rattled my head into the plates, it looked real. And when Barb gave me that high boot, it looked like it took my head off. And the brother didn't even touch me. That's how much I trust him. I had to put my face like this on the side that was smashed for him to kick me. But Barb was just beautiful with that boot, man. And then those two beat the crap out of Ellering and Hawk and left me laying there. I mean, it was a great angle. It just wasn't carried any further than that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They didn't keep any steam on them, which they could have done. They didn't do anything to come back on them. We came back and we just beat them around the horn and they were done. And then that's when they were going to come in and do the scaffold matches, the blow off. And they came to me and they said, "Hey, Joe, we don't feel comfortable with that." I said, "Don't do it." I said, "You got an opportunity to go somewhere else?" He goes, "Well, yeah, New York called. They want us to come up there." I said, "Go." I said, I wouldn't tell you to stay here. I said, "Tell you what, we're probably going to do 50 scaffold matches and I'm not falling off that damn thing. And you two guys are too big. You'll blow out your knees, your hips, will blow out the ring."
Yeah.
I mean, they were huge. You figure that's almost 700 pounds a guy falling.
Yeah. And I think Jim Cornette ended up getting hurt in that in the end. That's smaller.
That was the funniest thing, man. But you got a picture. Big Bubba Rogers, Boss Man, and Hawk, it was no secret they loved to get high and smoke a joint before wrestling. Here, Boss Man was stoned out of his mind. He's got sunglasses on. Both things screws up your peripheral vision, right? And your depth perception. And here's Cornette, 30 feet above the ring. And when they said to me, Dusty said, "Well, Bubba's going to catch Cornette." I said to myself right away, I told Ellering, I said, "He's never going to catch him. That's going to be like 230 pounds of crap falling from 30 feet. There's no way. Picture it as a bag of cement falling. There's no way he's going to catch it. No way." I said, "Hell, I couldn't even catch a guy that's 230 pounds coming from that."
Yeah.
So here's Big Bubba standing on this, and I said, "You ready?" And Jimmy's hanging there, and he goes, "Yeah, I'm ready." And I looked, and Bubba was 4 feet away from where Jimmy landed. And Jimmy bounced about 10 feet up in the air when he hit, man. I never laughed so hard in my life. He hit one time, and he was screaming on the second bounce, "My knees, my knees!" Oh, brother, it was so funny. I don't mean to laugh at it. Hey, did you see Cornette's post this week on that Stampede match with AEW?
I did not. I've heard about it. Did you?
He blasted those guys, said it was the dumbest thing he's seen in wrestling since Vince Russo was doing shit with WWE.
Did you see that match? I haven't seen it.
No, I saw bits and pieces on the AEW show last night, man. I really mixed feelings about the AEW product. They started to get a guy over like Brody Lee, who then they beat right away with Cody. So now what's he mean?
Yeah.
Or Moxley rather. Moxley beats him right away. It really wasn't an angle per se angle.
Cody beat the other big guy, so it's the same
deal.
The
other guy, Cody beat Jake's guy, right? Looks good, can do some incredible stuff. He's got that long braided mohawk. I thought for sure they're going to push him to be the top heel, lay some guys out, lay some people out, but they're getting into the mode of rush. Let's give a guy a couple cheap wins and let one of the other top guys beat him. That's what they're doing. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm a fear they're getting into that mistake And now they're getting into Arn Anderson comes out with Cody. Taz now is coming out with somebody else. Jake's coming out with the guy, that other guy. I mean, there's too many. Now you have a bunch of guys coming out with other guys. What does that mean? You know what I mean? I mean, you had Brandy Rhodes coming out with Goldust and Cody.
Right.
I mean, there's every match has got a manager out there now. Everyone, pretty much.
And Brandy is a heel too, isn't she? And yet Cody
she kind of turned babyface now again, but
okay.
You know what I mean? Then they had a girls match the other day with Sheeta and Nyla Rose and that Statlander girl that's supposed to be an alien, right? And it really, to be honest with you, man, I thought it set girls wrestling back freaking 20 years. It wasn't his last weekend on the pay-per-view because I didn't see that one, but it was the match before TV to set it up. It's just too much turning around, waiting for the girl to do the move, and facing her when you're doing a move. And if it's supposed to be a shoot-looking thing, you should be facing your opponent. It's like someone going to punch you, and you go like this, And they all should know better than that. They're better product than that. Or if you're not, you should be getting your butt in the ring and practicing it before the show starts.
And I don't know if you saw this picture, but they tweeted out a picture after the pay-per-view of Jake, his guy, Arn, and Cody, Mike Tyson in the middle with Tony Khan, and they're all smiling around the belt.
Oh, yeah.
They're all friends.
That's just like so stupid. I don't know. Even though the wrestling business is entertainment, how are you going to get anybody to buy the next ticket to the pay-per-view? Because this was a buy the pay-per-view, and it's not free on TV, right?
Right.
How are you going to get them to buy it next time when you're sitting around and you're all friends? And then they had on TV, I don't know if you saw last night's show. They had last night's show with Chris Jericho saying to Mike Tyson, when you knocked me out in 2013, well, that was on WWE's program.
Right.
So all the clips today on Facebook was Tyson hitting Jericho back in WWE, and Jericho wants to get revenge now. They did a big pull apart last night on TV. And I'm thinking to myself, and Chris Jericho, don't get me wrong, I love Chris Jericho. I think he's the top guy there. I think he's the top guy there. He's the top interview there. He's the top play-by-play guy. He's the man. He's got the only guy that's got heat. He keeps his heat. He keeps going on, right? He's like the Energizer Rabbit. I think he's smart enough that they should listen to him and let him do his own thing on getting the other opponent over and getting himself over. You don't need to have – you can start getting too many chiefs, which I don't know if that's the case what's happening there, but you're getting a lot of stuff. Then they showed a picture of Tony Khan's Memorial Day party, and there was Adam Cole.
Really?
Standing right next to the guys, because his wife works for the company. So he was at Tony Khan's house. I mean,
that might get him some heat.
Yeah, it's like Big Vito was saying. Oh yeah, well he'll be jobbing his butt out now, and he'll be on his way. He'll be the next one to go.
I heard his contract ends in July, so it may have something to do with that. But he's hard to take seriously as the NXT champion because he doesn't really look tough at all. But not many of them do these days.
No, man. The only guy you take serious there is the big black dude. What's his name?
Kevin something maybe.
No, the guy that guy ended up with Lesnar in the Battle Royal, or the Royal Rumble. The big guy. He can really move pretty good. He's huge. He's about 360 pounds.
Okay, I think I've seen him, but
yeah, he can move. He looks good. He looks like a big wrestler. They can do things, but everybody else is just. I hate to say it. It's just a small, ripped guy.
Well, I think they've lost in the ratings now 28 times, including last night they lost again. So maybe.
Yeah, but you know what? Here you guys look at this, Devin. Though they're only getting 700 and something thousand people to watch.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, it's COVID and everything else, but if the product was really good, they would be in the 2 million, 3 million mark. I mean, you realize when WCW and WWF were hot at the time, we were in 18 to 20 million homes on a Monday night. We had the Monday Night Wars going. Where did the fans go? Wrestling has got to do something to get the fans back. You know what I mean? And when now the WWE just let go a lot of guys, I'm wondering what kind of guys they're going to bring back. I mean, I just saw they brought back Gulak. They brought him back, but I wonder who else they're going to bring back.
Did you hear that Velasquez's contract was for $5 million a year? They ultimately released him, but that's a pretty big contract.
Who?
Cain Velasquez. Supposedly, his contract was for $5 million.
Yeah, he got let go due to doing something on social media or something. That was the reason.
Okay.
Yeah, there was something to do with social media. And the fact that I don't think he was on the up and up about his knee, as bad the injury as it was, too, and that had another thing to do with it. And then they found out, now his knee, I guess his knee's really shot. But then again, what's he going to do? I mean, Lesnar smoked him over in Saudi Arabia, so that didn't work out well.
Do you think it hurts you at all that your brother still works in the office there? Because it seems like he's doing you a favor if he recommends you.
Well, it's a hard spot for him. You know what I mean? But after all this time, and listen, there's 4 major Hall of Fames in wrestling, right? Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame, NWA Hall of Fame, WWE Hall of Fame, and the Wrestling Observer Hall of Fame. There's only 5 guys in all 4, and Hawk and I are 2 of the guys.
Yeah.
I should be able to get in anywhere to work with my own laurels. And the fact that I never burned any bridges, I was always a businessman. I was always easy to get along with, and I was good to people because I want to be people good to me back, right? So there really isn't any legitimate reason why I shouldn't be with either company, to be honest with you. So, but hey, you never know what the future holds, man. Sometimes everything always comes back around and things will change.
How did he end up marrying the Bella's mother, of all people?
I don't know, man. I don't know how they met. I know that there were some issues with John's ex-wife. And I remember one time my son James was doing an appearance somewhere. I think it was Arizona somewhere. And he had told me he'd seen my brother there. He goes, yeah, but he was sitting there talking to somebody and having lunch with somebody, but it wasn't Aunt Jill, and I think that was her. She's a very nice lady. I mean, I don't know her very well because I don't see John that well much. He's there in Arizona. They live in Arizona. But I know that he treated the Bellas very good, and that's another probably good reason. But yeah, man, they're happy now. They're grandparents now, so that's all good. He's the happiest he's been in his life, and so I'm happy for him.
And what about your other brother? I think his name was Mike, that he wrestled for a while.
Mark, yeah, Mark.
Mark
was part of the Terminators, Rage and Fury. They were WCW champs. They did a lot of wrestling for Otto Wanz over in Germany and South Africa and stuff. Yeah, he works for a sports marketing company out of Wisconsin now. He was a computer graphics director for a vitamin company out of Miami in Fort Lauderdale. But yeah, now he switched jobs. Yeah, he's doing well, man. He looks more like me than my brother John does.
Okay. There's a fan that wanted me to ask you how your experiences working with Tony Atlas was over the years.
I always got along good with Tony. Hawk and Tony had a couple shoving matches at one time, with the no selling gimmick that Tony was doing. But, I mean, Hawk forgot that Tony was Mr. USA at one time, too, He was one of the first black tag team champions in WWF. I always got to go with Tony. I like Tony. Tony still looks great to this day.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got to be 68, 70 years old. He looks great to this day, man. He looks phenomenal.
And how did you like working with Jerry Blackwell?
Jerry Blackwell was a phenom. Another phenom, a guy that was 450 pounds that could throw a drop kick in your face. Yeah, Jerry was stud.
There's a fan that wanted to know, what is your thoughts on the release of Paul Ellering's daughter, Rachel?
I heard that she got a really nasty knee operation. She blew her knee out. I think it was a patella tendon, and Paul's had patella tendon problems. some of the girls who have been world-class powerlifters, and Rachel, his daughter, was a world-class powerlifter. She competed in South Africa and everywhere else. I think it was just a lot of stress on the knees, man. And great girl, good personality, can wrestle her butt off. I always said she and Tessa Blanchard would be the best girls tag team in the history of wrestling ever.
Well, maybe that could still happen. They're still young enough. You never know.
Oh, yeah, man. They're both in their 20s. It's easily could happen.
And for Nikita Koloff, you brought him into the business. I think you also brought the Warlord into the business. Any memories of Nikita?
Well, yeah, I remember with Jim Crockett when Hawk and I were working our angles at the Midnight Express and doing stuff with the Horsemen. Crockett came up to me one time and said, "Is there any more big guys like you guys back in Minnesota that want to get into wrestling?" I said, "Well, come think of it, there's one more guy. He was willing to shave his head and be a Russian." I said, "I'm pretty sure he'll do anything, man. He's had 2 broken legs because of football, and right now he's looking for a job." And that's what I gave Nikita my car, and I said, "Man, get your butt down here." And he came down, and next thing you know, he was Russian Nightmare.
And you ended up hurting your back in WWE in 1992. Do you think if you had not hurt your back, possibly you would have been teamed up with Crush at that time and had a run as a tag team?
There's a lot of things in the wrestling business. I did hurt my back, and medically, I was messed up, but I still could have kept going on. But because Hawk screwed off, I basically said after that, well, screw this. I'm going to go take some time off, recuperate, work out, collect on disability because I had a great disability, deal going on. And if I probably wouldn't have done that, they probably would have stuck me with Crush. Even though it'd been pretty hard to have one Demolition and one Road Warrior together, you know what I mean? But people would have bought it anyway, you know what I mean? But it worked out for the best, man. I was getting called by Hawk all along anyway. People didn't know about it. The Japanese were always asking me, when can Animal come back? When can Animal come back? And that happened almost since day one after he left.
Now, for the infamous story where Hawk gave the Doomsday Device to Vince in the bar, is that folklore? Or did that actually happen?
Oh, that happened for real. Yeah, we were in a place called the Yellow Rose. I think it was in San Antonio, Texas. It was a strip joint. And at the time, that was right after all the steroid nonsense that was going on, and Vince was out drinking with the guys and buying everybody rounds. And so I look over at Hogan, and Hogan gives me the thumbs up. I said, okay. And I said, Hawk, Doomsday. He goes, okay. So Hawk jumps up on stage. I go behind Vince and get him up. And Vince goes, whoa, and turn around. And as soon as I turn around, here comes Hawk running off the stage. And I see him push the stripper aside, says, excuse me, and clotheslines Vince off the shoulder. Yeah,
Wow.
and Hogan caught him, man, from behind. But still, I mean, who else can give a billionaire the finish in the bar?
Hawk put out, I guess, a shoot interview shortly before he died. He was saying, I guess, Vince was a demon or something. Was he over the feud with Vince by the time he actually passed?
I think at the time that Hawk did that shoot interview, I don't know if Vince was so much the demon or wasn't a lot of the stuff was well deserved. You know what I mean? You got to look at it this way. When you own a company and you're putting millions of dollars into advertisement on guys and TV time and all this other stuff, toys, action figures, wrestling buddies, all this stuff, and the guy just says, screw you, I want to get high. Oh, really? When there's a million guys wanting to jump in those shoes immediately and you're disrespecting it, it probably was a little bit of both ways. Was Vince an angel? No. Was Hawk an angel? No. You know what I mean? I think it was a little bit guilty on both parties. Which then ultimately it's a guy who has the pen in his hand that ultimately is the decision maker. You know what I mean? So he signs the check. So you got to go along with the boss. I'm going to try to tell Hawk a bunch of times, Mike, if you're working for Honeywell, you're working for 3M or a vacuum company or whatever. You got to do what the boss says. I mean, that's why you got a boss.
Yeah.
Unless you're the boss and you own it, then you do what you want. But otherwise you got to listen to the boss. They have rules and regulations. You just can't make up your own rules. It's a company. It's a business. Now you had shareholders. You really had to do it. And Hawk just couldn't get with that program.
You mentioned that when Hawk went off after SummerSlam 92, he went off with the Berserker. Do you still keep in contact with John Nord at all? Because I understand he's had a lot of problems in recent years.
Yeah, man. Nord has been in one treatment facility after another, and he's not doing real well. I heard he was doing okay as of late. Who was it? Barry Darsow told me he saw Nord, but I've not seen John Nord since he worked for WWF.
Okay.
It's been that many years, man. I've not seen Nord probably for at least 20 years, maybe 15, 20 years. Yeah, it's been that long, man. He went through a real downward slide. He got divorced. The son Joe was a great athlete. That got all screwed up over all this stuff that was going on in his life, man. And so the son Joe was a great wrestler for the University of Minnesota.
How did you like working for Vern Gagne?
Vern was all right. Vern was just very old school. Ellering's the one that got us all used to working with these promoters. I mean, we would go all over the country, from Don Owens in Portland and Joe Blanchard in San Antonio to the Rougeaus up in Montreal, to Carlos Colon in Puerto Rico, and to Giant Baba, to Inoki, to anywhere, to Vern Gagne, and then to Jim Crockett Promotions and Ole, and Harley Race in St. Louis. I mean, we went everywhere and got so used to promoters at the time. To be honest with you, Ellering's the one that dealt with them. We never had to deal with anybody. He'd go in there, he'd set up the dates, he'd buy the tickets, and he'd get our payouts and say, here's the tickets cost, here's your pay for the night, and here's my pay, and let's go. All right. But we just did that.
Did you party at all with Ric Flair back in the NWA days?
Oh, yeah. I had one or two kamikazes with Flair. There's many times Flair would come in there and say, bartender, give me 30 kamikazes, 15 for me and 15 for my buddy Animal here. I knew better. I always ate a big meal, like a big steak and potatoes before I went out. Because I knew he was going to try to get you messed up.
What do you think of his claim that he had sex with 10,000 women over his years?
That's probably a little stretched, but there was probably, I mean, I don't know, man. I would imagine there was a few. I mean, he was a world champ for a long time, you know what I mean? And back when wrestling was very, very, very fan-friendly and popular, a lot different today.
Yeah, I guess the groupie scene back in those days, I know you were married most of the time, but I'm sure Hawk probably partook in some of it. Back in those days, it was a lot more prevalent.
There's a lot. I mean, there are no groupies today because a lot of the girls that love wrestling became wrestlers now. And they're married to the guys. You know what I mean? Not that they're groupies, but back then, very few women wrestled.
Now, do you have any...
They love the wrestling business. They love the entertainment aspect of it. Hawk was more of a partier, though. He really couldn't care less about the girls.
Okay, he just wanted to get in there and do his stuff.
Do my stuff. Go get me a double vodka on the rocks and go get high and take some somas and relax. That's all he lived for. He lived for that kind of stuff. He really would get. I mean, there was times I remember getting off the plane in Kuwait. We're guests of the country there for WWF. And there was only one person on the plane whose toes were getting dragged across the tarmac, and that was my partner's. Everybody else was fine. My partner was totally gone.
Okay.
Yeah. Kuwaitis didn't know what to think.
Was he really a biker, or did he just like hang with the bikers?
That was just our gimmick.
Yeah.
I mean, we had Harleys, we rode Harleys, but I mean, Hawk left his Harley in my house for 5 years. He bought a brand new Fat Boy and left it at my house.
At one point, I think he dated Missy Hyatt, didn't
he? Yeah, he did.
Any thoughts on her?
No, Missy's a great girl, man. He left her in Minnesota and moved to Florida. I think he left her in his condo and then moved to Florida himself. And she called me upset. I said, well, you need to call Mike. And then he wouldn't return her calls. She ended up moving back out down to Georgia. But he left his Harley. He told me, this animal, can I leave my bike at your house? I said, for how long? I don't know. Ended up being 5 years. Wow. So I rode it. Every time I got spring and summer came around, I rode it to Henning's house and go BS with Henning. You know, he lived on the Mississippi River in Anoka, Minnesota. You know, Anoka is known as the Halloween capital of the U.S. And I'd go over visit Henning, come back.
Any funny rib stories from Henning?
The one that sticks out, there's two that stick out to my mind. One that where he stopped by a pet store one time because we were good. The Beverly brothers also grew up in Minnesota, right?
Yeah.
And he bought like 50 fetal mice and stuck them in the Beverly brothers' shoes and their pockets of their jeans. So after they came out of the ring and got to take a shower and got dressed, they went to put their shoes on, and there's mice in there, and then their pockets, their hands in their pockets, and they're all full of mice, baby mice. Couldn't even see; they were so young.
Wow.
And then one time, Virgil kept screwing around with everybody, and Virgil came out of the ring, and it was the middle of winter, and one pant leg of Virgil's jeans was cut off, so one pant leg was short, one pant leg was long. Yeah. That was heavy.
For the Canadian Stampede, you guys had huge heat that day in Calgary. Any memories of that match?
No, man, that was just freaking awesome, though, to be there. And Hawk and I were Mad Hatters in the Calgary Stampede. They gave us some Stetsons to wear. And it was just a great experience, you know, to be up in Canada wrestling a historic team like the Hart Foundation, right? And to be 4 Americans and to have the reaction that we had in Canada was crazy, man. We were stone cold heels, so it was easy for us to work. But you know, Owen and Brett especially were just so over. I mean, it was ridiculous. Owen could have ran for president, to be honest with you.
Were you working that night when Owen passed away?
No, I wasn't, man. I was just actually home. One of the few pay-per-views I wasn't on. I was home, and my son James was watching the pay-per-view, and came running in. He said, Daddy, Owen Hart just fell from the ceiling. And I went in there. I said, "What?" And I thought it was a work, you know. Then they cut, and they weren't on air for a bit. And I said, "Oh my gosh, you know, it's serious." I took my son James up to the funeral up in Calgary.
Okay, yeah, I think you're in one of the newspapers clippings from then.
Yeah, and I knew the Hart story well, and I really respected Brett and Stu and the family, you know, and always heard all those horror stories. I remember when I first met Stu, he grabbed a hold of my arm and had those vice grip hands on my arm, and I said, "Hey, so get your hands off of me. I already know your reputation precedes you. You always want to come to the guy with the big arms and see if you can make him scream." I said, "I'm not screaming, so just forget it." You know,
How did you get along with Steve Austin?
I got along good with Steve. I mean, I think Steve intimidated a lot of guys because he was the top dog, at the time. Steve was the man. But, I think Hawk and I were comfortable in our own skin because we were the top team. I mean, we were the only tag team in the country in the business that was working main events to close out the show ever. They never put tag teams on last because they couldn't carry the ball, and they were doing that with us. When Hogan wasn't working or Warrior wasn't working, we were the main event.
There's a fan that was wondering if you could explain the tattoos on your arms, what they each mean.
Well, the ones that are my face paint and Hawk's face paint, that's pretty much self-explanatory. When Hawk died, I put his face paint up there and put RIP and the date and everything else, And then the other ones are crosses on my arm. I have the one that says faith, and then you put it the other way it says hope. And then there's a tattoo of Jesus on the forearm here, and then I got the cross right here. This is basically a cover-up. Since I covered it up, I put a nice big cross on there. I am going to get my grandkids' arms tattooed on there one of these days on my inside of my forearm.
Any chance that your son is going to get into wrestling? Everyone's always asking.
They're always asking that, man. No, James is content. He did very well with his money. His second contract was freaking enormous. So I told him, if you put that money away and live off your pension now, you don't need any money. Live off that pension. His pension's freaking through the roof. If you could live off that pension, you got a problem. It's huge. So I told him to do that. So that's what he's doing. He's remodeling. He bought like 90 acres outside of Columbus, Ohio, and Dublin, Ohio, and he's got a nice spread out there. And I think he's going to build a neighborhood. He said with a builder.
Do you think the XFL is going to open up again with a different owner? Someone might buy it in bankruptcy
Yeah,
court?
I think someone's going to buy it. Someone else. I think once it's something that has the same owner, dies twice, even though this had nothing to do with Vince, it had to do with COVID. But I think someone else will buy it and maybe try to turn it into something. Those pre-leagues did decent. The other league that was playing 8 NFL games, that was doing okay. They just stopped doing it for some reason. The XFL games, I know here in St. Louis, they were getting a great attendance. The Battlehawks are playing great football. As a matter of fact, one of the teams picked up the Battlehawks quarterback. I think Kansas City did. As a backup. He's not going to play, but he's a backup to the Kansas City quarterback. So, at least he made it in the league. I think if you're an immature guy and you need that extra maturity to go on to the next level and you need a couple years to hone your abilities, then I think it's a good place to go.
Have you seen the clip online of I think it's the Fabulous Ones saying that they had to like physically fight you guys in the ring once? Might be another case where you just made them work.
Yeah, I don't think they would have had to fight us in the ring, because if that would ever happen, they would still be in the ring. Yeah. I know Stan Lane and Steve Kern very well. There was one time, I think they're talking about in the St. Paul Civic Center, where they gave us a stupid finish. It wasn't the Fabulous Ones finish. It was the finish that Greg Gagne gave us. Ellering looks at us and said, that finish is not good for you guys. And we said, what do we do? Because nobody ever disputed Vern Gagne's finishes before, right? And Paul goes, I know Steve Kern very well. He goes, he's got a short fuse. Hawk, you grab Kern, you slam him like 3 times, he'll come in with a chair and they'll double DQ it. Okay. So Hawk, we get in the ring and Hawk says to the guys, hey, we're going to change the finish so no one gets hurt. Which means that so no one looks like pussies, basically. Well, they thought that Hawk said, we're changing the finish, listen to us, or we're going to hurt you. That's not what we said. I was right there. Hawk says, so no one gets hurt. So Hawk grabs Kern, slam, like clockwork. Kern went out and said, screw this, come in with a chair, and bam, 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 DQ.
Okay.
We didn't mind dropping the belts. It just wasn't the right finish for us to drop the belts. It made us look stupid.
Right. Do you still keep in contact at all with Heidenreich or Draws?
No, man, I've not seen Draws. Draws can't get around very much. He's out in Jersey and he's in that wheelchair, man. It's a heavy duty wheelchair. I don't see Draws. And Heidenreich, I've not seen him since I saw him at 1 or 2 appearances where he just literally lost his freaking marbles and flipped out at a Comic-Con one year. So I've not seen him. Probably not seen him in 4 years.
Yeah, the last time I saw him, his face was all bruised up for some reason, and he didn't look very good.
Poor John. He's such a good-hearted guy too, man. But he just has issues. He's always had issues.
There's a fan that wanted to know if George Steele ever gave you any trouble because he was also known as the Animal.
No, different type of animal.
Now, I've seen the Memphis wrestling music video you guys did. I actually like the song. But any memories of wrestling in the Mid-South Coliseum?
Yeah, we were with Jimmy Hart one time, and he had actually wrote that melody for Terry Funk.
Okay.
And then he says, "Yeah, listen, I wrote this song for Terry Funk. He's not going to use it. You guys should use it." And we were so off on what we were saying. We had to try to match the words that were dubbed in, and it was just absolutely horrendous. And so I remember doing that, and then there's going to be a rumble tonight. For the Warriors. That's right. It was crazy, man.
It was actually, I think, included in that AWA VHS that they put out of you guys.
They showed a riot in that VHS. I remember. I think it was from Indiana. Was that the worst riot you guys were ever in?
Yeah, Hammond Civic Center. It was in Hammond again. It was we left Baron von Raschke and Kurt Hennig. We had Kurt tied in the ropes. He was all bleeding. We laid out Larry. We were leaving the ring, and some fans threw chairs from the upper balcony and hit Hawk, and we just turned around and started swinging. And we started saying we probably hit about 10 people, but you can tell it was big old farm country. You know what I mean?
Did you ever work with the Freebirds?
Yeah, lunchtime.
How did you like them?
Good, man. We worked one time in Comiskey Park in between the White Sox game. We were in between the doubleheader. They rolled a ring out there and we wrestled them. And then we did a couple 6-mans with they were with the Crusher. They painted the Southern flag on Crusher's face with them, you know. And we always had great matches with Terry Gordy and Michael Hayes. I mean, wrestled with Terry Gordy a lot in Japan. Yeah, they're good guys, man. Good heels, very good heels.
And for Jesse Ventura, I know that you kind of talked to him when you were first getting into the business, but do you have any memories with him you could share with us?
You know, Jesse and I, our paths crossed. I remember my mom got me my first membership at his gym, and that's Hawk worked at his gym. That's where I first met Hawk, at his gym, you know. And I remember he'd sit there and he'd rock like this, you know, with a big old dip in his mouth, you know, and Laurinaitis, how are you? You know, and hey, Jess, what's up, bro? You know, and his wife was a trainer at his gym and everything else. And I know his son was in Hollywood. He does some filmmaking of short take films. You know what I mean? But Jesse's a smart guy, man. He lives off the grid, New Mexico somewhere now. I saw him at last year's Comic-Con. He looked the same. There was rumors that he was thinking about running for president, you know, which I wouldn't put it past him. He did a great job at Minnesota governor.
Now, for Rick Rude, he was known for knocking people out with a slap. Did you ever see him in action in a real fight?
Yeah, Rick Rude and I bounced in the same bar called George's and Fridley in Fridley, Minnesota. Hell yeah. Yeah, Rude had a mitt like Danny Hodge and Steiner. You know, they had those vice grip hands. It wasn't even like a hand; it was like a paw. And someone messed around, he just quick open hit because he was strong from the elbow down.
Right.
You know, that arm wrestling strength. You know what I mean? Big old forearms and mitts on him. Yeah, Rude was a pretty good. Rude was probably one of the most underrated heels in the wrestling business, man. He was definitely one of the best ever. He single-handedly made the Ultimate Warrior.
Oh yeah. There was a fan that wanted to know if MMA had existed around the time you got into wrestling. Do you think you would have gone into MMA instead?
I think if it would have been 5 years earlier, I think Hawk and I both would have gave it a try. Just to do the both cross. So we were in such good wind shape back then, you know.
Yeah.
We trained so hard, both anaerobically, and just with weights, that we could take a lot of punishment over the time. And we did a bunch of hour Broadways back then, and you know, nobody that was even heard of, you know, in the wrestling business going an hour. But we did that. You know, you never would have known how it would have turned out. I'm happy it went the path. It was a lot less painful going the path we went.
Yeah.
You know.
And you can wrestle more often than you can fight.
Yeah, I mean, the fighting that there's not much you can do.
Now, for the Iron Man theme song, who came up with that idea?
I did, man. I saw that in the car, and we were riding in the car, and I saw that. And I said,
you just heard it?
Yeah. I said, we need to use that song.
Someone wanted me to ask you, you were there for the Ken Shamrock, Kimbo Slice fight. A lot of people over the years have thought that may have been a work. What's your opinion being there?
I think it was a work. I think Shamrock had him dead to rights and just let him up. That's right. I mean, I think it was a work myself.
Have you seen Jack Swagger MMA fight? He's also in Bellator.
Yeah, I seen Jack. Yeah, I mean, Jack's more of a technical wrestler, I think, than a fighter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's going to win on his wrestling ability. He's not so much going to win on his fighting. You know.
There's a fan that wanted me to ask you. The Pentagon a couple weeks ago came out saying that like UFOs actually exist. Since it's in the news, the fan wanted me to ask you what your opinion is. They're not saying that I guess aliens exist, but there's objects in the sky that the government says they don't know what they are.
I think we'd be ludicrous to think that in this whole big solar system that we're the only ones around. That's my opinion. You know, we can't be the only ones around in the solar system that could fly a plane or jets or go to the moon or whatever. You know what I mean? There has to be other life forms out there.
And for Greg Gagne, how did you like working with him?
Greg was fine. Greg Gagne was fine, man. I mean, he was Vern's son. I don't even know if Greg would have been in the wrestling business if it wasn't for his dad owning the company.
Did you ever have any problems selling for him, even though he was smaller?
No, because he was over. He was over. You know what I mean?
How's your health holding up today?
Good, man. I feel great. I mean, I feel good. You know, just dieting down, trying down. I'm in the 260s now, which I've been trying to get down there for years. I finally, with this time off, doing aerobic stuff, have gotten my weight down, so that's good. Been trying to get down there. You know,
Do you remember whose idea Rocco was?
that was a stupid idea from WWF. I hated that gimmick.
But you don't remember which agent suggested that?
No, I think it came between Vince and Paul. Ellering and Paul. Vince did it.
I guess they wanted to do that for the toys, for the sales of toys or something.
Yeah, they want to try and show a softer side of Pocket Eye. You know what I mean? By having the dolls.
Yeah. And I guess Hawk just got rid of it eventually.
Oh, yeah. I made sure I never made it back from the trip.
Are you still going to church regularly and doing the Christian thing?
Well, I go as much as we can. You know, the last 3 months you can't go anywhere. But before that was going on, I was going.
Have you been following the whole thing with Ted DiBiase lately? It's been
boy. Yeah, he's in a lot of world of hurt. That's just not a couple dollars. That's $5 million.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big. He and his sons, man, or state of Mississippi is going to come down and hard on them.
I guess at one point you used to do like these wrestling shows at churches, right, to promote God and so forth. Do you still do that occasionally?
No, I've not done that for a few years, man. I used to do it with Teddy with the Heart of David Ministries, but I've not done that for a few years.
How did you like working with Ahmed Johnson?
He was all right. I mean, you know, it was a great look when we came down for the one Chicago street fight for one of the WrestleManias, you know.
And when Paul Ellering came to join you guys at WrestleMania 8, was that something that you guys requested to have him on the road with you, or was that WWE's idea?
I think it was WWE's idea to bring him back.
And Paul Roma has said that he hurt his shoulder in the match with you guys at WrestleMania 7. Do you have any recollection of that? He said that he felt bad. He thought he could have given you guys a better match, but I thought it was a good match.
Well, I don't remember that. I mean, I remember he had a bad neck for a while, you know, and a bad shoulder, you know. But I think, Paul wasn't exactly the biggest guy. He had a great build on him, but he wasn't the biggest guy. You know what I mean? He had a small frame on him. So I vaguely remember that. That's a long time ago. You're talking 30 years, you know?
Yeah. Time goes by fast. You mentioned Brian Knobbs earlier. How were the Nasty Boys to work with?
They were great because it was always a fight.
Right.
It was always a fight, always a battle, you know? So you always had a fight for every inch in the ring. You know, I think that was the greatest thing when we did, like you mentioned, Ahmed Johnson, you know, going against the Nation of Domination. Ron Simmons and the Nation of Domination with The Rock and Kama Singh and everybody had so much heat on them with D'Lo that all of a sudden we came down with Ahmed that was like, holy crap, you know, now here's the equalizer. You know what I mean? And that was money. I think they could have taken that around the whole world.
Yeah.
Because that was a hot thing, man. The Nation of Domination was hot.
How did you like working with The Rock? He's become one of the biggest stars ever now.
Oh, he was great. You knew he had something special even back then. I worked with Rock and Kane over in Kuwait City at Qatar, and Rock was just smooth. He's just a smooth worker in the ring. He had great athletic ability, you know.
Do you have a favorite movie of his?
No, man. I mean, I like some of the ones with Chris. What's his name? The short little guy, the comedian,
Oh, Kevin Hart.
Kevin Hart. Yeah, I get him mixed up with Chris Rock. Yeah, Kevin Hart. And any of the movies he's done, the one FBI one was great. I thought was funny as hell. Even Jumanji was funny. I gotta admit.
For the shoulder pads, did you come up with the idea to wear the spikes?
Yeah, man. I a friend of mine that Dan Johnson that played tight end for the Miami Dolphins, and we went to college together, and right, we were starting Zubas at the time, and I asked the guy who was the equipment manager for the Dolphins, "Hey, you got any extra shoulder pads I can play around with?" He sent me like 8 pair of pads, all different colors, and I just sat in my garage and drilled them out. Got a friend of mine in Honeywell to make spikes, and I screwed them on.
How long on average does it take to make a set of those?
Well, it all depends if you get them airbrushed or not. I mean, you could drill them out in a couple hours and put the spikes on. You know,
Do
that's
you
just
have a favorite pair?
my favorite pair were probably the original black ones.
Okay. Yeah, those were cool.
I like the black and the chrome spikes. That's the best look.
There was a. Oh, sorry.
I didn't mind the blue. Hawk hated the blue. I like the black and blue idea for promos. Hawk hated that. Um, I didn't like the white ones. The white ones were strictly for promotional purposes for Zubaz, you know. And I wore the white with Hyde right because it wasn't my favorite pair, so I wasn't going to use any of Tide Hawk and I together with anybody else,
Right.
you know.
There's a fan that wanted to know why you never worked for World Class or Mid South.
Well, we didn't work for World Class because they weren't going to let us go against the Von Erich boys because we would have beat them up.
Right.
Okay. And in Mid South, we didn't wrestle with Bill Watts because Bill Watts was with Ole Anderson that gave us the idea for the Road Warriors in Atlanta.
Okay.
Bill Watts is a part of that with Ole.
Oh, I see.
He came up with Ole as a friend, say, because right where we got over, Ole would send us down to Mid South to do shots. We wrestled Magnum and Duggan down there, and we wrestled a bunch of other guys down there, Junkyard Dog and everything, you know. So we wrestled a lot of Mid South guys.
So your experiences with Watts was good.
It was good. His son sucked as referee, Joel Watts, but other than that, Bill was okay. I like Bill Watts.
There's a fan that wanted to know if you have any memories of wrestling in Hamilton, Ontario.
Well, not any in particular, but I remember going up. We went to Hamilton not only for the NWA, but I think we went up there for Bernie Gagne at the AWA a couple of times.
Yeah.
You know, and anytime we went to Canada, man, we always had good fan experience in Canada. To be honest with you, the probably the worst Canadian town for us to go to was Toronto. The reaction out of Toronto wasn't as good. Anywhere else, though, like Ottawa or Hamilton or St. John's, New Brunswick, or even Winnipeg or going out to Calgary, the reaction was always great. Toronto was a tough one. That's because I think it was oversaturated with WWF stuff.
Okay. You were in the ring when Sid broke his leg, I believe, back in WCW where the bone popped out. What was your reaction to that?
Yeah, I actually was standing back by the monitor.
Okay.
I was dressed up in that straight jacket gimmick, and everybody thought I was Steiner.
Yeah.
And no one knew it was me. They knew it was a taller version of Steiner. They just didn't know it was me, right? And so I was watching the monitor, and I watched Sid come up the second rope, and I saw his leg snap like a pretzel. I said, "Uh-oh, that ain't good," because I was supposed to come in and grab Sid and powerbomb him, and I couldn't pick him up after that. His leg was dangling. I get down there, and Scotty Steiner goes, "Joe, what do I do?" I said, "Kick him. Nothing you can do. His legs shaped like the letter L. Kick him." And all Sid was doing was back there was Effenheimer and my brother. God dang that Johnny. screw that Johnny, because Johnny talked him into doing that move.
Okay. Yeah, that was brutal.
Oh, bro, it was bad, man. It was bad. I've seen some pretty nasty accidents in the ring, man. I've been a part of a couple of nasty accidents.
What's the worst injury you've had in the ring?
When Warlord landed on my head and I had that orbital rim of my skull fracture, my eye popped out and popped back in too far. And I had a crack here, and broke my nose and blew out my orbit with one move.
Crazy.
He tried to do a Samoan slam and it slipped and went back, and he landed all his weight on my head. Boom, against the mat. And I guess I just hit the board right where there was no give. And it had to give in a weak spot, and it gave right there. Still to this day, I have rotation problems with my eye.
In those closing years of WCW, did your contract still exist when they went out of business? And also, where was Hawk during that time?
I don't know where Hawk was, man. I think Hawk was still finishing up with his Japanese stuff.
Okay.
And then when Vince actually was on TV, and I think he said, "Steiner, you stay. Animal, you're good. Everybody else, you can go."
Interesting.
Yeah, I know, right? But yeah, I really didn't have a contract with WCW at the time. I was just working with them. But I knew that WWF was going to be coming in. So,
what do you think WCW's biggest downfall was?
money, guys getting hurt, not working for months on end. I mean, Sting took 6 months off one time. You know what I mean? And they were blowing money like crazy.
And what did you think about? I know you watched WrestleMania 36. They had the Undertaker cinematic match, and then the one with Cena and Bray Wyatt. I personally like the Undertaker, but I thought the other one was kind of far-fetched. Wondering what you thought about them.
The Undertaker match?
The Undertaker and the Fiend matches.
Yeah, I like the Undertaker one. I mean, I thought it was pretty good. It was like a script, And, hold on, I got somebody up at the door barking. Luke! And my little miniature dog thinks he's a Rottweiler.
What breed is it?
Well, it's my wife's dog. It's a toy Pomeranian. I have that dog, and I got my female Roddy right next to him. She takes dumps bigger than he is. No, what were we talking about now?
The WrestleMania 36 cinematic matches.
I like the Taker thing. I thought it went a little long, but I thought it was good. The Cena thing I thought was funny. They're all different eras of Cena. I thought that was good. I mean, for what it was, with no fans and everything, I thought that was the smartest way to go about it, the WWE did. I thought it was very professionally done. It was good. It wasn't hokey or looked crappy or anything, I thought it was all good. So I thought it was a good deal.
Bruce Pritchard, I guess, is in charge of SmackDown now. Did you have many experiences with him over the years?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hawk and Bruce were good buddies. They would like to party together quite a bit. Yeah.
Did he ever?
I know we did a lot of brother love segments together.
Did he give you any produce any of your promos or anything when you were back there?
Nah, man. No one produced any of our promos. I mean, we always did our own. They always trusted us. Said, "Okay, here's your topic. You guys go." You know what I mean?
They used a bunch of this behind the scenes footage from NWA in that documentary. Who shot that footage? Because back in those days, it's not common to have cameras recording. Jimmy Garvin.
Jimmy Garvin had a brand new camera and he was recording all the stuff.
Wow.
So he caught all that crap on. Yeah, it was the funniest thing, man. Hawk was being nuts, being Hawk.
A couple fans wanted me to ask you about Mad Dog Buzz Sawyer, if you had any experiences with him over the years.
Buzz was a little prick. Wasn't the nicest guy. We got really messed up. Just to go to show you can't be in this business and be all drugged out, because he was a big coke guy. And he was so messed up he had the book. I'll never forget, we were in Toledo, Ohio. and we had dropped the belts to he and Brett in Atlanta, and it was just like a fart in church. They weren't drawing any money as baby faces. We were heels, and they actually sucked. People couldn't stand them.
Okay.
And all he said is drop the belts back to the Road Warriors in Toledo. And Buzz said over message, he goes, you tell those freaking Road Warriors they want these belts, they're going to have to shoot and take these belts off of us. And we sent a message back to Buzz, said, well, bro, you want us to shoot for those belts? We'll be happy to shoot for those belts. We're flipping a coin right now to see who's going to knock you out first. And we did. Hawk and I sat there in the locker room, flipped the coin. Hawk won. He goes, I'm going to kill the little bastard. So Buzz had taped razor blades through every one of his fingers and was just going to start slicing them when we got in the ring and start slicing us up. Well, Ole Anderson surprised everybody, was up in the upper balcony watching. Okay? Ole came in the locker room with us, and he was covered in blood on his dress shirt and everything else. I said, what happened to you? He goes, I just took a bunch of razor blades off that stupid little prick's fingers in the locker room. He goes, please, I'm asking you. He's the booker. Don't beat him up. I'm asking you guys, don't beat up the booker. It won't look good for business. You can't beat up the guy that's in charge. Don't beat him up. We said, oh, okay, for you, we're not going to. But he steps out 1 minute. We're not taking any chances. We're going to protect ourselves because good enough. So we went in there, and Buzz tried belly and Hawk on the floor. Buzz couldn't even move Hawk. Buzz was supposed to be his amateur wrestling guru. Even as messed up as he was, Hawk just reached out and grabbed that bottom rope, and Hawk wasn't going anywhere. You know, and we ended up going over, but it was a situation that never needed to happen to begin with. But it was only because Buzz was all messed up that it happened.
And what are your thoughts on the Steiner brothers as a tag team? And I guess Rick Steiner's son is signed with Baltimore now.
Yeah, I had talked to Rick Steiner, and I gave him a couple agents' numbers, and they ended up going a different route. And I told him, I said, man, just tell Bronson to keep working out hard. Someone will pick him up. And as soon as the draft was over, Baltimore picked him up. And I think he's going to make the team, man. The kid looks like a freaking thoroughbred. He looks great. He's huge. He's probably one of the biggest running backs in Division II football. I'll tell you that. And he's got that, and he was going to go play D1. He had a chance to go play D1, but he wanted to play all 4 years. That was the only reason he went D2. And he broke every record that was in his college for yards and running and everything else. So, I mean, and touchdowns and everything else. So, not like he had a crappy career, And of course, I like the Steiners, man. They're good friends of mine. Both Scotty and Rick, they're great guys. Hard-working, tough-nosed guys. Unfortunately, I've had a lot of tears over the years with lats and biceps, triceps, chest, and everything else. In that aspect, they're pretty brittle. But man, talk about hard-nosed, hard-working guys. They can go to the gym every time, man. They were good. They're over. I mean, they were over as a tag team. Probably second or third best tag team ever in wrestling.
Yeah, I'm guessing they never tried to mess with you guys in the ring.
No, they tried to play around a couple times, but I looked right at them and I said, "Don't even think about it."
Yeah.
And there's certain guys in the wrestling business just don't mess around.
Yeah.
You can mess around with a lot of guys, but if some of the guys are going, "Hey, I'm telling you, let's not mess around with this. Let's just have a good match," and then they know where you stand.
Did you have many issues with fans coming up to you in bars wanting to fight over the years, being a heel?
No, never had too many of that. I mean, I remember a few times we were beating up Tommy and Johnny Rich, and there was a couple fans that hit the ring on us, which was the biggest mistake you could have done because Hawk and I were on them like a couple of Wolverines, man, just, swinging away. We probably got in 10, 15 punches before they got drug out by the cops.
Wow.
They were already knocked out. And they were way past out, but I mean, that only happened a couple times. Fans didn't really, the thing with us is that we were two of us, they really didn't even know what to think of us. You know what I mean, Devin? We were so out there different, they didn't even know how to take us or think of us in a real sense.
Now, I've seen your posts on social media about the current state of wrestling. What would you do overall to give wrestling another boost? Because we've seen like NWA ended up being a lot of comedy and not as serious as the old NWA. AEW is a lot of comedy. You've mentioned WWE, some of the issues earlier in this interview, but where would you take wrestling?
I would go on a search around the world and I would find two big bad son of a guns and a single guy. And I would have them come in and I would have them destroy everybody, both babyface and heel. That's what they did with us. And the method works. Because that Hawk and I would say, I don't care if I dress in your locker room. I don't want to dress in your locker room. We'll get our own locker room, man. We don't care. We got ourselves and Paul Ellering. That's all we need. The three musketeers, right? One for all for one type attitude. I think they need to do something like that. I mean, because listen, Brock is over so strong. They don't believe anybody can beat Brock. That's why he's not on TV. That's why he took a break. They don't believe anybody could beat him. They need to develop somebody somewhere out there in this world. There's a freaking badass somewhere. You got to find this guy, bring him in there, and give him a chance. And whether he's a babyface or heel, it doesn't matter. You let the fans decide what they want him to be.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's my opinion. What they need to do. You have to have top draw. Like, see, the business has gotten to the point where they think that everybody can be a superstar. That's just not fact. Chris Jericho, hands down, is the best heel in AEW, right? Best worker, hands down, is Kenny Omega. Best babyface, hands down, is Cody. There's going to be your top guys all the way, all the time. Then there's your other guys underneath that help build the card. But you need to have those main players for it to work. And right now, that's missing in the wrestling business. They don't have anybody as tag team in the WWE for sure. They don't have anybody singular-wise in WWE for sure right now. Not in the guys or girls. Not if Becky Lynch is going to go have a baby. I mean, now what do you do with your top girl? You got to try to make a top girl, right? So I think that's what you got to do, man. Listen, if it's not broke, don't fix it. And if it worked before, it'll work again. You got to go build. It's been enough time. It's been 35 years since Hawk and I stepped in the ring. There's time to build another gimmick. It doesn't have to be a Road Warrior gimmick. It doesn't have to be two guys with face paint. Could be just two big monster guys that look like Brian Cage that can move, though. You know what I mean? There's another guy. He looks as great as he does. If he could learn how to be vicious, are you kidding? Not act vicious, be vicious, like somebody raped his sister. Vicious. You know what I mean? Get that kind of mentality that you want to tear the person apart because you went near your family, you know? And that kind of vicious, man. That's what this business needs. It got too much into the tit for tat, tit for tat, tit for tat. You do your spot, I'll do my spot. You get your shine, I'll get my shine. That's not reality. Think about it this way. You go in a bar fight, you're not going to say to the guy, hold on, let me get my punch in first and you hit me second. You certainly aren't going to look at him and go, okay, go. But that's what it's gone. That's what it's gone to. And if you got a big angle you're trying to shoot with Mike Tyson, you don't take a family photo with him afterwards.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Even though it's entertainment, you don't. You keep the fan wondering. My opinion. That's all it is, my opinion, for what it's worth.
So for heels out there watching, I guess your advice would be to be more vicious.
I would be more vicious. See, here's what's missing. I was taught by Jake Roberts and some of the best heels in the business. Once you get your opportunity, you got to step it up a gear. There's no gear change in the match. The heel tries to be a heel the same way all the way through, except MJF does it a little bit, does it pretty good. When he gets his chance to be a heel and be a dirtbag and really get his heat, he turns it on pretty good. He's pretty funny, pretty humorous to watch, right?
Yeah.
That he's about the only heel that turns it up that gets it. And he's going to be a great heel once he learns all the way. And it's guys like it. That's what you need to have. You need to have those guys that could be like a Tully Blanchard type heel. You're the talk big and you're chicken shit, and then all of a sudden, bam, time for you to get your heat. Boom, 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 boom. You don't let the guy breathe. and then you gloat over it, right? That's you get your heat.
Now, Sunny managed you for a brief period in '97. She's just got out of jail about a month or two ago. Any thoughts on all of her problems? I think she's had 6 DWIs now.
Man, I have not talked to her. Such a hard time, man. I feel bad that anybody goes through the situation in life that she's gone through. I don't know what she's doing now. I think she's jumped back into the same thing she was doing before. I'm not too sure. I don't go on social media much. I will once in a while post on Facebook every now and then or promote the t-shirts or face masks, you know what I mean? But I don't really like to get involved. Maybe once or twice I might post something politically if I feel it's strong enough about a situation. Like this deal going on in Minneapolis right now. What the cops did is freaking horrendous and embarrassing and appalling. But on the same time, they're tearing down stuff in their own community. Like they just pillaged that Target. Now that Target's got to be closed. What about all their neighbors that work at that Target to pay bills for their family? Now those people don't have jobs. But they don't think about that stuff when they do stuff like this, right? Because they think, well, we're going to cause a riot and pillage and steal and ruin things. We'll show you then. Well, and you didn't show anybody. You just showed your own neighborhood. Now they're going to call in the National Guard. Now you're going to get shot with rubber bullets.
Right.
So what did you achieve? Let the court system do its job, man. Let them prosecute and charge these cops and take care of it. I gave my opinion on that, what I thought about that stuff. But other than that, man, I try to stay out of it.
And you follow UFC. What is your opinion on the upcoming Daniel Cormier versus Stipe Miocic heavyweight fight that's going to happen before the end of the year?
And I think Daniel Cormier, he's a sleeper in a way. You know what I mean? I mean, you look at him, you're thinking, oh, how's this guy going to last? The guy's got wind and can go. He's a lot tougher than he comes off there. He's actually very baby-faced looking. And he goes out there and he ends up being one of the meanest guys in there. You know what I mean? And I just saw today that McGregor is wanting to accept the fight.
Yeah.
You know, and is going to fight again. He's going to fight Silva, right?
I think it's going to be on this fight island, which is, I guess, going to be in Abu Dhabi.
Huh.
From what I understand, yeah.
Yeah. Well, listen, I don't mean there'll be 2 good fights on the card anyway, you know?
Another one they're looking at possibly doing is having John Jones go up to heavyweight and fighting this Francis Ngannou guy, this big dark guy. I don't know if you've seen him.
I think I've seen him one time, but John Jones is good, man. He can punch. I mean, isn't he southpaw?
I believe so.
Yeah, he's sneaky, man. He slips that punch in, and he's tall enough, and he's big enough to put the weight on his frame too. You know.
Any fighting advice for the fans out there? I know you're more of a street fighter, but you could be attacked at any time in these times as we've seen in Minnesota lately.
Yeah. I'm telling you what, if someone attacks you, go for the eyes, bro. You can't hit what you can't see. Take that. I always tell somebody, yeah, you may get a shot in. I said, but I'm taking an eyeball with me. So, and that might be my dessert for this fight because I will take something. I will take some kind of appendage off your body before it's over. But the best kind of fight, Devin, is don't get in one.
Yeah, avoid them unless you're getting paid.
Yeah, unless someone's paying you to fight, man, don't put yourself in that situation to have the fight, you know. But yeah, man, listen. I think one good thing about the wrestling business, man, I think we're at a time in the wrestling business. Look, it's surviving this pandemic that the whole country has gone through, and I think it's going to grow to be bigger and better than it was before. Once it gets rocking and rolling again, I think that both companies are in a prime time in the wrestling business to reevaluate what they've been doing and say, okay, like a WWE saying NXT, we've been losing the wars. Why are we losing the ratings war? And AEW needs to think, well, we've been ahead. What can we do to stay ahead? You want to fall forward. You don't want to fall back, right? You want to spring it forward, right? So that's what I would concentrate on. I would get rid of all the ha-ha stuff. I would give up all the non-believable stuff. I'd get away. No offense, he may be funny to people that Orange Cassidy, someone got in the ring with me, put their hands in their pockets, I'm killing them. I'm killing them. I'm not going to do it. I wouldn't do it. No matter how over they are, I'm going to freaking murder you. If you're going to insult me that much and wrestle me with your hands in your pockets, bro, you better have one tough chin because I'm coming.
Well, I know he is over to those fans, but I was at that Philadelphia autograph session that you were at back in November, and he was just behind you. And I didn't see any fan lined up to see him the whole day that I was there. I mean, I'm not denying there's AEW fans that like him, but you had a continuous line, but his table was kind of empty.
Yeah, well, that's just I mean, that's the thing. When you're over with all the wrestling fans, not just a particular association. Like you're not over with only AWA or AEW or NWA or WWE. When you're over with all of them, it means you've done your job. Because these people, the wrestling fan works hard, Devin. They work hard to budget the money to be able to go to matches, to be able to afford pay-per-views, and they deserve to get 1,000% out of the wrestlers each and every night. And the fans know who's doing that. They know ha-ha from rah-rah to what's over and what's not over. And right now, they're just biding their time because there's nothing else to watch.
Now, when I started off wrestling, I was on 2 shows with you for Jacques Rougeau. You don't remember me because I was like a teenager in those days. But on the second show, something happened with Hawk and one of Jacques' Harleys. I was wondering if you could tell that story.
Oh, were you there?
I was there, but I was just, it was my first or second year of wrestling.
Bro, so Jacques got us. When we talked to Jacques, he says, I got you a couple Harleys to ride to the ring. We get there and there's one Harley with a sidecar. I looked at Jacques, and I go, Jacques, am I going to ride bitch or what? I mean, because Hawk goes, I'll drive the bike, animal. And now I'm sitting on the bike and I'm looking at the doorway to go on the ice. And I'm thinking to myself, there ain't no way this bike's fitting through that doorway. And the guy says, oh, yeah, it'll fit. We measured it. It's going to fit. I said, bro, I'm telling you, it ain't going to fit. I measured it too. It's not big enough, that doorway. So Hawkins on it, didn't even listen. Boom, the bike stuck right in the middle of the boards. Broke the lights off, and it was a collector's edition bike.
Yeah.
Broke the lights off of it and everything. Jacques was pissed. There was like $3,000 of the lights broken on the bike. He didn't want to pay us. I said, hey, bro, it ain't my fault that bike's here. I said, first of all, I wasn't the one driving it. I said, so one thing, you're paying me. Because I did my match and I came here to work and I didn't screw up nothing. You want to not pay Hawk? You go talk to Hawk. And I knew that wouldn't go very well. So, yeah, that's the way that happened. And of course, Hawk was a little lit when he drove it through into the boards and got it stuck, and brother, it just wasn't a good situation.
And I know you moved to St. Louis for your son. Are you going to stay there now that he's retired from football?
Man, I don't know. He's in Ohio. My other son, Joe's in Ohio with my other 3 grandkids. And we may go closer that way. My wife's from Texas. We may go that way. I got my daughter and my grandson, Jacob, here. And, her fiance, Jaden, Jaden Roller's a wrestler himself. And wrestles for a lot for Harley Race and stuff in their company. So I don't know, man. I don't know. We may stay here for a little bit. I don't think I'm going to stay here past another year, to be honest with you.
Right.
My youngest daughter is probably getting ready to go out on her own here pretty soon. And this house is just too big for my wife and I. I don't need the room like this.
Do you have any stories about Harley Race since you bring him up? He just passed away last year, of course.
Man, I'll never forget we were working for Giant Baba for All Japan. Harley was champion. And Hawk and Harley started drinking. And they both had their wedding rings on. And here they are in a bar in this place called the Lexington Queen. And they're on a stage. And they decided to do the test of strength for Rio, the Roman knuckle lock. and they grab each other's hands like this, and they start squeezing. Bro, they must have did it for an hour. And then they both said, time out, time out. And they had a couple more beers, and they went back at it again for about another half an hour. They went like this, and their rings, they had regular gold rings. Their rings were bent flat on their fingers. I don't know how they could get any circulation in their fingers. They bent both their rings. They did it so long. That was my first experience doing anything with Harley.
Wow.
Then shortly after that, we wrestled Harley and Stan Hansen in Cleveland, Ohio. You know, in a bull rope match, which was a brutal fight too.
How was Stan Hansen to be in the ring with?
Oh, Stan let you know he was in the ring. I mean, Stan was about 320 pounds at the time. He was a big old country boy, man. When he hit you, first of all, he was blind as a bat. So when he hit you with that lariat, man, that lariat hurt. I mean, he really rocked you.
Did you ever wrestle Brody and Hansen as a tag team?
No. I remember the first time we were wrestling Stan, we were in the Omni, and Hawk and I had just hit the ring on Dusty Rhodes and left Dusty laying in a pile of blood in the ring. And Ole Anderson told us, hey, listen, I'm going to send Hansen down to the ring. No matter what he does, you two guys don't let him get to Dusty. Well, at the same time, we didn't know this till afterwards. He told Hansen, he said, hey, I want you to hit the ring, bump around the Road Warriors, and go save Dusty. So he told Stan the exact opposite he told us. So Stan goes running down, and I caught him out of the corner of my eye as he's getting ready to climb in the ring. And I hit the ropes, and I used to be able to hit the ropes pretty hard. I hit him as fast as I can, and I hit Stan. I seriously sent them into like the third or fourth row on top of the people. That pissed Stan off so much. All of a sudden, here he comes in with two chairs. Bam, 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 bam. Then he threw Hawk in and gave him a lariat and knocked Hawk completely out. Hit him right in the forehead. Boom. Hawk went out. I grabbed Hawk by the boots, pulled him out of the ring, woke him up, and walked him back to the locker room. Got over like a son of a gun. But that was the first rib to us. They told us to do one thing, told Stan to do the opposite, and we both fell for it like suckers. That was my first encounter with Stan Hansen.
What about the Funks? They were so over in Japan, but they may have been a bit before your time.
Yeah, we wrestled Terry and Dory Funk in Kurikan Hall. It was like the passing of the torch. It was our first tour, and they knew we were coming over, and we did a count out, but we kind of beat them up all over the ring, all over the arena.
Right.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Do you still go over to Japan from time to time? You're such a legend over there.
Yeah, man, I'm trying to get a deal to take. I'm going to take the War Kings over to go to New Japan and do some stuff, but that's not working out. I think Crimson's doing some stuff with the NWA. But I was going over there for Jimmy Suzuki. I did 3 tours for Jimmy Suzuki and his company. You never know, man. I might go back over there. I hear they're trying to do a huge Comic-Con over there. I saw the pictures. There was like 250,000 people a day go to the one Comic-Con in Tokyo.
I've seen they've brought Nikita Koloff into this new NWA for a few appearances. Have they reached out to you at all?
I've done a couple things with them before at the very beginning. No, they haven't. But and I won't go in there for nothing. And that's what they want to pay you. They want to pay you nothing. So okay. I mean, we can give that. I mean, I give that a lot of credit. See, I kind of got ticked off a little with the NWA because when they did the NWA and they were doing a Crockett Cup, I helped push the return of the Crockett Cup. And they told me I was going to hand out the trophy to the winner. And because it was in Charlotte, they didn't want to pay my trans or pay me to do it. So they had Nikita hand out the trophy to the winner because he lives in Charlotte.
Right.
Hey, they got cheap on me right away. And I don't respect that, man. I don't respect anybody that gets that cheap thing. And Dave Lagana gets that cheap. He gets cheap in that way. And I wasn't going to do that.
I don't know how they have any money anyways, because like my YouTube channel is about 6 or 7 times more popular than theirs. But you look at all the money they throw in at their production values, they must be losing a fortune.
Oh, they got to be losing a fortune. Listen, unless they're getting a lot of sponsor money, but they cannot be because the ratings aren't that good. Their numbers aren't that great.
No.
You know, and they need some help. I would love to get in there and help with Jim Cornette and help revamp that whole show, to be honest with you. And I think we can make it great, but they need to get rid of a lot of talent. They got a lot of dead weight in that company. They don't need guys that are never going to draw you flies, and they're not going to draw you flies in a crap house. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're just not. They're not going to do it. And you know, you need to be realistic about who's going to draw you money and who's not, and who's worth the TV time. You know.
Yeah. And I think the guy that they have as champion now, I mean, they've given him enough of a chance. He's not really causing that much of a buzz. He's not on the road defending the title. Maybe they should get someone a little different.
Who's their champ, Nick?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I like Nick Aldis, man. I think he's a great guy. But to be honest with you, I mean, who's he beating?
Yeah, nobody of any substance.
I mean, the last guy he won that belt off of was Cody, and that Cody's not mentioned because he's with the other company.
Right.
So who did you beat? I mean, if you went around like the NWA World Champion would go and wrestle the top guy, even in all the indie promotions, that would be better than not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Just because you wrestle the guys in the NWA doesn't mean you're wrestling the top guys. I would work out a deal like the Rock and Roll Express did. Go in there and do a double DQ with Cody. At least you put yourself on that level, or do a DQ with Moxley. Put yourself on that level. But you're not even putting yourself on that level.
Or let him go around to the indie shows, as you said, fight on the more popular indie events and get it over. But it's not happening. So finally, do you want to let us know where people can follow you on social media?
Yeah, man, they can do me on my my Twitter at RW Animal. My Instagram, you know, it's Joe Laurinaitis. Well, I think my Instagram's the same thing. My Facebook's Joseph Laurinaitis, my real name. If you want to book me on any appearances, just contact me there, or go on social media, go on Messenger, you know, and contact me. I'll answer you back immediately. But if you want to do an appearance with me, you get a hold of me quick because my calendar's filling back up again. I do a lot of promotional stuff with Cameo. Go to cameo.com and want to wish someone a happy birthday or happy anniversary or something. I do that all the time. And there's another one, too, called Celebrity BM, Celebrity Voicemail. I do it there, too. So there's a lot of ways to get a hold of me, man, for social media.
And you have your own podcast as well.
Yeah, my What a Rush podcast, man. I do it every week. And as a matter of fact, I'm getting to record one tomorrow. So it's on Apple iTunes, that, you know, so through Apple. So it's getting pretty good ratings. So.
Well, that's great. And then to finish this off, could we get a What a Rush from you?
Sure. I'll see if I can get one up there, man. In memory of my partner, Hawk. What a rush.
And there it is. Wrestling fans will know that one. Joining me live in studio, WWE Hall of Famer, the Road Warrior Animal. How you doing today?
Good, man. It's always a pleasure to be back up here in Canada, in the Ottawa area. Brockville.
Yeah, you've never been to Brockville?
Oh, yeah. I've been through here before. I've been to Smith Falls, Brockville.
Oh, well, welcome
Unfortunately,
back.
I've had to beat the path of the highways.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's how it goes when you work in the business, right?
You know, hey, the beauty part about here in Ottawa was great when I landed at the airport.
How was that?
Oh, my Lord, man. A taxi strike. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, they're a little angry up there.
It looked like a curry festival out there.
Oh, boy.
It was unbelievable.
All right, well, you are in town to special guest referee a match tonight between Hannibal and the 6'9" giant Darko. How you feeling about that?
You know, in my years of travels all over the country and all over this world, Hawk and I have been in the ring with a lot of giants, including Andre the Giant. You know, so to me, it's going to be another couple of twin towers in the ring and just go in there and do what I got to do, you know, and haven't quite decided what I'm going to do yet, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I don't think even the size of them, it's going to matter with you.
Well, you know, hey, it's all, to me, it's all about, at this point in my career, it's all about giving back to the fans. And Canada has had some of the greatest fans. You know, Hawk and I were made Mad Hatters out in Calgary at one time. Can you imagine us with the paint, with the Stetsons on?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that looked good. So, yeah, I mean, Canada's got a special heart, you know, being great friends with Bret the Hitman Hart and the Hart Foundation and the Hart family. So, you know, I look forward to seeing some of the great fans. You know, I got my shoulder pads and spikes with me.
You better have them.
I got them. And that's strictly for the fans to wear for photos tonight.
Oh, cool.
So come out, man. You never know when those spike pads are going to be back in Canada, especially out here in this area.
Yeah, now we were contemplating what you'd be driving. We thought it'd be a car with spikes on it. Do you have a car with spikes on it?
Well, Actually, I'm sitting B in the Jeep, so
Wow.
so it's okay though. It's a great ride. We had a great trip up here, But I used to have a Ford Road Warrior truck. They made a Warrior truck at one time.
Oh, yeah.
Put big mutters on it with roll bars and fog lights, and Hawk and I each had one. So.
Oh, absolutely amazing. Well, we're looking forward to seeing you tonight. The fans, they're looking forward to see you. I've talked to a bunch of people, and having a WWE Hall of Famer here in town is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of great guys coming. I hear Honky Tonk Man's here tonight, too.
Yeah, he was in here earlier.
Yeah, great guy, man. Honky Tonk's a legend himself. He should be in the Hall of Fame as well.
I've heard that he hasn't accepted it yet. I've heard it's been kind of offered to him a couple times.
Well, I think it's one of those things. Honky's from that era of wrestling before me. He's about 10 years ahead of me. So a lot of those guys are, when you get treated a certain way in this business, you kind of put your foot down and you say no sometimes,
Yeah.
So.
Hopefully he'll get in there as well. And
hey man, whatever. Right now, I'm just happy to be in the province of Ottawa and in Brockville and to be able to see the fans out here, to be on Bob FM. It's just great.
Oh, perfect. All right. Well, we look forward to seeing you tonight. And hopefully, I'm hoping to see some action in this match. I know you're supposed to ref.
Yeah, hey man, I may just referee. I don't get in the ring much anymore. Although I could wrestle, I stay in shape to do it. But once Hawk passed away, I kind of I give up the tights. You know what I mean?
Fair enough.
But hey, one thing I guarantee tonight it's going to be for the fans. It's going to be, oh, what a rush.
Welcome to Great North Wrestling, folks. Tonight, the match we've all been waiting for. Hannibal the Death Dealer puts the Canadian Heavyweight Championship on the line against this man, the monster, Darko. I'm James Chip McKinley, sitting here with Steven Mantis.
Yes, the giant Darko, a monster of a man, 6'9", 330 pounds, and we see that Great North Wrestling Canadian heavyweight title just being held up by referee John Muldoon, who's giving instructions now. A lot of build-up to this match here tonight. Hannibal stands 6'4" tall, but he looks almost tiny compared to Darko, who's already going outside the ring. What's going on here?
Is this over? Is he leaving? He knows he knows the belt's on the line, right?
This is a huge match for Darko, who has been in Great North Wrestling for numerous years, one of the huge stars here for Great North Wrestling. He's held Quebec championships. Now he's got the Great North Wrestling. What is this? You have to actually beat Hannibal to hold that belt. You can't just take it.
Well, who's going to take it from him? I'm not going to take it from him.
Of course, Darko managed by Stacy Tebow tonight. Usually he's managed by Dark Cash, but Dark Cash could not make it to this event. Darko now just walking over that top rope, a giant of a man. He's got medical gloves on tonight. Lock up by both men. Look at the arms on both men. Darko gets the better of Hannibal, has Hannibal in a headlock now, just cranking on it. Hannibal takes Darko to the ropes, throws Darko off. Shoulder tackle attempt, but Darko doesn't budge.
It's going to take a lot to this tower of a man to knock him down.
Hannibal weighed in at 287 pounds tonight, but Darko weighs in at 333 rather.
He's leaving again.
I think he's playing mind games with Hannibal at this point. Stacy telling him, don't leave, you got to take this match, you got to win that belt. Hannibal has held this belt for over a year now. Of course, Jeremy Prophet, who defeated Lanny Poffo for the title, holds the record for holding the title for 3 years. Hannibal is nowhere near that yet. Darko now looks like he's going back in the ring. He's taking his time, boosting up the shoulder there where he took the tackle. Hannibal, a very intense individual. Of course, Hannibal will be on the Rockland Great North Wrestling show at the Jean-Marc Lalonde Arena Friday night, November the 27th. GreatNorthWrestling.ca has more details on that. Another lockup by both men. Hannibal has the headlock this time, just cranking on Darko. Darko, the size of his back is so impressive. The size of Hannibal's back is also impressive. Very muscular individual. Darko sends Hannibal off the rope. Tackle, neither men move. Another tackle. Look at the intense looking eye. Duck clothesline by Hannibal. Flying tackle attempt, but Darko just staggering. Hannibal hits ropes, clotheslines Darko over the ropes.
Oh, yeah, he still landed on his feet, though.
The amount of punishment this Darko can take is almost superhuman. Almost like a comic book character. I don't know if Hannibal is going to be able to retain his title in this match from what we've seen so far. What's this? Hannibal goes flying into Darko.
What a move. And Darko's back just smashed into the barrier. Look what it took to finally take the big man down.
Those are steel barriers and a cement floor. There we see it. Both men, I think, took punishment on that one. Darko went full tilt into the barriers as you see the fans getting themselves out of the way for that.
Getting their money's worth for sure.
Hannibal smashes Darko across the back. Double axe handle across the back. Hannibal means business here tonight. Goes to throw Darko into those steel barricades. Again, Darko reverses it, sends Hannibal into the barricades.
Oh, no. This match is getting out of control.
Hannibal bashing the barricades so hard that they actually came unglued there. Ate the cement floor. There's no padding on that floor, ladies and gentlemen.
And with Hannibal down, there's no one to keep Darko under control.
Darko kicking Hannibal in the neck. You can look at the back of Hannibal where he hit those guardrails. It's a huge red mark there. Darko fighting with Hannibal into the crowd now, just smashing Hannibal as hard as he can.
And this championship match is turning into a brawl right now.
Nails Hannibal in the face. Now he's measuring Hannibal for something. Charging in. He hits that steel plexiglass. Not steel, that plexiglass. Look at the back of Hannibal. Oh, welted up. Chop to Darko. Darko in serious trouble now. You can see Stacy T-Bar wincing on those chops. Hannibal, of course, known for his chops. Face first into that plexiglass again. Where's Hannibal going now? Telling a fan to get the hell off the chair. Now he's got the chair. There's a steel chairs.
Oh, what a hit.
Heavy steel. Ladies and gentlemen, Hannibal just punches Darko right in the face. Coming at him again with that chair. Darko stops him. Kicks Hannibal right in the sternum. Now Darko has the chair. That is not a plastic chair, ladies and gentlemen. Just nails.
No. What a hit. Hannibal is down and he looks hurt. This Darko is a monster.
Darko trying to get the crowd behind him. The crowd is heavily behind Hannibal, who is probably the most popular wrestler in Great North Wrestling right now. Darko picks Hannibal up by the hair, smashes him right in the back. Hannibal is in a lot of trouble right now. Another huge hit to the back. There's no air between the forearm and that back of Hannibal. Darko picks Hannibal up, working away on that back, right into that corner of that square ring post. That is not round, that's a corner post, driving right into the spine of Hannibal.
Hannibal must be in intense pain right now. First the chair, then the post, and you know Darko is going to keep targeting it all night.
Darko throws Hannibal back in the ring now. Hannibal is not getting up. This could be it right here. Pinfall attempted. 1, 2, 3. No! Somehow Hannibal has managed to kick out of that pin. But he is not getting up right now. Darko picks Hannibal up once again by the hair. Darko has Hannibal in the corner, launches him to the other corner, and you see the ring move right there. Darko now measuring Hannibal for something, comes charging in. Hannibal boots him with both boots right to the face. Charges in with a clothesline. Darko doesn't move. Ducks Darko's clothesline. Flying clothesline by Hannibal, and he's fired up.
Hannibal's on fire. Where does he find the strength?
Body slammers. Can he do it? 330 pounds. Right to the canvas. He says that's it.
Unbelievable.
Hannibal going to the outside now. What it could be doing, this could be a mistake. He's going to the top rope. Could this be his big flying elbow? Yes. That's 287 pounds right to the neck of Darko too. It's over. No. Darko kicks out now. How can you beat this man?
Darko is not human. This man is a monster.
You see the well-muscled legs there of Hannibal That's how he's able to pick Darko up as he gives Darko a forearm right to the neck area, chops Darko. Goes to throw Darko off. Hannibal now setting him up for possibly a splash. Moves out of the way. Referee John Muldoon takes the full force of that splash.
No, this match is going to get completely out of control now.
Chokeslam attempt by Darko. Hannibal reverses it, kicks Darko. This is the sacrifice. This is the nightmare. It's all over right here. Nobody gets up from this, but the referee is not awake. Hannibal making the pin himself, but it doesn't count.
Hannibal would have won the belt right now.
You need a Great North Wrestling official in there. Of course, Road Warrior Animal was supposed to be the special guest referee for this match. As we see, Stacy Tebow just raked the back of Hannibal.
Oh, that wasn't very smart. Oh, what's he? He's not gonna. Don't tell me.
Animal could not make it tonight. As we see the belt being smashed to the back of the neck of Hannibal. And he's not getting up from this. Of course, the referee is still out. He's not seeing this. Now, what's Darko doing with the belt?
Why would he? He's laying it out on the mat there. I'm not sure what he has planned.
We need some additional referees out there to stop this, or he's going to cripple Hannibal.
Oh, no.
Oh, not the chokeslam on the belt.
Oh, and again, his back just smacked against that belt.
That silver-plated belt right to the neck of Hannibal as he comes flying down from about 9 feet in the air. And now we have a 3 count from Darko, but there's no referee.
We have a new champion. Come on, where's the ref? We need a ref.
There's a second referee now. 1, 2.
Unbelievable.
Hannibal kicked out, but I think the referee took a while to get a second referee out there. It would have been 3 had there been.
Darko does not look impressed.
Neither does Stacy. I don't know who would be more
concerned. No. Darko's got the poor... Oh, no. Another chokeslam.
Chokeslam, 9 feet in the air, that second referee.
Darko's just destroyed everybody. 2 refs and Hannibal all hurt.
Just complete and total carnage right now as we see the chokeslam there on Hannibal right across that silver-plated belt.
No one gets up from that.
Hannibal is completely out of it. Whoa!
It's Road Warrior Animal.
That's WWE Hall of Famer Road Warrior Animal. He wasn't supposed to be here tonight, but I guess he made it. Maybe a bit late, but he made it. He was supposed to be the special guest referee. I'd like to see Darko chokeslam Animal. Darko now taunting Animal, and the crowd is going absolutely nuts here.
The crowd's loving it.
Animal's got Darko now with a roll-up. Animal made the 3 count.
How can this happen? No, come on. Animal can't just come in shorts and t-shirts and count 1, 2, 3.
It took 3 referees, but Hannibal is the winner. He's retained his title. Darko in the ring now throwing a tantrum, mouthing off to Animal.
Unbelievable. Just goes to show you anything can happen in Great North Wrestling.
Hey, it's me, don't adjust your TV. Former WWE Tag Team and Legend and Hall of Famer, Road Warrior Animal, one half of the Legion of Doom. And I'm up here in old Canada, in the Great North Wrestling. And I like the Ottawa region, I like the Brockville region, I like all of Canada. Don't matter if it's Winnipeg, Montreal, Calgary, I like it all. And I'm up here scouting talent. You see, there's a new dog in town, and it's called Revolution. Get ready, people, because Revolution is coming. No talking NDX crap, no brown page matching, good old-fashioned kicking your teeth down your throat. Oh, what a rush.
Thank you for watching the Hannibal TV. Please like this video if you enjoyed it and click the subscribe button to not miss any of our latest shoot interviews, match videos, or news updates. Support us on patreon.com for $1.99 a month to watch our full shoot interviews ad-free and help our channel grow. Follow us on Twitter at the Hannibal TV for instant updates.